Welcome to all of you and good morning, Wichita. We'll call this meeting to order. With us this morning is Wichita Police Detective Charlie Davidson, who will provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask that you please stand for both.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you bow your heads with me so we can pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come before you this morning, and Lord, we bow our hearts, and we thank you for being the Alpha and the Omega, such a mighty God, the creator of the heavens and the earth. God, I just thank you, and I pray this morning for divine guidance for our council and our mayor, Lord, that you would give them wisdom and direction as they make decisions regarding this city. Lord, I pray for our department directors and our staff here in this city as they continue to lead and direct. As workers are out working and keeping this community safe and keeping the streets functioning, Lord, that we could be a city that is on a hill, a city that is a light to this world. And God, that we can be an example to other people across this nation. And Lord, I pray that you continue to use this great city to just spread your word throughout the nation. Lord, I pray especially this morning for those in Madison, Wisconsin that are grieving today with such a tragic incident yesterday. God, I just lift those people up to you. I pray that you would give them comfort, give them guidance, give them direction through such a difficult time in their lives. I pray for protection for our schools across this nation, public and private. Lord, you would protect them and protect those students. Lord, we're up upon the holidays, and I just thank you that we have a time to celebrate the birth of your Son that you gave, so believing in him, we can have everlasting life. Lord, just thank you for loving us so much that while we're sinners, you sent Christ to die for us, and I pray that we all can celebrate during this Christmas time. I pray for this meeting. I would lift it up to you and pray for your presence and your guidance. In Jesus' precious and holy name I pray, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you again. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting, December 10th, 2024.
Before we do that, I want to acknowledge that Councilmember Dalton Glasscock is with us virtually, and he will be asking to speak, or will just start speaking so that no one gets alarmed. Are there any changes or edits to the minutes? I see none. I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of December 10th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public agenda. As a reminder, the public agenda allows for up to 5 speakers to have 5 minutes each to address the council. No action will be taken relative to items on the public agenda other than referral to the city manager for information as necessary. Speakers will please state their name and address for the record. A time clock will display the speaker's remaining time to speak. Order and rules of decorum will be observed. The first speaker is Shane Pullman, Low Income Housing Tax Credit Applications.
Shane Pullman? I don't see the individual, so we will go to the second individual. Madam Clerk?
Bill Anderson, Relief for Gaza.
Morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. We need to be heard. Let me see. Good morning. I'm Bill Anderson. I live on Jefferson Street in Maggie Ballard's district. Before I begin speaking about Palestine, I would like to express my appreciation and admiration do you feel and think when you see, read about, or hear about what is happening in Gaza? Mr. Glasscock, I hope you can hear me. As a private individual, what do you feel and think when you see, read about, or hear about what is happening in Gaza? Finally, Mr. Johnston, as a private individual, what do you feel and think when you see, read about, or hear about what is happening in Gaza? Like times before, I will spend the rest of my time at the podium silently to give you the opportunity to consider your response. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you coming up here consistently. It shows a heart. However, this is a national issue that we can do absolutely nothing about. They
I asked you as a private citizen.
They don't give two hoots about what we think.
As a private citizen.
I have deep feelings for Gaza. Sympathy, I do. There's no doubt. But it's nothing we can do about, and we have some big issues.
I'm not asking you to do anything about it. I'm asking you how you feel, sir. That's a simple question. Just give us a simple answer. Give us an honest answer. Don't hide behind that, please.
I would like there to be peace.
Thank you. My time is up. Thank you. Silence can be deafening.
As mayor and as Lily Wu, I do not stand for hate. And my job as the mayor is to keep with the priorities of our local community, which are crime, streets, economic development, and a topic that is near and dear to many in this room right now, homelessness. So again, we will focus our efforts on local issues here in Wichita, Kansas. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Bill, thank you for your continued advocacy for the folks in Gaza. As I've said before, that war is wrong. Too many people are dying, too many innocent people. And we're all citizens of this planet, and we should speak up when it comes to those atrocities, no matter where they are and who causes them, even if it's us. So thank you. I appreciate you, Bill.
Mr. Anderson, this is Dalton. As I've said previously, I will not support any resolution, but I support peace for those in Israel and those in Gaza as well.
Continue with public agenda. I just want to recognize Senator Olitha Faust-Godot and Senator Mary Ware. Madam Clerk, please call the next individual.
Jude Myers, temporary camping permits, consideration, anti-camping.
Jude Myers. I don't see this individual, which means we have 2 additional spots that anyone can take for 5 minutes each, and you can just come to the podium, state your name and your address.
This is Patrick Murphy. I am at 1786 South Seneca here in Wichita, Kansas. it seems that Judith was going to speak on the homeless issue. And I realize that you guys are going to make a vote on that today, I think, or do something with it. To remind you, sorry. I was here before and I spoke on behalf of the homeless, in behalf of my daughter, who is out in the street right now. And the only thing that I really want to say about it is decriminalizing these people and their stuff is the most important thing in my mind. I think that we need to implement programs. I would like to start by saying that I have lived in several cities that have massive homeless problems. And our city, I'm very, very proud to say, has done a lot more than I've seen in other places. So with that, though, I would like to say that we can always do more. And I am here to advocate for that. And I ask that everyone in our community, regardless of what side you come down on this issue, remember that these are human beings. Remember that they are people that generally are lost, much like my daughter, who has a crisis of faith and drug addiction issues. And I think that we need to address those. I think that we need to look at them with compassion first and give them our heart as much as we possibly can. I think that in these ordinances and these revision of these ordinances, there are many good things. I know lowering the fines and stuff like that are something that is working towards the right thing. But when I think about things like that, I have to question, what are we doing? Why are we going to burden our court systems and our public systems, our police force and stuff like that, enforcing things that are going to inevitably amount to nothing? If a person cannot put enough money together to have a house, how are they going to pay a fine? And I understand that we need to have checks and balances in place so that we can incentivize them. But at the same time, I think a heart of compassion and opening the door to them, welcoming them back into our community is the most important thing for us to do. And that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question for the manager. Manager Layden, regarding today's proposed ordinance regarding camping, doesn't the proposed ordinance actually reduce the fine as well as the potential jail time as part of this new ordinance?
Yes, the fine would be reduced and it would allow the courts to order community service instead of paying a fine.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
So just for emphasis, it is a reduction in fines. We already have an illegal camping ordinance currently, correct? Thank you. Our next speaker.
Okay, I'm kind of watching for the time. There we go. So my name is Paul Atwater. I live at 420 South Linwood. And frankly, the reason I'm here today has nothing to do with anything on the agenda. A friend asked me just to kind of come and I watch what goes on here with City Council, and I know most of you, and several of you I've known for a long time. And sometimes it's just a matter of coming and saying, thank you for your service. When I look at this agenda, I probably couldn't do what you do. The other side of that is that you also represent people like me that are proud of Wichita. I love to be here. I'm a lifelong citizen of Wichita. I think just what's important is that you guys make good decisions and be responsible, and I think you do that. As a note, Brandon, you are my voice. I live in your district and appreciate your service, so thank you. My world is filled with many mentors, people that have given me guidance and support. And so just as a thought, and maybe it does relay a little bit to this agenda, and it's really about my own sense of, I guess, personal responsibility as a citizen here of Wichita. years ago, 30 years ago, I ran into somebody from Kansas Health Foundation. And I was trying to understand what they do. And they said, well, we are involved in philanthropy. And I said, what is that? And they said, you know the difference between philanthropy and charity? And I said, well, I thought I did. I thought it's all the same. And this is how they explained it. Maybe you've heard this story because it's not unique. But they said, charity is, picture yourself walking along our river and you look down in the water and there's babies drowning. Or a baby drowning. You reach in, you grab that baby, you pull them out. Then you grab another baby, you pull that baby out. You grab another one, pull them out. And then you call all your friends. You call all your friends and say, help. We want to save the drowning babies. They told me that is charity. And you will always have need, and you will always have a place for charity. Philanthropy is when we go upstream and stop throwing the babies in the river. And to me, philanthropy, and as a financial advisor, I work with many people, but philanthropy is an investment in the future of our community. And one of the things I believe that one is not exclusive of the other. I support many great charities here in Wichita that I think are helping pull babies out of the river, but also helping, maybe it's with the homeless, maybe it's helping with Alzheimer's, maybe it's helping through many of these great organizations. I think many of them are here in the room today. For philanthropy, there's many other things. I've invested 24 years in Youth Entrepreneurs of Kansas, which gave me a great opportunity to meet a lot of wonderful young people, including certain people that are here in the room today. I'll just go ahead and share, but Lily was one of my students when she was 18 years old at East Hyde, and to watch her grow and be part and lead our community makes me feel like that gift of time, treasure, or talent to that program changed the course. At the same time, I'm an Eagle Scout. All 4 of my sons are Eagle Scouts, and I'm very active with the Eagle Scout and the scouting community because I believe that's an investment that we can make a difference so that we maybe need less charity. I think both are important, but also I believe in time, treasure, and talent, and we each have a personal responsibility. And as a citizen in Wichita, I take that seriously. I believe in the future of our community, and I trust and I believe that you guys will work very hard at this and will make very good decisions. One of the things I tell people, I say, you need to know when you make bad decisions. You make bad decisions when they're urgent, emotional, or under the influence. Under the influence is not about what you eat, drink, or smoke. It's about the people you surround yourself with and the media and the social media that you let influence you. So be patient, not urgent. Be knowledgeable, not emotional. Be grounded rather than influenced. And more importantly, know that you always have choices. And when you know all of your choices, then you can make better decisions. And so as you sit there, and I trust that you all will make good decisions, just remember those things. Know your choices. Be patient. Be knowledgeable. Be grounded. Don't let all of these things influence you. And I appreciate your service. So Merry Christmas. Anyhow, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Appreciate my time as a student at East High and the wisdom that I gained from many of my mentors. 3 were on the agenda and 2 were additional. Is that correct? Jennifer?
Well, you've allowed to, under the change to the ordinance, you can have 30 minutes for the agenda.
So
or
no
25 minutes, I believe. So 5 speakers. I don't think you've had 5 speakers.
So the 2 speakers that did not attend, we have 2 additional spots. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So we have 2 more spots. Senator Mary Ware.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and Council. Today, I really want to speak about the homelessness situation. With my work on the Governor's Council for the Homeless Task Force, we found that the truth is that homelessness is absolutely solvable. Absolutely. There are many, maybe many might be a slight stretch, but there are several communities who are found a model that is really successful that actually solves homelessness. And our MAC is modeled after that very pattern. We find actual success with that. I haven't seen anywhere in my research where a community is successful by criminalizing poverty, bullying, and trying to arrest our way out of homelessness. It just doesn't work. I suggest that we make the investment, like the former speaker spoke about, the investment in expanding and doubling down on our MAC program rather than trying to be heavy-handed and thinking that that's going to make the situation go away, because it will not. Frankly, it may make it worse. There are so many ripple effects to having homelessness. I happened to be in the emergency room this weekend. And this was during the day when, you know, the traffic is fairly light on a Sunday afternoon. But the number of homelessness that were there, obviously homeless at that point, was pretty surprising. It is their only option for many, many kinds of services on the weekend. Every one of those, and I wish I had had the time to find the actual data on it, but the cost just to the hospital, just to the taxpayers for one person's visit one time is in the thousands of dollars. And multiply that by itself would do a lot for improving the MAC and building it and expanding it. And the ripple effects for the expenses of homelessness just go on and on and on. Why not make an investment in upstream and solve the problem rather than trying to arrest or bully our way out of it? Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Mary, thank you very much for coming and speaking. We appreciate it. We'll remind you that so far the city of Wichita is the only government entity that has invested anything in the MAC. Only one.
I know.
$6 million to build it.
Not for lack of some legislators trying.
Okay. And just to remind people, we have invested $5 million to run it for the first 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So the funding is taken care of for the first 2 years. A lot of misinformation out there about that. So I think the city has invested a lot. We have a 501c3 board that's going to run it and hire a director to run it 24/7, 365. So I think that's part of the answer. And you are right. We do need upstream. We do need more services, mental health, substance abuse, things like that. We need more. The bottleneck is going to be housing, affordable housing at the end.
Yes.
That's going to be the bottleneck. So if you can give us any help on the state level, the state has $3 billion in the bank with a B. They can help us with either with the MAC or with housing. We would greatly appreciate it.
I do all I can, believe me.
Thank you. If you get your colleagues on board, we'd appreciate it.
That's right. Well, you can help me with that. We can work together and try and make that happen.
Trying. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator, my senator, for being here today. So in your time on the State Homelessness Task Force, you guys have looked into enforcement and whether or not that has an impact on actually getting people into the shelter. From your indication, that hasn't been the case. That doesn't work.
No, being heavy-handed is just not. The idea of carrot and stick, yeah, there's some appeal there, but we haven't seen data that shows that anywhere that's the solution.
Well, what effective measures have you found in looking through this?
Well, the model that the MAC is the San Antonio has been working for quite a few years around the MAC is a miniature version of that, and it's what works. There are some places in New Jersey, I believe, that have seen some success with that. Several communities around our country are seeing actual solutions as opposed to Band-Aids, which are always more expensive and rarely is very effective. Let's look at what, let's be data-driven. If we're just going to look at dollars, which, I mean, there's a whole lot more to this situation than dollars. There's a lot of heart and, and concern for our human beings and our neighbors. But even if we're only looking at the dollars, it makes sense to look at a solution. And that's the only thing that I have found in my research that is a solution.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Manager, I have a question again. If this body took no action today regarding if this body took no action today, would the punishment in fact be greater than by passing this ordinance for illegal camping?
Yes, if someone were to be fined under the current ordinance, the penalties would be stiffer than they are in the proposed ordinance.
Thank you. I also have a follow-up. Given that the senator spoke, I'll be a little bit probably more direct than Councilman Johnston's question, but has the state of Kansas contributed any funding toward the multi-agency center?
I don't believe the state has, but that doesn't negate anything that I said. Just because I'm a state senator, the two have nothing to do with each other. But thanks, Dalton.
Thank you. I also have one last just comment, not a question. The senator had mentioned San Antonio, Texas. I just looked up San Antonio's ordinances and policies regarding illegal camping. They've had an illegal camping ordinance since 2005, which is punishable by up to a fine of $500, which would be greater than what we are proposing in the proposed ordinance today. Thank you, Senator.
City Manager, one last question regarding the investment that the city of Wichita is making. Can you please correct me if I'm wrong, but the city is investing $6 million in the renovation for the multi-agency center and an additional $5 million in operating expenses for the years 2025 and 2026, and in addition to the $600,000 that this body also approved for the emergency winter shelter. Am I correct?
Mayor, I think you're a little low on the capital investment. I think we have $8 million allocated for the first two phases of the project.
So it was a greater investment.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the correction. We will continue with the public agenda.
Hi, my name is Brittany Dauber. My address is 2330 North Oliver Street. I'm part of Brandon Johnson's neighborhood. I'm here today to talk about the proposed amendments to camping ban enforcements. I oppose these amendments because they would make it harder to address homelessness. I'll present two main points. First, it's better for the budget, and second, it builds trust in the community. First, sweeps are expensive. There has been a 25% increase in homelessness in Wichita. This is due to the lack of affordable housing and the rise in rent. These factors are outside of their control. The homeless are innocent, so why make their situation a crime? In 2023, there were 232 sweeps costing us $177,411. So far this year, we've had 213 sweeps costing us $149,136 from the Wichita Eagle. Why are there so many sweeps? Is the increase in homelessness that high? Because the same place is being swept over and over again. According to the Wichita Eagle, the locations that were swept had people back not long after. Sweeps don't work. We are paying for ineffectiveness, not solutions. To be effective and use the budget wisely, we must find the source to the problem, lack of affordable housing and rise in rent. Stop wasting our hard-earned money on sweeps that don't accomplish what you say they will. They accomplish pain and distress. Second, build trust with your community. These amendments will result in people losing gear essential for survival, government IDs, and priceless personal items. Voting yes would mean expanding criminalization that is not the solution and will not build trust. Derailing someone's life who is just surviving with threats of fines, jail time, and loss of their property would crumble any trust you had with them. I would like for you to ask yourselves what shelter means to you. Stefana Lugelli wrote an article from klcjournal.com titled Homeless Wichitans Dream of Shelter Beyond Four Walls, published November 22nd of this year, that asks the people that are being affected by these amendments that same question. Latasha Long, a college student, who said shelter means security, somewhere you can receive help, and someone to help with counseling, peace, rest, and understanding. She's been homeless for more than a year. She's pursuing to be a counselor herself. Sarah, who's been homeless for several years, says shelter means somewhere to block the wind. Sean stated, I think if I could have a shower and clean clothes every day and start with a roof over my head, I'd go find work and be like the rest of the world. He's been homeless since January. Matt, who's been on and off homeless for a decade, says, shelter is a place that I can go anytime and feel safe and not have to worry about leaving my stuff and someone coming and stealing anything. Also where it's quiet and peaceful and I regulate and dictate my own rules and guidelines. He has 2 dogs he loves. I wish I could stand up here all day and tell you all about them, but time is preventing me. So learn about your community so trust can bloom. Know them and their needs so decisions that impact them aren't made without them in mind. To conclude, first, vote no for the financial reasons. Sweeps and arrests disrupt the process of finding housing and are counterproductive. They're wasting taxpayer dollars. Second, vote for your community. Vote no for your community. Brandon Johnson, Becky Tatel, Mike Hosiel, Dalton Glasscock, J.V. Johnson, Amaki Ballard, and Lily Wu. I believe every single one of you are compassionate, understanding, and willing. So prove it. Show this is true. Build trust with your community and vote no to camping bans and criminalization. If any of your responses to my question resemble Sarah's, Latasha's, Sean's, Matt's, or any of the other responses, then you know they don't deserve aggression. You know they deserve people surviving. You know they are just people surviving, not criminals, and you cannot treat them as such. Vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brittany. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brittany, for being here. I just wanted to say I appreciate you, one, having the courage to come up here and speak, the willingness to share your views on that, the strength to stand firm, the fact that you look up facts and had actual citations. I just want to encourage you to keep doing that. Young people like you give me faith that our future is bright. So please continue to stand up and use your voice.
I'm going to use
Mayor,
my point. Go ahead. Councilmember Glasscock.
Yeah, I have a question for the manager. Previous speaker mentioned this ordinance would direct police to throw away documents such as ID or government documents. One, is that true? And number 2, is that something that is not currently in our ordinance?
Individuals that are in the encampment of how they can retrieve their personal property.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel, I'm going to use my point of privilege before we end public agenda. May I please ask anyone who is a provider to our unhoused and homeless community to please stand up. Thank you for your service to our individuals facing homelessness, and I appreciate that you're here today. By you standing, I appreciate the services that are provided to those in need, and I recommend that anyone in the room look at these faces, and if you need to connect to those resources, please go up to any of these individuals as they will be able to help you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts dated December 16th. Correction, I'm sorry. Consent agenda items 1 through 17.
Consent agenda items that need to be pulled. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to pull item number 7.
Item number 7. Any other items to be pulled? I'm going to pull item number 9. I move to approve the consent agenda without agenda item number 7 and number 9.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We'll start with consent agenda item number 7.
Thanks, Mayor. Due to a personal conflict, I need to abstain from this item.
I will ask Sally Sting to come forward as this topic pertains to affordable housing. This is a clarification question. Can you please share, there are currently on the green sheet, it says there are 16 agreements with Habitat for Humanity, but I counted and there are only 15 agreements attached to our packet.
If that is the case, that was an error in copying. There are 16 agreements. They are amendments to the same 16 agreements passed last month. There was a technical error in those agreements. We can have staff determine which one is not attached and get it to you for the record.
I would like to see that last one. Can you just give us a quick update? This is affordable housing that pertains again to that whole flow chart that we're talking about regarding shelter, then affordable housing. How is this helping with that flow?
So at this point, these are 33, there's a total of 33 properties. The issue we had was in relation to the agreements that were for affordable homeownership, and it was the wrong exhibit had been attached to the previous documents. But this is an opportunity for the city to invest ARPA affordable housing funds into these former public housing properties. At this point, we do have signed sales agreements. These are the funding agreements for the ARPA funds. The ball is in HUD's court right now for them to release the declaration of trust so that we have the ability to close on those properties. Within 30 days, our developer partners will be moving forward with the rehabilitation so that all of these properties will be rehabbed as quality affordable housing going forward.
Just want to say thank you to the Housing Department in helping us with the investment in affordable housing in our community. So I will be in favor of this.
Thank you.
We will vote for this. I move to approve consent agenda item number 7.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstention. We will now move to consent agenda item number 9. Tim or Troy? This item is in regards to the Delano Hotel. This land is going to be sold for $1,000. Can you please explain what this catalyst site is?
Yeah, so Mayor, we provided a prepared response to the question, so I'll just read it. It probably answers the question in greatest detail. So back in December of 2016, City Council approved the use of IRBs for the construction of at least a 180 Class A apartment unit project, a 3-star hotel with a minimum of 80 rooms, and 5,000 square feet of commercial space on what was referred to at the time as the Delano Catalyst site. The site's a 7.2 acre site just north of Douglas between the Advanced Learning Library and the River Vista project. Subsequently, in November of 2021, City Council approved the issuance of the bonds for the sales tax exemption only on the hotel. The actual project exceeded the 80-room 3-star hotel requirement with the construction of a 95-room Hilton Home to Suites. So during the IRB issuance period, the city maintains a leasehold interest in the property. Once the outstanding bonds and fees have been paid or will be paid in full, the tenant purchases back the property. This is simply a procedural transaction to remove the city's leasehold interest. The city is not selling the property. The city is not selling the hotel. This is a pretty standard practice for all of these types of IRB transactions.
And just for the record, the increase in property value is now being captured by the city. Is this correct?
Yeah, I'd have to confirm that, but I don't believe it's under a tax increment financing district or anything like that. Yep.
So that was undeveloped land that now is developed.
Correct.
Now there's more tax dollars coming in as property taxes into the general fund. Thank you very much. I move to approve consent agenda item number 9.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts dated December 16th, 2024.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. Board of Bids and Contracts convened yesterday on December 16th for the following items. We have for you for engineering the 2024 Outsourced Paving Preservation Program, CIP Concrete Street Repairs Phase 3 for Conspec Incorporated, doing business as Kansas Paving, in the amount of $385,000 awarded within the engineer's estimate from the original bid of $378,651. We have the 2024 Outsourced Paving Preservation Program, CIP Concrete Street Repairs Phase 4 for Conspec Incorporated, doing business as Kansas Paving, for $445,000 awarded from the original bid of $436,299. We have the Central and 151st Street West Waterline Extension Phase 2 for NOAC Construction Company Incorporated for $1,682,344. We have the Hess Reservoir Site Valve Replacement Phase D for Wildcat Construction Company Incorporated for $1,091,330, negotiated from the original bid of $1,278,532. We have tree and stump removal for Shawnee Mission Tree Service Incorporated for groups 2, 3, 5, 6, and 9, and Wichita Tree LLC for groups 1, 4, 7, and 8. We have the 4th floor locker room renovation for Sky Contracting Company Incorporated in the amount of $159,000. We have $58,000 gross vehicle weight restriction dump truck for Truck Center Companies for an aggregate bid total of $194,527. We have the self-propelled tricycle type street sweeper for Berry Tractor and Equipment Company for an aggregate bid total of $349,613. We have the interior and exterior modifications of 5 single-family homes for Gray & Sons Construction, LLC, for an aggregate bid total of $360,000. We have transit facility electric vehicle infrastructure rejecting all bids. We have the trailer-mounted 6-inch aluminum body submersible pump for Mercino Dewatering, LLC, in the amount of $69,749. We have the contract change order for meters, replacement parts, and Itron's ERTS Group 1, 2, and 4 for Midwest Meter Incorporated for an amended estimated annual usage of $1,534,299. We have the contract change order for grit removal services for Waste Connections of Kansas Incorporated for $122.57 per ton, and the following rates for our new water treatment plant when we will bid this out in February 28, 2025. We have the Ops Audit Essentials Auditing Software as a Service subscription for Audit Board Incorporated for $18,250 annually. We have the Bonfire Intake and E-Sourcing Procurement Software for GTY Software Incorporated, doing business as Bonfire Interactive Limited for the aggregate total of $192,000. We have the supply and install audio-visual equipment at Westlink Library for Conference Technologies Incorporated in the amount of $387,810.48. We have the Wichita Police Department police radios and equipment for Motorola Solutions Incorporated and First Wireless Incorporated for an aggregate bid total of $319,293.24. We have the print and electronic publication subscription management software as a service subscription for EBSCO Information Services LLC for an estimated annual usage of $34,000. This is how to become a vendor with the city. These are open public opportunities out on the street today, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, Josh. We'll begin with Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Good morning, Josh. Thanks for being here today. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate it. Just a quick technical question. If you could go back to slide 9, please.
Sure.
And you're going to have a great answer, I know, but there's no dollar amounts.
Yes, great question. So we have different types of bidding: construction, fixed fee for service, group bidding. What this contract specifically is when we're grouping, we're contracting rates for geographic locations throughout the city. So within our external bid packet, we do have itemized all those different groups for the public to review. But today what we are awarding is those vendors with those specific groups and their associated dollar amounts.
Perfect answer. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Josh. Councilmember Tuttle stole my question for page 9, but if you could go to 14.
Sure.
So what is the plan moving forward?
I know the department's working on the specs. The issue with this is when we spec'd it out, we did not have the correct number of charging stations or did not have something within the specs that outlined what we were requesting when the bids were opened. Department understood that it wasn't what they asked, so we're needing to reject the bids to go back out. And plans moving forward will be to retune the specs, define the scope of services, and get the corrected number of items.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to slide 9, please?
Sure.
Is this the funding that we're using from the savings for mowing the parks here the last year during the drought?
I'm getting a head nod from my parks colleagues, yes.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make a note to the public. This will catch us up on maybe a third of the tree removal that we have around the city on city spaces. So this is a good use of some savings that we've had this year, catching up on a much-needed program here. So just wanted to make that public knowledge and give a shout-out to our Parks Department and purchasing as well, and everybody who's worked on this issue. So thank you.
I move to approve the Board of Bids and Contracts for December 16th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Petitions for public improvements.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities. For the record, I have revised petitions for your consideration this morning. The signatures on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement districts, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. Falcon Falls, 7th edition, located in District 1. On December 19th, 2023, the City Council approved water, stormwater drain, sanitary sewer, and paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted revised petitions to shift the project financing from acquisition of privately constructed improvements to construction of publicly bid improvements. The budgets remain as previously approved, and it is recommended that the City Council approve the revised petition, adopt the amending resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I will stand for questions.
I see no questions for staff. I move to approve the revised petitions and budgets and adopt amending resolutions and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Downtown Parking Plan Implementation Strategy.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager, good morning. So hopefully we're going to try and wrap this up today, but I want to take one last opportunity just to kind of touch on some of the highlights. I won't belabor this a whole lot, but this has been a conversation that has been taking place in this community for probably 25 years. Couple of slides we've shown historically about all of the the parking plans and community engagement that the city has engaged in, particularly a number of community events and conversations that have been had over the last several months. Specifically, the last item here is what has been added since our last presentation, and that is that back on November 19th, we stood here before you at a city council and we presented options A, B, C, D, and E. And as a takeaway from that meeting, we were guided and directed to look closer at option A, option E, or some combination of the two. So just to kind of set the bookends, right? I'll run through real quickly option A and option E. Option A will talk about the geography, the hours of operation, the rates, exceptions, advantages, disadvantages. We'll do the same thing for E real quick. Here was the map that was provided for option A. Hours of operation, Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Fees would have been charged at a rate of 75 cents per hour. In lieu of hourly charges, there's a daily rate. In lieu of daily rates, there's a monthly rate. Outside of the aforementioned hours, note that we didn't include Sunday on the previous hours of operation schedule. There would be no charge for parking. And then after the course of the first full year, we'll collect data on demand and occupancy and return to council to adjust rates if necessary. There were a number of exceptions that were identified, including accessible parking, loading and rideshare designated parking, 15-minute designated parking with a registered session, event parking, special events. The advantages included the greatest likelihood of recovering costs, managing parking, the most equitable environment, and provides for capital investment. Disadvantages were that it introduced paid parking where paid parking doesn't currently exist and doesn't recognize some of the other existing parking agreements. On the other end of the spectrum is option E, the other bookend. Option E introduced a phased approach, drew from some of the suggestions made during the August community meetings, carried over some of the concepts from some of the other options. For example, enhanced operation and maintenance in the early years, introducing higher rates on lots and garages in 2025, parking meters in 2026. No changes made in Delano, and on-street and lot parking in Old Town will remain in its current form. Again, the geography shows the modifications to the boundaries, no change to the hours. When we were looking at option E, remember though, it was not financially feasible under the 75 cents an hour and the $5 all day. In fact, we had to go up to $3 an hour all day, or $3 an hour across the system, and upwards of $18 to $22 all day, and it still was not financially viable. Again, kind of reinforced, the exceptions did not include Delano. Old Town would have remained the same. The advantages were, yeah, it did recover some costs. For safety and security were increased. There were some concepts of managing parking, but unfortunately, option E did not recover all costs, was not as effective at managing parking, may be hard to expand, did not contribute to capital needs, may require lawsuits to recover fees, and created an inequitable parking environment. Okay, so those are our bookends. So then we went back to the drawing board and we tried to figure out if there was some iteration between those two. And so what we've done, and I'll show you the table here in just a second, we have identified 3 variations of A and 3 variations of E, and sort of this last variation, which focuses on the boundaries of the self-supported municipal improvement district only. There were some questions that were raised over the last couple of weeks about what we call the SMID, the self-supported municipal improvement district. When we referred to the SMID, we were simply referring to that as a boundary description. The boundary map of the SMID is included in the agenda packets. There was some suggestion that maybe we needed a little more history on kind of what the SMID was and how this all came into play. So just real fast. So the SMID district was established in 2001, quote, to have a focused economic strategy for downtown development and to cultivate cultural and artistic experiences for our region. SMID is funded by a self-imposed additional levy of approximately 7 mills. From what I understand, the max levy is 10 mills. Subsequently, the City Council approves the levy on behalf of the Wichita Downtown Development Corporation each year. And in 2025, the proposed budget for the SMID fund is just under $900,000. As you can see, not a viable funding source or an option for really talking about parking management. Okay, the following table was prepared to illustrate options A, E, and what we're calling the A SMID. So when I show folks this table, right, one of the first things we talk about is there's 3 parts. The rows are broken out into sort of Delano, downtown, Old Town. Within each one of those 3 sub-districts, we talk about operation and maintenance, enforcement, and capital investment. The acronyms you see there, MP stands for meters and pricing, NA not applicable, TL time limits, and then I'll get into some of the other stuff here in a minute. Notice that across the spectrum of options, downtown operation and maintenance is managed through meters and pricing, enforcement through meters and pricing, capital is paid for by meters and pricing. That remained the same across all of the variations. So what we really wanted to start focusing on were the Delano and the Old Town variations, right? So you'll notice here on the bookends, option A, option E. Option A, we had full meters and pricing in Delano. Option E, we had the status quo in Old Town. So we started kind of ratcheting each one sort of closer together. So the first iteration of each of these, you'll see there A-1 was this idea of, okay, well, rather than full meters and pricing day one, there were some comments that were made during some of the community meetings of that Delano doesn't have any alternatives until the hub is open. So this idea was based on acquire the meter and the infrastructure today, get it installed in order to take advantage of things like bulk pricing and those kind of things. And then the idea would just be to simply hood the meters until such time as the hub opens, and then we could remove the hoods and activate the machines, and we would ultimately end up arriving at the same place with option A. On the other end of the spectrum, option E was beginning to sort of ratchet up to try to meet in the middle, introducing the idea of time limits, managing time limits in Old Town. And then you can see the next iteration of that. If for whatever reason, investing in the equipment in Delano were not feasible, right, or was not the will of the City Council, then this idea of, okay, well, can we just manage time limits in Delano? When we started talking about Old Town, you know, is there a greater cost recovery that could be achieved in Old Town in order to supplement the management of time limits, et cetera? You see the next iteration where these two sort of come together, and that's the combination of time limits, managing time limits in Delano, managing time limits in Old Town, and recovering a greater cost recovery in Old Town. You then kind of take it one step further, right? And you get this idea of excluding Delano entirely. That was contemplated under option E, and going full meter and pricing in Old Town, right? And that's where this idea of option A, it's also representative of the SMID boundaries, came to fruition. Okay. Kind of looking back at all of those, right? We went back to the model, started playing around with some numbers, making adjustments to revenues and expenses based on all of those variations and all the assumptions within those variations. Option A1 would require a flat rate of $1 per hour across the system in order to achieve financial viability. Option A2 would also require a flat rate of $1 per hour across the system. Options A3, E3, E2, E1 would all require rates far exceeding $2 an hour to be financially viable, which is why we're not recommending any of those. And this last option, the SMID options, it does, pencil out is financially viable at $1 per hour across the system. During the process over the last couple of weeks, there was a request to simply maintain the arrangement in Old Town as it exists today, whereby whether, again, it's an increase in the rates, all the parking in lieu of parking rates that the business owners and the property owners are paying, or it's a combination of a CID sales tax along with an increase in those rates. So we've sort of prepared this statement that if for whatever reason property owners in Old Town wish to maintain the existing arrangement, they would be required to petition the city council to establish a CID, levy an additional 2% sales tax, and increase all other non-retail payment in lieu of parking agreements to a minimum of $15 per space per month. So while we're talking about Old Town, there were some questions over the last several weeks regarding specifically how much revenue may have been lost by failure to increase the Old Town parking agreements since their initial approval. An audit was conducted by our city auditor, and as a result of that audit, since 1999, an average of about $532,000 per year has not been realized. It's been suggested by some of the individuals involved that the original intent of the rate increases were tied to a 15-year term, and that removal of the rate increases or decision to not implement the rate increases was based on an agreement to pay a fixed rate in perpetuity. Again, these claims cannot be corroborated, nor can we find any city council action to support the same. Okay. Financial considerations. Staff has identified approximately $18 million in improvements, and in fact, wanted to point out specifically within the agenda report, we've actually identified about $18.5 million worth of improvements, as well as included in the agenda reports a schedule of those improvements and funding options over the next 8 to 10 year period. As it relates specifically to parking implementation though, for year one, revenues for option A SMID are anticipated to be approximately $3.5 million. Expenses for option A are anticipated to be approximately $3.1 million. That's a net gain of approximately $450,000 after year one that would be used to invest back into future capital expenses. Exhibit A that was included in the agenda packet shows the anticipated revenues and expenses over the next 3 years for each of the other variations. Here's what that exhibit looks like. I have this.
Can I use my point of privilege at this moment before you continue? I'd like to go back to slide number 62. And I'm going to use my point of privilege at this moment because I'm so upset about this. This means that the city of Wichita lost out in $13 million worth of revenue that could have helped with the $18 million in deferred maintenance over the last 25 years. Had I not asked to see these parking agreements, I would not have been able to ask these questions. So I'm going to ask these questions at this time because if not, we're going to move on from a very key piece in all of this, which is the parking fund was not working out in the positive. It was actually going in the negative. Therefore, we needed to know why is that the case. So I had specific questions that I asked of Troy, and I got those responses this morning. So I'm going to ask them in full so that you can just respond to them. Number one, are all the businesses in Old Town currently paying the same rate, including the 30 agreements that I looked at over the weekend in this binder that show that the rate in 1996 was $7.50. Can you please, again, tell me, are all the businesses in Old Town currently paying the same rate?
Of the businesses that are paying, yes. It's my understanding that all of those businesses are paying based on that flat rate of $7.50 per space per month.
Is this accurate? Most of the agreements should be paying, quote, based on monthly rates that will be established based upon the amount actually budgeted for maintenance and repair of the Old Town Parking District improvements, one of those agreements in the 30 that I reviewed showed that there was an escalation in those prices. In 1996, it was $7.50. In the year 2013, it was supposed to go up to $25.
So, yes, regarding that language often appears in a number of those agreements. So yes, that's an accurate statement to say that language does appear in a number of those agreements.
What is the city's actual amount budgeted for maintenance and repair of the Old Town Parking District improvements? If $7.50 doesn't help us recover costs, what is the actual amount budgeted for maintenance and repair of simply Old Town Parking District improvements?
So, and again, you'll have to forgive me. I got here about 2 years ago, right? So as this information has come to light, as we've gone back and we've looked at this stuff, it's my understanding that the city has never gone through that exercise of identifying what the actual costs are and budgeted what costs are for Old Town because of that decision to maintain the flat rate at $7.50. In essence, that additional language that you described becomes sort of moot in the context of this agreement to continue to just charge the flat rate of $7.50 per space per month across the board.
Because I see that there's a proposal for $15 from the $7.50 to now $15. Will that actually cover the budget for maintenance and repair of these parking spaces versus what I see again in contracts from the 1990s that say it should be $25 at the very least?
Yeah, so where that $15 came from is a combination of, you'll notice on this table, under option A3, E3, and option E2, under Old Town adjusted revenues, you see a number a little more than $1 million a year. That was derived from a combination of what we've been led to believe is a 2% sales tax. The suggestion is that Old Town generates approximately $40 million a year in sales. Subsequently, a 2% sales tax would generate approximately $800,000 a year. So in addition to the $800,000 a year, all of those businesses that are not retail businesses would have to enter into agreements with the city to provide that parking, that payment in lieu of parking at a rate of $15 per space per month to try to make up the other $2,032,600.
And the last question is, how many stalls are actually in the Old Town Parking District? And does that cover the amount that you just mentioned? Tell us what it has been from 2014 to 2024. So just in the last decade, we could have been reviewing these contracts, but it looks like someone did not review these contracts. So we've not been holding to contracts, so why have contracts? So how many stalls does this actually cover?
So I can specifically speak to the original ordinance that approved the Old Town Parking District, identified a total of 1,303 spaces. Based on a physical audit of Old Town, we have been using a number of 1,721 spaces.
Again, I am just going to quickly say that I was one of the individuals that did not vote for A or E, and it's because of this very topic. Once I found out that $7.50 was what was being charged by Old Town businesses, and I asked for one of those agreements to be shown to me, and one of those agreements was shown to me on November 20th, the day after our council meeting. And when I saw that there was escalation rates that went from $7.50 to another amount like $15, I asked myself, why were these contracts not enforced? And how did we get to this position? And when I started learning that there were more of these agreements and that Old Town is currently paying the same rate as 1996, and I don't know what other entity still gets charged the same amount when there are increases in costs, like personnel, like equipment. I was very concerned, and that is why I did not vote for A or E, because of these agreements that someone or some entity did not follow through with. So I'd like to know who will be held accountable for that type of action that was not following through on those contracts.
Mayor, if I can, and it's taken us a lot to try to even get to where we are today to figure out what happened. But in 1998, the staff was directed to collect $750 per contract. And we can't tell if that was with direction from council or whether it was action taken by staff unilaterally or by the city manager at the time. But there is clear indication staff was told that there had been an agreement and we were staying at $750. If you were to talk to Old Town businesses, especially those who have been around for a while, it's their understanding that they were to pay $750 into a long period of time, an undefined period of time, and that was part of an agreement for an extension of their contracts, which were anticipated to expire by within 15 years at the time the TIF expired. We weren't here at the time, can't speak to that, except what we've been able to piece together through conversations and some limited correspondence. But I think the parties in Old Town believed that they had a commitment that the rates would not go beyond the $750. However, in our discussions now, they understand the difficulties with such a limited revenue stream, and that's why they have agreed to basically over $1 million in annual revenue into the parking system going forward to help pay off their expenses, to pay the expenses for maintaining not only the parking facilities, but also improving security and maintenance of the entire infrastructure.
City Manager, I appreciate that you said that this was in the 1990s, but also I saw of the 30 agreements, there were agreements that were made in the last decade that if it was not recovering costs, there should have been a new agreement, a new contract that actually covered the costs. So I'm a little concerned that in recent past, not 25 years ago, we did not say, well, it's not helping us recover costs, which we've had this conversation from this bench. Everything that we do must at least, at the very least, cover the cost. So then it is revenue neutral. If not, then we're putting it on the backs of another project or another department. And so my concern is what will happen then if we don't reconcile that there are contracts just in the last decade that didn't take into account what the actual cost is. And even right now, I don't feel like I have an answer of what's the actual cost, the cost recovery for one single space in Old Town.
Well, I would tell you that's why we started, when we first started the parking study, it was because we recognized we were not recovering our cost and we needed a plan going forward that was equitable and would allow us to collect the revenues necessary to operate the system. And that dates back to at least 2017 and probably much earlier than that when we started talking about this. It goes back to the downtown plan, which was in 2010. This has been a long process, and it's been very difficult for us to get approval for changes in the system. So the contracts that have been approved are maintaining equity across the Old Town area in that case, but we have flagged for the council on numerous occasions that the system is deficient and is not covering its costs.
So you're trying to tell me that it was councils that did not look at these contracts? Because it took me an actual direct ask to get these. I don't think any of my other colleagues received this, but I did because I directly asked about these contracts.
Right.
So that concerns me because I know that my fellow colleagues are part-time positions and they cannot just look at contracts all day. We do expect that of, as you've mentioned before, staff does that. And so we take your guidance, since you're the city manager, to help us figure out, are we being fair with community, not having, quote, backroom deals or sweetheart deals, So this does concern me, and I want to know how we will make this better and how we will not make this mistake again.
Well, in terms, if the council were to approve a plan today, we will correct the situation financially across the entire system. So that would be, after years of work, we'd finally get to where we need to be on cost recovery and actually putting money aside for maintenance. So that piece would be taken care of. If you're talking about contract administration, we are implementing a system that would, I think, hold our staff more accountable for increases and changes in contracts. And we've identified software that'll help us in terms of that implementation. That'll be across the organization, because right now, implementation of contracts or administration contracts rests primarily with the originating department, so it's siloed. And I think we need a much better organizational response to that.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just a little frustrating to me that it is very unfortunate that we are in the situation that we are, but I also want to remind, and I mean by not collecting whatever the projections were, but we didn't get in this situation overnight, and there's been several staff members, several councils that have not made this a priority. This conversation has been in the works for 15 years. The political pressure's got to be a lot. Pressure from the public has been a lot. Some of the businesses want it, some of them don't because it's scary, but the idea that we're the 50th biggest city and out of the top 100 cities, we're the only one that doesn't have managed parking is absolutely embarrassing to me. That just seems to be the Wichita way to kind of keep kicking really common sense things to me down the road. We don't have to do that. And we have been dealt a really rotten thing here to try to fix. And I know it's going to be hard, and I feel like we've done a really good job listening to everybody, and we've come up with some different options. There's only a couple that make sense to me. I certainly don't want to sign up for something that keeps us in the red. That makes no sense to me. So kind of curious to see where the rest of my colleagues are, and certainly listen to public comment. And I am so grateful for all of you that have taken the time to come and join us today and hopefully try to kind of wrap this up. But I just, we would all love someone to point the finger at and blame, but I just want to remind everybody this didn't happen overnight, and this has been in the works for a really long time. And I think it's time to clean it up and try to move the core of our city and on further. So thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I know we're in the middle of your presentation, Troy, but I just wanted to highlight that this is something that I believe councils have actually worked on and understood, hence a 2019 downtown plan. There may not have been specific contract action, and I respect for the public going back 30 years to talk about all of the things that may or may not have happened, but I will say councils have been waiting for a plan, which is what we're talking about today, that will address everything in a uniform way and not just one-offs. So it does make sense to understand $750 per spot going back to 94, 98. It's good to have that information out there so everybody has the same information that we have, but also we're in this boat right now. This plan has been worked on, it's been debated publicly. To me, as a council, we look at addressing things uniformly with plans that then will help guide what we do with contracts. And I think that is where we are at today and what Troy is going to finish talking about here in a second. So I wouldn't say that councils have not cared about this or known about this, may not have read every specific plan, but we have known for quite some time that there was a plan in the works and people have been talking about it, meetings have been had, and we've known that there are some revenue issues with the parking fund, some maintenance issues, and we needed better parking management. So that was the creation of the plan. My experience with this city manager is that if there's an issue, a plan is put forth to address it uniformly, which is, this was multiple people, but I think that's where we are today, and looking forward to the rest of this presentation and what the public has to say. But To me, going forward, accountability would come from enacting a plan that especially has all of this attention right now. And if we put in some forms of reviews as a council, that helps the council also be accountable as well.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to thank the staff for the effort they put into this, especially Troy. You've been dragged through the mud quite a bit. So thank you. Maybe you'll get a Christmas present and we'll vote on a plan. So thank you.
Thank you again to the city manager and assistant city manager for those responses. Again, it's very unfortunate we're in this position, but I believe that the public needed to know, and that's why I spent that weekend looking at these contracts so that we're now on a level playing field. Again, we need to move forward, but this is actually what happened over the last 25 years. We're now in this position where this council wants to make a decision and not wait another 5 years. The last time this was fully engaged by the entire public was in 2019. So again, I appreciate your efforts, Troy, in picking up the mantle just the last 2 years. Can you please continue your presentation?
Yeah. This table of the evaluation of all of the financial modeling that went into each of the variations. Again, I'm not going to belabor that here. I will have this available to answer any questions should council so choose. But moving on to legal considerations, recommendation. Amendments to the existing amended and restated operation and manage agreement will be required depending on how council acts today. We have representatives from the car park here with us today to answer questions as well. We've already been in conversation about what amendments may need to be made depending on action of council today, and feel as though we can return back to city council probably early January with an amendment to that amended and restated operation and management agreement to coincide with the actions taken today. With that being said, the recommendation that's been put before you is that city council approve option A within the SMID. And with that being said, I'll stand for questions.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick questions about the possible CID in Old Town. It sounds like the revenue generated, you said 800,000. Okay, what happens if not all businesses in Old Town agree to the CID? Does that mean they go to metered parking, or they're being increased to 15 or whatever we negotiate dollars an hour for the spots? Just curious about how we get everybody on board the CID.
So that would be the will of council. Again, my recommendation would be that that we move forward with the plan that is option A, which means implementing meters and pricing within downtown and within Old Town. And if for whatever reason the property owners, the business owners within Old Town can package not only a CID application, but all of those agreements that were mentioned for non-retail establishments, then we can always, there's an off-ramp, so to speak, but knowing and understanding the timeline and the work that has to go into the next phase of this, right? So if council does endorse option A within the SMID today, again, we would immediately start working with the car park on an amendment to the agreement, but then ultimately January, February, we need to start purchasing equipment, getting it delivered, getting it installed, getting it tested. Originally, the conversations that we've been having with folks over the last several weeks and months is that obviously that's not going to happen by January 1, 2025. Probably the new schedule would look more like a soft launch in June 1st, 2025, with sort of a full activation July 1, 2025, so that we can do some good data collection around usage, occupancy, so on and so forth. But in order to kind of achieve those timelines, we're going to have to be pretty aggressive with getting the contract amendment, getting equipment purchased, getting it installed, tested, et cetera, in order to achieve those timelines.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, but going back to the CID, every business has to okay being part of the CID, correct?
So under our current local policies, yes, a CID requires 100%. State law, if I'm not mistaken, only requires 55%. So it would require somewhat of an action waiver of council if for whatever reason they can't get 100%. At a minimum, they would at least have to get 55% of the ownership within the boundaries to agree to that CID.
Okay, now if there's a business there that maybe they want to look at their own CID for infrastructure improvements or whatnot, is that workable if we have a CID, or would that have to be a separate CID agreement that works out between us and that particular business?
So, which is one of the disadvantages to that approach, and we've kind of spoken about this previously, right, is that if Old Town establishes a district and a 2% sales tax to go towards these eligible expenses under state law, any other property owner, business owner that wanted to take advantage of that tool would simply be unable to use that tool in the toolbox, so to speak, because it will have been sort of maxed out based on all of the, you can't layer CIDs on top of CIDs type of thing. Yep.
So it would almost have to be carved out, and then that would be a separate agreement if we worked it.
Theoretically, yes. And then we're kind of back in the situation of, so how does that property owner contribute to parking management, so on and so forth. So, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hoheisel stole a couple of my questions, but as far as the CID, 2 questions. How, let's say that we're gonna do a SMID, and how long would it take Old Town to do whatever they need to do to get the CID rolling? I feel like we would need to give them some type of deadline, because after today, the train is leaving the station with parking, and if we're going to entertain the CID, I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure it doesn't hold up anything else. So is it possible to do that in 90 days and then, you know, your July 1st might still work? And then my second part to that question is, knowing that this takes, the CID would be for 20 years, it kind of takes that tool out of the toolbox for another project or development within this district. Would it be fair to say, and I'm just making these numbers up, after 2 years, we're going to look at the actual numbers and not the projected numbers for this CID, make sure it's performing as we think it's going to, and if it doesn't, we need to figure something else out, so that we don't get ourselves stuck in a 20-year commitment that maybe doesn't pan out like we thought it was going to. I'm hopeful that it does, and I am supportive of that. I just want to make sure that there's some clawback or some checkpoints along the way to make sure that it still makes sense in a couple years.
Yeah, so I'm going to refer to my legal counsel. I like to play junior attorney a lot. My understanding is, if for whatever reason we find that after year 1, year 2, you probably want to see at least a 2-year rolling average so that any 1 year doesn't skew it. But if for whatever reason it's not meeting the benchmarks that we have kind of anticipated, I believe the city can repeal the district and sort of cancel, terminate the district, and then we're kind of right back where we started.
And how long would it potentially take to get signatures and everybody to get all that paperwork? I don't know what that looks like. But.
Yeah. I would tell you, we probably need to know in the next 30, and again, just because of purchasing equipment in bulk, there's bulk discounts, there's cost savings with shipping and delivery and installation and testing. I mean, there's a whole reason why we would try to do this sort of all at once. We probably ought to know in the next 30, 45 days whether or not they're going to be able to achieve that which has been set before them.
Okay, last question is regarding Delano. So if we choose a plan that is removing Delano, what does that mean for the future of Delano? Does that mean after the hub, we have this conversation again? Maybe this question for Bob. There's some concern that Delano's just found a way to get out of this parking deal, and I just want to be on the record for having a conversation of what that plan could potentially look like moving forward.
Vice Mayor, some of our previous reports have talked about waiting until the hub is complete and then monitoring what happens, and frankly, working with the business owners to determine if there's a time where they want managed parking. And that could include greater enforcement of the time limits. It could include installation of equipment, especially just along the commercial corridors. But we, at this point, would wait to see how the parking situation develops after the hub is complete.
There's been conversations of potentially, since we're buying the infrastructure in bulk, would we be purchasing at this time the meters and such for Delano?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. This question's for legal, for Jennifer. What % of the businesses have to approve, according to city council policy, what % of the businesses have to approve a CID in a district?
Under policy, state law is 55%, as Troy said.
City policy is 100%.
Just a policy.
Okay, so that could be amended. Okay, is it based on square footage or each individual business, or based on square footage? A vote like that.
I think it can be both. I think it can be owners and. Go ahead, Troy.
So the petition has to be signed by at least 55% of the owners. So again, whether that's a calculation, I'd have to go back. Historically, we've only ever done 100%, so that hasn't come into question. I mean, we could look and see how that plays out, but I would imagine that it would be the number of property owners, 55% of the number of property owners.
It can be 55% of the land area within the proposed district.
So it could be a square footage.
Square footage, okay. Thank you.
I see no further questions for staff. Thank you, Troy. We will now open it up for public comment. Please state your name, your address, and you will have 5 minutes to speak on this topic.
Celeste Reset, Wichita native, live on the west side. I'm a former chief internal auditor, a former bank examiner, a certified internal auditor, and a former fraud investigator. There are 3 heroes in my mind regarding this public parking issue, and I want to give compliments to where compliments are due. Heroes because they did their job. Mayor Lily Wu, thank you for asking staff questions and requesting additional information. I applaud you. Wichita Eagle reporter Dion Leffler for writing about the internal auditor report and covering over $13 million in uncollected parking fees. And the city of Wichita internal auditor, I don't know who they are, but they conducted the audit and wrote the audit findings. There are still unknowns about public parking that need to be addressed, and I speak based upon 25 years' experience in the financial industry, including as a chief internal auditor. The city of Wichita did not have an internal auditor for 3 years. I spoke before some of you city council members, warning you of the dangers and the problems of this situation. I also pointed out the falsehoods contained in the City of Wichita financial statements, where references were made for the review by the auditor of all contracts over $50,000. This was not true. This was also an administrative regulation violation, but I was ignored until finally an internal auditor was hired. In light of the audit findings that Old Town businesses have not been paying parking according to the written and signed and executed contract, an audit should be performed on Gander Mountain and the parking fee arrangement for King of Freight. An audit should also be performed on Fairfield Inn and the parking fee arrangement for Jack DeBoer properties. There may be other parking garage fee arrangements I have not mentioned, as I do not work inside the city of Wichita, but your internal auditor should be allowed to broaden their audit to review all parking garage agreements. Start there, move on. And now here's what I expect that all of you are doing as representatives of the city of Wichita and as an elected city council member. You should be reviewing the audit reports of your internal auditor. You should be reviewing their audit findings and looking at the recommended action to correct those findings. What was the recommendation regarding this uncollected $13 million revenue? What was the timeline for getting it fixed? Are you following the audit findings to verify corrective action has been taken? Over the years, I have found the Kenmar developers did not repay a $2 million loan. Rodney Stephen, Genesis Gyms did not repay their $1 million loan. Time and time again, when I asked about these special developments and stood before this council and used my financial background and expertise to caution you about what you were doing, I was many times ignored. I'm going to read to you now something I said in the July 14th, 2020 City Council meeting. King of Freight and Gander Mountain enforced their contract. We have not received the 400 new jobs promised, paying $50,000 per year. We haven't received any of the promised $60,000 annual parking garage rental income, and now the building is up for sale. Who in City Hall is auditing contract performance? Where is contract oversight? Administrative Regulation 2.1 provides for contract oversight by the internal auditor, but there isn't an auditor. There isn't oversight. You're in violation of your own administrative regulations, so the public has to remind you of contract obligations. Are the contracts you write so unimportant that no one bothers to see if they are being enforced? I closed with this comment. Remember, 4 years ago, hire an internal auditor. Stop new expensive development deals using state tax credits, CIDs, TIFs, IRBs, etc., and cut back on Visit Wichita funds. Monitor third-party contracts and open them up to bidding. It is not rocket science. It is your job. It's what you're elected for. Again, I applaud the mayor, Dion Leffler, and the chief or city internal auditor for doing their job, and I, as a taxpayer, applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, can you, how long has our internal auditor been in her position?
Vice Mayor, I'm not sure. I know exactly. It's at least, I believe, at least 2 years.
Okay, and can you speak to how she knows what to audit, or we give her direction, or if the rest of the contracts that Celeste is mentioning are either in line or have already been audited?
Every year she goes through a risk assessment, looking at our city operations and where we have the greatest possibility of risk, works with the departments to help refine that analysis. Then she puts an annual program together based on that risk analysis. She also meets with mayor and council members, if I remember correctly, quarterly, goes through your issues, questions, but at the same time reports to you her findings on the audit reports that she's prepared. She has taken direction from the council. If you remember, one of the reasons this took a while is because we wanted to revise the job description for that position, and we wanted to bring in not just someone who was qualified, but someone who could report to the mayor, council, and the city manager. Previously, it was only to the manager. So we added that level of accountability as well.
And we do meet, we as in the council meet with her regularly, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Also, the other comment I wanted to make is this is my 3rd year on council, and in the past, well, I should say during my time on council, we have tightened up some of the development guidelines for developers, and maybe look a little bit closer on how we want to approve incentives than maybe how they have been in the past. And it's always been important to me to hold developers or anybody for that matter that is doing business with the city, to hold them accountable. So we do have several open lawsuits because it's been important to me. So I just want to make that comment after the last speaker.
Mayor, I have a brief comment too. Celeste, thank you for providing your comments. I agree with a lot of what you said. And because of that, after the last parking agreement on November 27th, I had a meeting with the internal auditor, Christina Rose, who does an incredible job. So
Sorry,
thank you for your comments.
Start
and thank you.
over, Councilmember Glasscock?
Oh, yes. Yeah, sorry about that. Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Celeste, I just want to say thank you for speaking and bringing up a lot of your points. I had a meeting with the internal auditor on November 27th where I requested this audit. And if you can send me via email, those additional requests that you had, I will make the same request to the internal auditor as well. So thank you for providing those, and my email is dglasscock@wichita.gov.
Thank you. We will, Councilmember Hoheisel.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Celeste. Appreciate you always holding our feet to the fire. I do believe we have moved away from taking on a lot more debt with these incentives. We've pivoted more towards pay-as-you-go over the last couple of years. So I agree with you on the debt. It's always something we need to take into account. And I do believe we've made improvements in that area, and also getting Christine hired. That's been a great boon. A number of other issues too that she's brought up to our attention as well. So we do communicate with her. We just met with her 2 weeks ago. I think she had our end of the year breakdowns with us to show some of the concerns and some of the results of her internal audit. So we're taking advantage of her the best we can here. Thank you.
City Manager, I'll just ask one more thing. I did not get the report from Christina, so I know that this was presented in our green sheet as her results. I would like all council members to get that report regarding this audit so that, again, all 7 of us have that same information. We will continue with public comment.
Good morning. I'm Tim Duggar, 924 West Douglas in Delano. I got to say I agree with Ms. Reset and Mr. Leffler on this parking issue. I appreciate what Mayor Wu has done, bringing up these past indiscretions, so we say. My question, first of all, is to Troy. The recommendation of A with the SMID, does that exclude Delano at this point? Yes. And then we'll come back and look at it. And I just want to be clear because we've had a lot of options. And okay, that's a good start. To go forward, I would ask the council members this question. What is the purpose of a downtown parking plan? Is it to simply monetize as many parking spaces as we can to make up for past ineptitude of past managers and councils? Or is it to enhance the downtown experience for customers, for people who want to come downtown? Is it to make it easier? Is it to make them want to come down, spend time, walk to different businesses, spend money, pay taxes and sales tax, etc.? What is the plan? Because some of this seems like we're trying to monetize as many parking spaces as we possibly can, and again, to make up for past just ineptitude of councils. And I mean, how else do you end up $18 million in debt? I mean, none of us could get away with that as citizens. So how does the city, and then we're like, well, this will cover it up. So let's make sure we know what we're doing and why we're doing it. I do appreciate that at least Delano has been heard and that we don't want our on-street parking with parking meters. What that means to your average client is I'm not going to run into the candle shop in Delano. I'm going to go to the one in Bradley Fair or New Market because I can just park there, run in, get mom a Christmas present, and go and then leave. Here, if we do, doing these on-street parking is, again, is telling people we don't want you to come to these small businesses. I have talked to small businesses in the downtown area. Parking's at a premium. Nobody minds paying for lots and garages. You get something out of the deal. Why we have to mess with the on-street parking, I'm not sure. But anyway, I appreciate being heard. I appreciate what Mayor Wu has done. Mr. Glasscock, I know you're up there somewhere. I appreciate what you've done. And again, just ask ourselves, what are we voting on? Is it to enhance the experience for the citizens, or is it to raise money, monetize, and try to cover up past mistakes of the council and of city management? Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Manager, could you please explain that the $18 million in deferred maintenance will not be paid for by this parking plan moving forward?
I think you just did. There's a recommendation on how to work through the existing CIP in order to I think through 2033 to address deferred maintenance issues in the garages without revenue anticipated from the parking system. And then what would happen is surplus in the parking system would be put aside for ongoing maintenance and improvements that are necessary after that.
Thank you.
We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning. My name is Darren Adelgren. I'm the general manager of the Pump House at 825 East 2nd Street in Old Town. The Pump House started in 1931 when Bob Ross opened it as a gas station, service station servicing the warehouse district of downtown Wichita, the area that would eventually become Old Town. In 2005, Jim and Judy Ross, still operating the station some 74 years later, had a decision to make. And that was whether or not to sell the property to one of the many developers who had been sniffing around, knowing that Old Town was growing, or figure out a way to do it themselves and determine what the destiny of the Pump House was going to be. They chose the latter. As members of the Wichita community and direct stakeholders in the success of Old Town, we believe the city's proposed paid parking plan is short-sighted and harmful to the Wichita economy. Instead, we believe adopting the 2% CID sales tax is a far more beneficial solution for maintaining our parking infrastructure and supporting local businesses like the Pump House. I myself have worked in Old Town for over 30 years, 17 of those years working at the Pump House. I once considered Old Town to be the crown jewel of downtown Wichita. Many businesses in Old Town have closed their doors completely. COVID did not help. Parts of the area are now overwhelmed by issues of homelessness, neglect, and a perception that Old Town is an unsafe area to visit. Adding paid parking will only compound those issues and give people yet another reason to avoid the area. We believe a CID sales tax offers a better path forward by funding the necessary improvements, maintenance, and hopefully revitalizing the area without overtly penalizing visitors. We believe a CID would spread the costs indirectly, being embedded in the cost of goods and services rather than being an upfront fee. Visitors may seem less concerned with a small increase on their purchases whereas a direct parking fee is an immediate and highly visible cost that will deter people from visiting Old Town. Paid parking also forces visitors to constantly be watching the clock, worrying about meters expiring or getting a ticket and a fine. The CID would allow visitors to stay as long as they want, enjoying a stress-free experience that people are accustomed to. The proposed parking plan will impose unnecessary burdens on visitors, discouraging them from visiting Old Town businesses. People being accustomed to the current parking system may opt for other shopping and entertainment districts where parking remains free. Implementing a $1 per hour or a $5 to $10 daily fee creates a psychological barrier that will hurt restaurants, retail shops, and entertainment venues like the Pump House. In contrast, the CID would spread the cost more equitably among all purchases made in the district, allowing visitors to enjoy hassle-free parking, promoting longer visits, and encouraging spending in local establishments without fear of racking up parking fees. We urge the City Council to reconsider a paid parking plan and adopt a CID necessary to fund the parking maintenance that we all know is needed and something is going to happen. So that's it. And thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Darren. We will continue with public comment.
Good morning, Rachel Thomas Murphy, Thomas Gray Interiors, located at 121 North Mead, Suite 107. Good morning, members of City Council. I'm here on behalf of the Wichita Old Town Association to express our support for Option E as the best solution to address parking concerns in Old Town. After thorough evaluation, the Old Town Association Board has unanimously voted in favor of Option E, with 2 members abstaining due to conflicts of interest. This recommendation was not made lightly. We believe that this option is the least disruptive to the district while preserving the historic and aesthetic character of Old Town, a cornerstone of its identity as Wichita's designated historic entertainment district. However, we understand that this option comes with additional financial considerations. Option E includes the establishment of a community improvement district with a 2% sales tax and increased non-retail parking agreements to $15 per space per month. These measures are necessary to finance operations, security, maintenance, and enforcement of parking time limits. While this is a significant step, we believe it's a fair and sustainable approach that balances revenue generation with the needs of our district. Let me emphasize a few key points. Number 1, Old Town's uniqueness merits a tailored solution. Old Town operates under stricter regulations than any other part of the city, from architecture and signage to landscaping and even fencing around mechanical equipment. Businesses face challenges unique to this district. Adding parking meters on top of these restrictions would only further hinder our ability to attract new business and maintain the district's vibrancy. 2, this plan respects Old Town's identity. Unlike other areas of downtown, Old Town's historic boundaries, defined as the north side of Douglas to 3rd Street and the west side of Washington to the railroad tracks, should guide this parking plan. Creating a separate parking system for Old Town aligns with its distinct role and character within Wichita. Number 3, Old Town has been a consistent partner with the city. For over 20 years, Old Town has been the only district consistently supporting the city's maintenance fund. We've proven our commitment to work collaboratively with the city, and Option E ensures that our district's unique needs and contributions are recognized in the parking solution. Old Town remains a vibrant destination for Wichitans and visitors alike. It is home to locally owned shops, restaurants, galleries, and entertainment venues that play a key role in defining Wichita's cultural landscape. Implementing a plan that preserves this identity while addressing parking challenges is crucial to the district's long-term success. We urge you to support option E as the most balanced, least disruptive, and historically mindful choice. Thank you for your time and for considering the future of Old Town as part of Wichita's broader vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Rachel, thank you for serving on my DAB. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that, be a fellow West Sider. I do want to clarify.
West side, the best side.
West side, the best side, that's right. No. I do want to clarify that what you're talking about is not the old option E. It's kind of been renamed by staff as option A-SMID.
Yeah.
So that's where we're talking about.
Yes, absolutely. Every parking meeting that I've been to, we've been releasing new information, and the new parking plan today would be what you just stated.
Okay, it's kind of a variation of the old option E, but
Yes.
it's actually called now A-SMID.
A-SMID.
A-SMID, so yeah, a new name.
New name.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
We will continue with public comment.
Hi there, I'm Stan Sheldon with Sheldon Architecture, and we're located at 800 East First Street. I've recently purchased the 115 North Meade building, just a block from my current office, and we'll be relocating our headquarters to that building, which we are super excited about. By the way, that's the first time that's been said publicly anywhere. So, gosh, I guess everybody knows now. So, we're super excited about the fact that the city actually wants to make sure that we enhance all of our public parking and pay for it. I'm all in favor of that. I think it's a very inspiring thing to see you guys taking this on and making sure we can get good parking and make sure it's maintained well. I think that's fantastic. I work with developers all the time that the parking situation is definitely almost the first thing that comes up in every conversation I have with a building owner. How are we going to handle the parking? Whether it's downtown or out in the burbs, it's always a parking issue. So I'm really excited about the fact that you guys are tackling this. So it's really a good thing. We've got to pay for it. User fees, or in this case, the sales tax, I believe is definitely the best way to handle it. The way that we option A, SMID. So I think that's I personally think, I've had a couple things. People said, hey, well, so many cities have this different kind of plan. They all pay for parking and meters and other things, and we're not, and that seems almost embarrassing maybe, or like we're really behind. We get people from out of town coming to our office fairly often, from consultants to clients and others that come to Wichita to visit our office. And I just recently had some superstars from the Boston area and from Florida come to our office to meet with us because we were going after a project here locally. And they were blown away and thought it was an amazingly friendly thing, the way we do handle the parking. Is it being funded well enough right now? No. Let's figure out how to fund it better. But do we just do it by throwing meters out there for everybody to have to work on, or do we do it through more of this sales tax approach? I think it's a really, really good approach. It's a user fee. It's people that are using it or paying for it in a real direct way through that sales tax. So I think that's a really great way to handle assessing additional cost and then charging the building owners the actual cost of the parking stalls on a per month basis, based on permits that they pull when they build out space. That's the way it's done today. You build out a certain amount of square foot, and your building is then assessed how many parking stalls that would take. Then there's a fee that's attached to that building permit for those per year costs. Adjust that, make that make sense. But then it's easy for the customer, it's easy for the client, it's easy for my employees, it's easy for those consultants, all those people to move and park and make it work. We just really like that approach a lot, and it's been very friendly. And I've had so many positive comments from clients and also consultants and out of state people that have come to visit us have thought, wow, this is a friendly place to be. How'd you guys do this? Really cool thing. I think we ought to think about that as a differentiator in a positive sense, as opposed to feeling negative about it. So I think we ought to just handle it in a little different way. The sales tax option, I think, is a really smart way to do it.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Stan. We will continue with public comment.
Morning, everybody. How are you today? I'm Maury Sheets with Mort's Martini and Cigar Bar, and Emma, who actually runs Mort's Martini and Cigar Bar. We came today because I've been down here 29 years now, and I go under the original laws that we were paying $7.50. And we've never had a problem with it. The only problems we've ever had at Mort's is probably some of the other maintenance issues that we have with lighting and landscaping. And of course, homelessness, that everybody's trying to do their best. And that's another thing we'll tackle some other time. But I really feel as though it's best to pay to play. And so Em would like to talk in greater depth about what it is that we see best for Mort's and for Old Town. And we've got a lot of people in this room right here who spend a heck of a lot of money in that market. And a lot of comments were made that the market is starting to slide a bit. Can't afford to have a slide a bit. We've spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on arenas and bringing Cargill and bringing other things back down there. We need to get rid of the dirty part of it and make that the showpiece again. We're already hitting people for hotel tax. We're already getting for sales tax. We're getting for every tax we can get. When I pick my wife and say, go put a credit card in that thing, she thinks there's going to be, boxes of packages shooting out of presents. She's not going to get out of the car and go put it in. A lot of the people that are going to be down there that you're going to ask just to wipe their car, they don't want to give you their numbers. They don't trust anybody. A lot of those machines that you're going to put out there, they're going to be gone the first 6 months to a year. I see in here that how much money you're spending to get it up and get it started. Why don't we phase it in and see if it works before we go and buy the whole things? Go do it everything, do a phase of it, and see if it works before we go buy all of them. It'd be very similar to buying bicycles, electric bikes, and finding a third of them in the river. Let's be smart with your money. That's why we hired you guys, to be smart with our money. And trust anything that you guys think is right, because overall, I think you have our best interest at heart. I just had to say, I really think that going by the hour is wrong. I'm not going to be able to have a good drink at Mort's, to go see a movie, have a good dinner, be wanting to run out and punch a clock. That's just not fun to me. And I'm not going to drive by 25 other bars to get downtown to go to Mort's when I can park right after their front door and pay just as much, if not less. At Mort's, we still pay for music too. So in addition, we'd have to charge 4%. I'm willing to take that risk if that's what you guys feel is best for Wichita. Thank you. Emma.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Emma Johnson, one of the owners of Mort's. As he said, we've been open for almost 29 years. I've been downtown for 27 of those. It's been amazing to watch it grow, but it's also been a labor of love. We are very pro the 2% CID, and we're very much for the raise in fees. We have been paying a low rate, but we've been paying that bill, and the only bill that we've gotten every month for all of that time. We would have paid an increase if we were ever asked to pay that increase. That's absolutely for sure. And I don't disagree that that should have happened a long time ago. But so many things that Maury and Darren from the Pump House have said. There's a lot of pieces about Old Town that people love. The ability to have a free and easy ability. It's an entertainment district. You're supposed to be able to bounce around from one place to another and not be concerned about having to make sure that you have enough time on your meter. I have the concern about my staff. Where are they going to park? If we leave at 3 o'clock in the morning, how far away are they going to have to be? How much are they going to have to pay? There's so many pieces to the Old Town District that make it a better situation to go with the CID and the increased fees on the business. I can tell you that even Chris Arnold from the brewery, who wasn't able to be here this morning, is also pro-CID. There's no business downtown that I have talked to that is not pro-CID and increased fees. To keep the environment of Old Town the same, the free and easy entertainment district that we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Emma and Maury. We just said thank you, Emma and Maury. We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning. I'm AJ Swartz, the CEO of the Morris Lang Law Firm at 300 North Mead in Old Town Square. Our firm has been a tenant in downtown Wichita for nearly 80 years now. And we're one of the original tenants in Old Town Square. We're not an entertainment district or entertaining business, but we're very much in favor of the A. Schmid option here. We would be on the $15 a slot and not paying sales tax, obviously, going forward. But it just doesn't work for our practice to have meters out there. We have lots of estate planning attorneys that have elderly people come in, and they're not going to want to pump a meter, and the hassle of that. We have people from all over the country, as the architect said, come in, and we don't know how long those meetings are going to last. It just is not workable for us, and we don't want to have a decision in my partnership as to whether we stay downtown or go somewhere where it'll work for us. So don't want to take up any more of your time, but I want to strongly endorse that A. Schmid option. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning. I'm Russ Hazelwood with Grable and Hazelwood. We're at 218 North Mosley. We also own a company called Essential Consultants that owns the building at 218 North Mosley. I also own a building with some partners in Delano. But principally, I'm here to talk about our law firm, which has been in the building at 218 North Mosley, which is right in the heart of Old Town, since 2011. Going back to this issue about what Old Town people have paid, we get a bill. We didn't know. Frankly, since 2011, we've gotten a bill from the city of Wichita. We didn't know what authority the city of Wichita had to charge us for parking. We paid the bill when it came in. When this came up, I said, yeah, if you think it ought to be substantially more, I'd probably say that's fair. But I wasn't even aware there was a contract until this issue came up. Our problem is not more money. We're happy as a firm to contribute more money to the parking situation, especially if it makes Old Town a cleaner and safer place. What we are against is having meters in front of our offices with no real options for our clients, many of whom are elderly, many of whom are injured, some of whom don't have cell phones and in some cases don't have money. It wouldn't be unusual for a law firm to pay to validate parking. However, the parking pass situation gives us no real ability to do that. And as Mr. Swartz just said, a lot of times we have things like mediations and depositions where people are there all day. And I don't want to get into a circumstance where people say we're not going to conduct this mediation or this deposition or do this business at your office because of your parking situation. If our lawyers spend all of our time driving to other people's offices, we're not going to be able to make the money that we need to support this business and support the parking. So we would, I can't remember, I think it's A. Schmid is the old E or whatever, I get confused about that, but we would support something where you increase our parking, what we pay per slot, and increase the sales tax, and that's what we'd ask you to do.
Thank you, Russ. We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ty Esau, and I'm the owner of Larkspur. I've been downtown, in Old Town, since 1999. And thank you for hosting this. We're talking about the parking issue, but the joke been for a year among our customers. We can't find a parking here. Yet I reply and I say, I pay for parking fee, yet you can't find a parking there. Part of it, and I heard we have over 1,000 stalls. my question is installing parking meters. I'm trying to picture that. A parking meter will generate more income to maintain the parking lot in Old Town. That will reduce our business. Old Town has suffered after COVID. By looking at our sales after COVID, it's been declining on an average 5 to 7% every year. Now, by installing parking meter, we're going to do an unfair competition, which is you're going to ask the people to come to Old Town to pay to go eat at any of these restaurants down there. Well, that doesn't help increasing sales down there or draw more customers. So proposing of the 2% CID, it's not a bad idea, in my opinion. And it does not create a competition on us. But I'll tell you now, installing parking metering down there, I will put my restaurant for sale. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning. Whoa. Tyler Cooper. I'm the president of Boulevard Theaters, soon to be opening in Old Town, 353 North Meade. So the current situation where the businesses in Old Town are the only funding source for the entire downtown Delano and Old Town parking fund is clearly unfair and clearly imbalanced. We all accept the fact that all the businesses in the downtown corridor need to be doing more. The mission of the City Council is to provide policy direction for the City of Wichita in developing, implementing, and maintaining the services of the city. Kicking the proverbial can down the road neither implements, maintains, or develops our city. We all know that we need to do something about this now. Wichita is one of the largest cities, as Vice Mayor Ballard pointed out, that does not have a paid parking plan. I like to say consumer paid parking plan because, as we all know, there are some businesses that are paying for this, but the consumers don't. Sorry, I had notes and I lost my place. It's understandable to think that a consumer paid parking plan would deter business from coming downtown. But clearly these larger cities and smaller cities than Wichita have had these plans in place, and it is not entirely deterred. There's not these ghost towns around these parking districts in other cities. Other larger cities thrive in these downtown districts that have parking plans. As a business and property owner in Old Town, I'd love to be able to tell people that it is free to park in Old Town. But the parking plan needs to be congruent across Old Town, downtown, and Delano. Creating different parking plans in these three areas creates an unequal advantage for businesses and property owners who are neighbors. A business on one side of the street gets Plan A, and a business on the other gets Plan B. This will confuse customers, which brings me to another point, that this is dramatically confusing. The parking plan needs to be easy to explain, easy to understand. Customers need to be able to easily identify how to pay for parking, when to pay for parking. Again, by having this bifurcated approach creates an equal advantage between businesses. Most importantly, using the CID in Old Town is a gross misuse of a tool that is meant to help developers and businesses invest in a project and make it work. If the CID is used in Old Town to cover parking fees, this tool becomes unavailable to anyone who is wanting to invest in Old Town for the next 20 years, while projects that happen in downtown and Delano would have this tool available to them, again, creating an unequal advantage and disadvantage for some areas and projects. This decision is not easy, No matter what we choose, there will be people against it. And the people that are against it are typically louder than the rest. Regardless, a decision needs to be made, and one that moves Wichita forward in a fiscally responsible way that helps develop, implement, maintain the service of the citizens of Wichita. I ask that you do not support the CID for parking in Old Town and support a plan that is equal and balanced between downtown, Delano, and Old Town. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you.
We'll continue with public comment.
Hello, my name is Isaac Barker, and I am the manager of the 209 North Emporia Hollywood Apartments, obviously on the 200 block of Emporia. And obviously, I want to start by thanking you guys for taking this issue on. I know it's not a popular thing. I know it's not a popular thing, and but obviously, it's something that's need to be addressed. The current plan isn't sustainable, so I totally get why we're here today. But what I want to talk about is a proposal or an amendment to one of these plans, and I apologize if this is addressed in one of the proposed plans already. I know there's been a lot of changes and stuff, but the complex that I own and manage has 24 units and has about 30 residents who completely rely on on-street parking, as I don't have an apartment, or I don't have a parking lot for my complex. And those tenants are about 2 blocks away from a city parking lot as well. And I want to thank Maggie and Troy specifically, who've been helping me kind of navigate and figure out all of this. And I understand that there's a possibility that there's a lower fee for residents that would rely on on-street parking. And I am just asking that we can consider a lower fee for those people who have to rely on that. As I know, it's probably a small niche amount of people, as most places downtown who have apartment complexes have a parking lot, and so it's just a non-issue for those people. But I know all of the different development plans and ideas that we have for the downtown area want to make it affordable for people to live downtown, and we want to make it easier and more convenient for people to live downtown. And I'm worried that this is going to be the opposite of that for my tenants. And so that's it. I appreciate your time. I'm just asking that there would be an option whether a complex could rent some spots in front of them, or if there would be an option for those who reside in the downtown area to qualify for a more affordable option. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Isaac. We'll continue with public comment.
My name is Rochelle Grady, and I'm with Perry Reed Properties. We actually have 7 properties in the downtown area, and then we also have one in Delano. So these parking proposals will affect all of my residents. Just following up, he was a property owner / manager. I think the biggest thing with the property management in the downtown area is that currently we're experiencing some vacancy throughout the city. So we are experiencing that in the downtown area. We've already had phone calls from current residents and people inquiring about apartments in the downtown area and whether or not there's going to be paid parking. I agree with the gentleman that was just up here. We do have some properties that have ample parking, but most do not, and most do use the city parking. So I just don't know what that's exactly going to look like for our residents if they do have to pay for that parking. And secondly, everyone has friends and relatives that come and visit them. So it's not a very friendly environment to have them come downtown and pay for their parking to see their loved ones, or just to come hang out, or do any of that. So my strong support is for the 2% sales tax increase. I just really want you guys to consider this, because there's a lot of apartments in the downtown area, and this will directly affect all those people. I just would hate to see it be harder to be able to keep our properties full and keep these investments going. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rochelle. We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning. My name is Heather Schroeder. I'm Executive Director of Downtown Wichita. I'm here on behalf of the Downtown Wichita Board, which voted several years ago to support the 2019 Parking and Multi-Mobility Plan. The Downtown Wichita Board supports option A as the plan that most closely resembles that original plan that they had voted to support. I'm hearing a lot of, let me go back for a second. Downtown Wichita is also known as the Wichita Downtown Development Corporation, and we administer the Self-Supported Municipal Improvement District on behalf of downtown property owners to provide an additional layer of services within the most heavily used district of our city. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the SMID at a later time. I'm hearing a lot of fear today from the community about what paid parking will mean. This is something that will be new for Wichita, new in the past 20 years anyway, as a lot of our previous parking infrastructure has been removed. I understand that with change comes fear, and it's one of my goals on behalf of Downtown Wichita to be able to help educate our consumers downtown, whether they be property owners or business owners or fellow residents of downtown like myself. So I wanted to go through, with the remainder of my time, some of the fears that have been exhibited today and counter those with facts. One of the fears is that metered parking will drive customers away. Studies have shown that people who pay for metered parking stay in a downtown district longer. They like to get their money's worth. For example, they say, I still have a half hour on my meter. Let's go grab a coffee or stop into one more shop. A fear exhibited is that the CID will solve parking enforcement funding challenges in Old Town. A fact is that CID is a development tool, and if we misappropriate that funding tool for parking, we will not be able to use that for redevelopment in the same district over the next 20 years. A fear is that customers will worry about feeding the meter and won't be able to hop around and enjoy their experience downtown. A fact is that parking will be free during most of the entertainment district's hours. As stated by staff, it will be free after 6 p.m. on weekdays, after 9 p.m. Friday and Saturdays, and all day on Sundays. A fear is that the 2-hour limit on meters is insufficient for the time of meetings. A fact is that off-street parking offers a reduced rate day rate that may be more appropriate for customers to downtown who plan to stay for more than 2 hours. A fear is that Old Town has been supporting maintenance costs for all of downtown through previous payment structures. A fact is that Old Town's payments have been in a $13 million deficit to cover those costs. A fear is that Old Town is different and needs free parking for their customers. A fact is that a railroad bridge separates Old Town from the rest of the SMID district or the downtown, and customers are mobile. People like free parking. They will seek out the free parking, and then there is a lack of enforcement for that parking. So it's easy to picture customers of Bite Me Barbecue or Norton's parking a block away in Old Town and walking, thereby further congesting the available free parking that's being subsidized through businesses in Old Town. As Tyler pointed out, it's an unfair policy to Old Town businesses to charge them for their customers' parking, whereas other businesses just blocks away don't have the same obligation. As Mr. Issa stated, he pays for parking for customers at Larkspur, but it's not guaranteed spaces for those customers. A fear is that paid parking will kill business. A fact is that the 22 other Midwestern cities in the top 100 in the US have paid parking. They have these systems, and that 0 of them have repealed it due to a negative impact on their businesses. A fear is that parking is expensive for downtown residents like myself. A fact is that city-controlled and owned parking facilities helps to control the cost of market rate parking. The market rate parking garage or surface lot won't charge a non-competitive rate because the city helps keep that cap in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Can I just ask Troy to quickly just go over Plan A SMID regarding will there be meters or no meters, and how A SMID is different than E?
Can you pull up the slide deck real fast? Perfect. So, and actually what I'll do is I'll go here. So, under A SMID, right, the recommendation is to move forward with meters and pricing in downtown and in Old Town. That's the strategy, right? The $1 per hour, the $5 all day, the monthly rate, so on and so forth. Excludes Delano, but the recommendation is to move forward with a plan that puts meters and pricing in downtown and in Old Town. The conversation that you've been hearing about a CID sales tax and about agreements with property owners or business owners that are not retail establishments, that are not generating sales tax, does not exist today, right? And there's a desire by a number of those property owners, business owners, to put together a request to have that CID and those contracts approved and entered into. But as of today, that does not exist. So our recommendation is unless and until that is packaged, presented to City Council, and subsequently approved by City Council, that we continue to move forward with meters and pricing, both in downtown and in Old Town. Again, just because we have no idea whether or not that will ever come to fruition or not, right? There are certain benchmarks that are required to establish a CID. There are certain agreements that are going to have to be entered into with non-retail businesses, right? How do we start dealing with those businesses that may disagree with establishing or entering into those agreements, right? So a lot of what you've heard are alternatives to option A SMID, right? But unless and until those things come to fruition, option A SMID is a recommendation to move forward with the acquisition, the installation, the testing, and the activation of meters and pricing in downtown and in Old Town, excluding Delano, unless and until such time as that CID with 2% sales tax and all of those additional agreements are packaged, delivered to the city, reviewed and approved by City Council. Does that answer your question?
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just texted Tyler Cooper of Boulevard Theaters, which take over the theaters, and staff has told him that the CID will be the best way for him to get some funds for the theater. So hopefully there's another revenue, but he did say that he would support a sales tax if he did not support paid parking meters in Old Town for his theater. So, but he wanted to use the tool of the CID to get money for his theater. There are other avenues. I guess my question is to staff, are there other avenues for him to get help with that theater to revitalize it and reopen it, things like that?
So,
other tools.
Again, we've gone through kind of the laundry list of economic development tools that we have in our toolbox, really, really high level. There's property tax abatement, property tax rebate, there's sales tax abatement, there's sales tax rebate. Generally, the property tax abatement and rebate programs, so for example, tax increment financing, which we, I think about 6, 9 months ago, maybe a little older than that, we actually just closed out the tax increment financing district that was used to renovate the theater previously. The challenge with the tax increment financing on an existing building where there's not a change in usage, you're probably not going to see an increase in valuation significant enough to really use tax increment financing as a tool to reinvest in an existing building use, so on and so forth. So for a business like a theater, which is primarily driven by sales tax, right? Sale of ticket prices, sale of popcorn and soda and concessions, right? For that particular use, a CID, sales tax rebate, is probably one of the best tools. Again, kind of alluding to Councilmember Ballard's conversation, comments a little while ago about a change in our policies and procedures as it relates to economic development, right? It would have to be, what we've talked to them about is they would need to make the investment upfront, right, in what we call a pay-as-you-go kind of scenario, right? So we're shifting the risk to the owner-developer. We're removing the taxpayer risk from that investment, right? They have to make that investment first. And then depending on how successful their business model is, the sales taxes that they're generating can go back to repay them for that capital investment. If a CAD is used to, again, so in that same scenario, right? All of these businesses sign on for a CID sales tax. That sales tax goes back into providing parking management and maintenance of those public assets like on-street, off-street, structured parking, so on and so forth. Especially at the 2% cap, none of those other property owners, none of those other business owners can take advantage of that sort of economic development tool because it's already being used for other eligible programs and services. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I appreciate that. A follow-up question is, right now it takes 100% of the business owners to approve a CID. What would be the process and how long would it take to lower that to 80%, whatever that is, or state 55%, the state of that?
It's a council policy, so the council, if presented with a petition that say 80%, the council could waive the policy for this one specific purpose and keep in place the 100% for other projects in the future.
Would we make that motion today, or would it be at a future meeting?
It'd be, in all likelihood, it'd be if at the time a CID petition is submitted to you.
Okay. Thank you.
I do also want to address the issue of incentives for the theater. City has provided incentives for the construction of that building and its use as a theater. I'd have a little concern regarding how much more involvement we would have, especially since we've also invested in infrastructure through parking to support that building as well as other buildings in the Old Town Square area.
Thank you. I'd be with that.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Question, well, are we still in public comment or are we back? I'll wait.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question about the CID. I kind of was hitting around at it earlier. Would it be possible to have discussions with the theater owner about potentially including something in the plan or any potential CID when it comes to us? I think we need to support the theater the best we can. It is a big draw to Old Town. So I'm just curious as to whether or not that could be part of the equation.
So, I mean, theoretically, anything that's eligible under state law as a reimbursable expense under that sales tax program could be used to reimburse for that improvement. Any dollars that are taking away from parking management, right, and parking maintenance and put towards something else is just going to have to be made up somewhere else.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, Troy.
Thank you, Troy. We will continue with public comment. Are there any other individuals who would like to speak during public comment regarding parking? I see none, or I see someone.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. My name is Vincent Hancock. I'm in the Delano neighborhood. We have this wonderful group called Delano United. We're a community development coalition which is comprised of businesses, residents, and churches who want to see Delano move forward. Just this last week, our Vice Mayor helped us celebrate 25 years of planning through first the 2001 Delano Plan, then the 2019 Delano Plan, to convert a rail to trail and come up with the new awesome thing that we call the Chisholm Trail Parkway. Thank you, Maggie, for being there. These are the types of things that a local area group needs to be in charge of. And so I do ask you, when it comes to our parking, to honor the 2019 Delano Neighborhood Plan, which clearly says that any changes in parking, which we do talk about the importance of parking in that plan, that needs to be done by Delano United. And everyone I've talked to said, with the upcoming changes to the having the hub involved, we're not saying that we need to be completely out of parking. We just need to wait for the timing to be more appropriate. I also have some comments about just being a Wichita citizen involved in parking all over this town. After a 3-month delay, I finally received some responses about our current income through parking. I had to ask for it and eventually did get 3 little pieces. Staff's previous presentation, as they went around the dog and pony show through the community, talked about how we needed to get $300 to $400 per parking space per month to make this plan work. So let's look at some actual income numbers from August of this year. The Block 1 garage at 360 East William Street brought in around $6,000. It has 253 parking spaces. That's $24 a space. We're losing money on that garage, according to staff's recommendations. Just outside that door, the City Hall parking lot, 455 North Main, pulled in $20,000 in the month of August, has 162 spaces. Did we hit our 250, 300 mark? Nah. We averaged $125 per space. We're going to have to make some changes, and we're going to have somebody on staff who understands basic math of income versus expenses to make this work, because what we're doing isn't working. Oh, and by the way, for the entire month of August, our total take for parking meters was a goose egg, which is exactly what we're paying to maintain on-street parking spaces, because it comes out of the out of street maintenance. There's no maintenance of that. We need to define specific, measurable goals of success. Are we having parking management so that we can have a good turnover in parking and availability for people to be able to park if they plan on patronizing one of our businesses? Are we trying to take care of garages that the city inherited that are $18 million in debt or something like that? Why in the world do we have mentioned in capital improvement projects arterial sidewalks and traffic signals? Those are not part of maintaining parking. Those are auxiliary traffic functions which need to be paid out of the normal tax methods of doing it. Those 3 line items are just completely absurd. And I want you to understand that there's an alternative dictionary or glossary that the developers really understand about this. When you hear a developer or someone in economic development tell you about parking management, what they're really talking about is a way to shift parking costs from developers to drivers. When you hear them talk about walkability, that's actually just a developer code word that translates into, I can make more rent money per acre when I don't have to pay to build parking lots. We need to have transparency so that we need to have all of these income numbers published on a monthly basis on the city website, income and expenditures, per lot, per garage, and per the parking meters, because it's obvious that it's been mismanaged for decades now. And I promise you, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are already plans in place that this project will be followed by a request to remove developer parking minimums from the zoning code so that developers can make even more money per acre, and we won't have any place to park. I'll stand for questions.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Vincent, appreciate you coming up here. When you talk about sidewalks and the street lights and stoplights and whatnot, is that part of the CID proposal that you're speaking of?
I'm talking about the slide where it talked about the $15 million of capital improvements, and it was saying sidewalks. And I'm completely fine with my tax dollars paying for a sidewalk wherever it is in this town.
Okay, if that's part of the CID, 10% of the CID is supposed to go towards public amenities like that, bus stop, sidewalk improvements and whatnot. So I'm wondering if that's part of what you're seeing. The second, it's not Poetry Parkway?
Excuse me?
Poetry Parkway?
Chisholm Trail Parkway.
Chisholm Trail Parkway? You didn't support Poetry
Trying to be
Parkway?
funny and it's not working.
Yeah, if you have to explain the joke, it's not funny. Appreciate you too, bud.
Point taken. Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you, council.
Vice
Oh,
Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just say I have mentioned many times that I think in the latest parking study, it shows that we only use 38 or 39% of our parking. And so we have a lot of surface lots and other spaces in the core that we are paying to maintain and it's not being utilized. So I definitely would not be opposed to looking at some of the zoning, potential zoning changes that reduce the requirement of number of spaces if it makes sense in that situation, because we have so many empty lots that we should be paying to maintain that aren't bringing in any money, and that's why our money is spread so thin for parking. And it's a big goose egg that we collected for enforcement because we have no enforcement right now. So that's why.
Definitely no enforcement. And just as a brief rebuttal. Go ahead, Dalton.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Oh, I just said I echo the Vice Mayor.
I understand it would require expense and time, but you heard me in a previous council meeting talk about my distrust of the parking study that was done, because in my neighborhood in particular, we know that we have about 98 to 99% occupancy rates up and down Douglas. And to come up with the number that we had a 50% occupancy rate, they included the houses that were a block and a half away from the stadium. And I maintain, who's going to be parking in front of their own house at 9:30 in the morning when you're doing a parking study? It was a completely bogus statistic to include those. I'm up for making decisions based on data, but we don't have the financial data, and I think that the parking study was biased. I think we need to redo it. So none of us wants this to lose money, but we've got to do the math to make it move forward. Thank you for your time.
We'll continue with public comment regarding parking.
Good morning, Christopher Parashow, President Delaney United. I did want to start by addressing a comment that was made in the November meeting after I spoke. It wasn't directed at me, but it was a general comment. And basically it was that there wasn't that many people at the meeting opposed to the plan. Many people spoke at the various other in-person meetings that the city hosted all around downtown and just outside of downtown over the months preceding the November meeting. Not everybody can come to the in-person meetings. It doesn't matter whether they're daytime or nighttime. It doesn't matter whether they're here at City Hall or the library or one of the many other different facilities where the meetings were held. Those who can't attend the in-person meetings have made choices to express their opinions online. And I think it's highly disrespectful of those people to disregard their opinions just because they chose to make them online. The city has social media pages and puts out press releases and solicits feedback through multiple different online sources. So to then dismiss or disregard those opinions just because that's the venue they came from is highly disrespectful. Back to the issue at hand, one of the, or more of the options presented activates Delano after the hub is completed. That was a concern I expressed in November, and I was told that wouldn't happen without coming back to City Council. But based on the presentation today, I'm not entirely sure that the coming back to City Council is accurate. Is that true or not? Just because other cities do something doesn't mean we have to. I would think that not having the additional expense of paid parking for visitors and patrons would be a positive selling point for Wichita. And based on some of the comments that were made by a lot of the people here from Old Town, that's the case. We should capitalize on how we're different. We should be the leader and not the follower. As far as the $18 million in deferred maintenance, if it's not being paid for by this plan, then why do we need this plan? Just implement the plans that we already have in place, such as the Old Town plan. Bring it back up to where it should be at this point in time, and you're getting another $500,000 in revenue that could be applied to maintaining the existing infrastructure. If we've got infrastructure that's only being used roughly a third of the time, look at what infrastructure could just be sold. Get it off the city books altogether. Reduce the costs before you start saying to the people, we need to increase how much you're going to pay through whatever revenue source you're going to use. $13 million over the last 20, 25 years of lost revenue is a huge oversight. Recently, the parks director was terminated over a $3,000 oversight. So who's going to be terminated for a $13 million oversight? If downtown can't implement a plan for downtown within its SMID footprint, then by definition, it's not self-sustaining. If it has to reach out to the other neighborhoods around it and say, we need money from you to make this work, they're not making it work within their neighborhood, district, whatever you want to call it. So keep downtown out of Delano. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Do we have any additional individuals who would like to speak?
Good morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Jason Gregory. I own property at 415 East Douglas. I didn't intend to speak because I didn't know if I was going to be able to be here this morning, so I didn't prepare any comments. But a couple things I wanted to share as someone who has spent a large amount of time working on downtown. Let the end user pay for parking at a price that the market will bear. That is how the top 100 cities in the United States deal with parking and parking management. That doesn't mean that in all cases you're going to pay an exorbitant amount. And I think a lot of the fear that I've heard this morning and over the discussions, in some cases that payment might be free. At certain times of the day, that might be free, or it might be very minimal. But the goal of paid parking is for us to manage the parking assets that we have. Right now, we're not doing that. And when I hear that we want to use a development tool like CID now to pay for parking, that really gives me fear and gives me pause. Because and this is something that, we've heard for years and years in Wichita, we're picking winners and losers. That is what you are doing. And adding a sales tax in one part of our district or downtown and not another, you're forcing some people to succeed and not succeed. The other thing that a CID will do is it's only going to charge the people who charge sales tax, where the rest of the users don't have to do that. Whereas if we actually have the people, the end user paying for parking, that's fair. And I think your job as leaders is to create a fair and balanced program. Second, we have to change people's behaviors. If we don't change behaviors, we're no better off than we are today. And in Old Town, a lot of the problem is you have hot spots. You have places that are in high demand. That's where you should charge the most. And parking garages that people barely or rarely utilize, that's what you should charge the least and push people to those areas. And maybe it is free. But I think, you know, thinking about not managing parking is a real oversight. And I think you're actually going to end up in the same situation. It's just going to be packaged differently. And then finally, at the end of the day, if we want people to use our parking assets, they have to be clean, safe, and well-maintained. And everybody here knows that that takes money. It takes revenue to do that. We all want a downtown that we can be proud of, that we want people to visit. But, you know, if you do the math and I go eat at a restaurant with my wife and we spend $100 and I'm paying an extra 2%, I just spent $2 that I shouldn't have. I could have paid that in parking, but I could have decided where I wanted to park. If I don't want to pay anything, I could park in the garage for free. If I want to park right in front of the restaurant, I might pay $5, but I have a choice. And that is a well-managed parking solution gives people options. And that's why I think it's really important that we really think this through before we start implementing different strategies throughout the strata of downtown, Delano, and Old Town. The best parking systems are simple. The simpler, the better. And if I can have an app to pay for it, if I can pay in cash or credit card, that's fine. I mean, that's what keeps it simple. Signage, identification, it's all the same. It's all the same system. And when I go visit other places, that's the type of solution that they have in place. And so I know people are scared. I'm scared. It's a change. But I also know we have data, we have all the information that Heather shared that is factual. And that's what we should be making decisions on, is facts, not fear. So thanks for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, Jason. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, I just have a question to something that Jason alluded to. So I just want to make, I already know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands. If we choose to do the CID option, does that include enforcement, or does that only basically carry the financial obligation? I just want to make sure that everybody understands like what that means.
Absolutely. So as we contemplated in the models that we've shown you, right? Yes, that included management and enforcement of time limits as they exist out there today. Yes.
With the CID.
Even with the CID and because again, what you've heard a lot about today, right? There's two, and they're not competing interests, right? They're actually very complementary interests, right? There's parking management, right? And when we talk about parking management, it's finding that balance, finding that balanced ecosystem, trying to achieve industry standard best practices, 80% occupancy in the highest demand areas. You've heard a lot of comments today about folks of, you know, hey, I've got spaces out in front of my business and people park there all day, every day. My clients can't find a convenient, easy locate parking space in front of my business. Parking management, right? You can't manage parking without some sort of tool such as paid parking or enforcement of time limits through, and unfortunately it's not the best practice, right? But enforcement of time limits. And then the other is just the cost recovery to provide all of your operation, maintenance, so on and so forth. Again, two interests, not competing, actually very complementary, right? But you can't have one without the other and vice versa.
So with Old Town not having meters, they will still have enforcement and management.
That's what we would recommend, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. We will continue with public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench for the council to speak. And I believe Councilmember Glasscock wanted to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll speak over anybody if I try to hop in a little bit later. When I got elected, I said that we have all the answers from this bench, but our community does. And I believe that the recommendation from staff takes into consideration input from our community and the concerns we hear from our community. I believe that a SMID is a compromise between A and B. I think it shows good governance is about giving and also listening. And I think it also addresses that enforcement that I previously had my conversations with car park and addressed as
Councilmember
well.
Glasscock, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because we're having trouble with the signal. Can you speak into the mic and maybe that might help a little more?
At all. Let's see if this works. I believe that a user fee makes sense. I believe it supports Delano, supported by Old Town, and it protects the SMID district. I think it's not just a win-win, but a win-win-win-win. And so I'll be supporting staff's recommendation today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I was reminded of my words by someone, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Option A is the best option for the city of Wichita. It covers every base. It doesn't take away a development tool, and I think it covers those costs long term, and it ensures that this challenge gets addressed, and that to me would be the perfect. The good would be the ASMID option, which is what I will support today as a compromise that addresses a lot of what we have heard. I do think this is going to come up in a few years, as I've told my colleagues as well, but I think the ASMID option is the way to go today to get started and begin the parking management plan for downtown Wichita. My hope is that folks don't get confused by it, but I will be supportive of it. I do have a motion ready, but I see other people on the board, so I will let my colleagues continue the discussion, and then I'll have a motion.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also be supporting the ASMID option. It will provide almost $300,000 more revenue to maintain our parking lots and provide security for our parking lots than option A. I think it makes sense. It ends up being a user fee through a sales tax. There's no way I would support a CID for a private business. That's just lining private businesses' pockets. So a CID for the theater, there's no way I could support that. So I will be supporting the ASMID. I think it gives us more revenue, gives us a great map forward. It is a parking plan. There will be enforcement, and I think it's a great option. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I've made some of these comments in the past, so sorry to be redundant, but for some of our new visitors with us today, we all know that something has to be done. And Councilmember Johnson stole my notes. We're never going to get to perfect, but we can get to great. Paid parking is critical for the health and vibrancy of a developing downtown like we have. And thank you to Heather for all your work and to your board. And it allows for the equitable and efficient management of our limited parking resources. That I think is really important, that we make sure that we're trying to be equitable and efficient. I want to thank staff, especially Troy. You have been a champion for this. You've been flexible. You've listened to people. So thank you for all your time and effort on this. I also want to thank the 16 community members who spoke today, the others who came today, and everyone who attended community meetings or provided comments on social media, sent us your emails. You were listened and heard, so thank you for that. I think we all agree we must modernize our parking system. I've said before from this bench, we don't make water the way we did 30 years ago. We don't check out books or resources from our libraries the way we did 10 years ago. We don't build streets and roads the way we did 2 years ago. So having a parking plan that's 30 years old essentially is not being thoughtful and considerate for growth for our city. Unfortunately, we can't make everyone happy, but I think today we have to be brave and do something, as I mentioned. We've been working on this for a year, and I think we've come to the best solution that we can. This is a compromise. This is moving forward, and this is preparing for progress in our core, and I will be supportive.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Troy, in particular. I'm sure you're probably the most ready to get through this. It's been a long process, going back decades even. So I do appreciate this, and I appreciate the fact that this is more of a user fee. However, I do have concerns, and I've expressed them a few times about this not doing enough to alleviate some of the debt that we have. And so that's just what makes it difficult for me to support any of these, is I just don't see the opportunity and the plan to alleviate much of that debt that we have with our current infrastructure. So again, I appreciate all my colleagues and all your work on this. Just adding in my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Before I go with a motion, Troy, I have one clarification. Earlier when we asked about the CID, you said you needed to know that within the next 30, 45 days.
Yeah, probably, again, and not to dismiss the agreements with all of the other retailers as well, right? Because we need to know holistically whether or not we're going to be able to supplant and achieve those benchmarks in our parking management strategies and in our parking fund. We're going to need to know in short order. I said 30 to 45 days, but maybe you can push that to 60, but we need to have all of that in place because, like I said, we're going to go out, we're going to amend the agreement with the car park, we're going to bring that back probably first part of January, and then we need to start thinking about purchasing this equipment, getting it installed, getting it tested, and getting it activated, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciated the Vice Mayor asking about giving a time frame just to make sure we were accountable and that we were moving. So I would make a motion. I move that the City Council approve option A, SMID. If a valid CID petition is not submitted within 60 days, then meters and pricing will be implemented in Old Town. Additionally, by the end of 2028, evaluate the success of the CID support of the parking plan.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Can I speak to the motion really quick? Thank you. I have the pleasure of representing Delano, Downtown, and Old Town, which has been a huge blessing, obviously, but has also made things difficult. But I believe that putting some type of parking plan in place and making sure that we add the 60 days to get all of the CID documents in order, and then doing in 2028, making sure that the CID is performing the way that everyone had hoped that it would, so that we don't get ourselves locked into a 20-year agreement that could potentially put us in a similar situation that we're in now and just not working. So I really appreciate Troy especially and the other staff that's been taking arrows and answering all the questions and emails. If this was easy, I would assume they would have done it a long time ago, but I think it is a good move forward for our community. With that, I'll pass it to the mayor.
I've been contemplating this decision because I'm really grateful that council members have come to a compromise. From the beginning, I've asked more questions because I knew that we as a community still had many unanswered questions. And so I voted against A or E the last go around. But my reason for that has always been that we need to make sure that we are maintaining what we have. The assets that we already invest in need to be maintained. That we achieve cost recovery, as that is our role in local government. And with this new plan of actually having a management system that will address mismanagement, I feel a little bit better. I also will continue to ask questions of staff to make sure that this is truly a clean and safe plan and that all costs to the system will be accounted for so that we're not, again, undercharging as we have been for the last 25 years. So my vote against this is not a vote against progress. It is actually a vote to remind us that as a council, we need to keep asking those questions because not everyone is able to come to our council meetings. And we have to keep looking at the details and asking to look at those agreements, like the 30 that I reviewed, so that, again, no mismanagement happens moving forward. So I'm grateful that this council is moving forward with a decision, but my vote will be against this plan, as I still feel like we have not been completely upfront with the community with all the data that needs to be shared, but I will be pushing for more data, more information to be shared with our community moving forward. With that, I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2. Madam Clerk, please call the next item. Sorry, it is noon. We will take a short 10-minute break and come back to begin new council business. We will now resume. Oh, we'll wait until. We'll return when our clerk returns. To our council meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please?
1 second. Mayor, we do need to wait for a fourth council member to conduct. Oh, we don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't realize. Thank you.
I'm here.
Apologize, council member. Okay, the next item is the public hearing and requests for letter of intent for industrial revenue bonds, Hyde Park Flats LLC.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. Do you want to wait for Councilmember Johnson as this resides in his district, or do you want to go forward?
We have Councilmember Johnston with a T. We're waiting for Councilmember
If we take the T out, we're getting closer.
without the T.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get going. The item before you today is a request for a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds. Hyde Park Flats LLC is a real estate holding entity that was recently developed and has acquired 213 and 215 South Hydraulic, as well as 212 South Greenwood. The properties are located south of Douglas on the west side of Hydraulic. Sam Jones and Eric Leschuk are managing members of Hyde Park Flats, and they are here today with us. On this aerial, you can see Hydraulic roughly a little bit right of the middle of the aerial, and Douglas is running along the top just outside of the picture. The areas outlined in red are 213 and 215 South Hydraulic and 212 South Greenwood, and you can see Hyde Park on the left side of the aerial there. Currently, there are 2 dilapidated commercial buildings and a vacant lot. They will demolish the existing structures, and they intend to construct 2 3-story multifamily buildings. These will include 12 studio units and 24 one-bedroom units as well. These are images here of the 2 properties. The one on the left is 213 South Hydraulic. The one on the right is 215 South Hydraulic. The developers are requesting a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $4 million. The IRBs are for a sales tax exemption only. No tax abatement is being requested. The estimated value of the sales tax savings is approximately $200,000. The city is not lending any money in this transaction. No taxpayer dollars are at risk, and the developer is required to achieve their own financing on this project. Therefore, it is staff's recommendation that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures. And again, Sam Jones and Eric Leschuk, as the development team, are here and can answer any questions specific to the project, and I would be happy to answer any questions as well.
Questions for staff or the developers? I have a couple of questions for the developers.
Hi there, I'm Sam Jones. I'm with Hyde Park Flats. Thanks for having us.
Good afternoon, Sam. I had a couple of questions about this project. First and foremost, I love seeing that there are more housing options coming on board here in Wichita. This is something that this entire council is in favor when it comes to more housing in Wichita at all levels. So I wanted to know how much will be rent for these studio and one-bedroom units, as well as how will you be addressing parking?
So the units are going to have 32 or 31 parking stalls available, originally 32, but we have to put a transformer on there. The rents are going to be between $850 and $950. Our goal with this project was to keep rents below $1,000, which is hard to find for a new build. And it varies between $850 and $950 because our units are between 500 and 700 square feet per unit.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And just one more question. This is a vibrant area that a lot of folks visit because of a business there. Can you just tell us why you decided to make the investment?
We really like this area. We think it's been underdeveloped thus far. We think that the path of development between College Hill and downtown is those two areas haven't connected yet with development. We think that getting more doors downtown is going to be crucial to help local businesses in this area. We think it's really walkable. We think that people that want to work downtown are going to be able to ride their bikes, walk. So we really wanted to get some apartments in this area to help support downtown businesses. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the investment. I see no further questions for staff or the developers. We will now open
Thank you.
it up. Thank you. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public. I did ask if there were any individuals opposed or in support of this plan. I asked staff that question, and they told me that there were none for either. So we'll bring it back to the bench now. This resides in Councilmember Johnson's district.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm always appreciative to see more housing opportunities come to our community and very supportive of this project. So I would move that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Amendments to chapters 520 and 903 regarding illegal camping, repeal of section 550.010 relating to aggressive conduct, and amendments to section 1144.100 relating to pedestrian conduct.
Good morning, Sharon Dickroff, City Law Department. I'm here today to discuss potential amendments to the city's illegal camping ordinance. Since 2013, the city has had an illegal camping ordinance. The primary enforcement tool that has been utilized has been the homeless outreach team. The goal of the homeless outreach team in the police department is to focus on homelessness, and its goal is to connect people experiencing homelessness with services and housing. Based on federal case law, the current WPD policy limits charging individuals for illegal camping to situations where there's a shelter bed available and the individual refuses to go or utilize that shelter. WPD policy currently also requires that illegal campsites be posted for 72 hours before they are cleaned up. Cleanup costs over the last few years, total cleanup costs for the police department in 2024 so far were approximately $164,000. That does not include additional WPD staff time to post and assist contractors with cleanups. Recently, Parks has taken a more expansive role in cleanup of these encampments. In 2024, approximately $167,000 has been expended for homeless encampment cleanups. Detailed costs are available on Park and Rec's website. Since early 2023, a number of departments have worked together to try to develop a more cohesive plan and process for dealing with illegal camping. These proposed amendments were discussed with the City Council in a workshop in November. The grants pass decision. Recently, the Supreme Court made a decision which clarified what actions cities can take to enforce illegal camping. The opinion held two things. One was that penalizing this type of conduct or the sentencing imposed in the city's ordinance did not violate the Eighth Amendment right, and they also concluded that there was not a legal requirement that a shelter bed be available. The proposed amendments address a number of different areas: illegal camping, camping in parks, aggressive conduct, and pedestrian conduct. One example of camp cleanups or encampment are in the photographs. The proposed amendments make a number of procedural changes. The definitions are clarified as to what actions are prohibited. The ordinance is revised to allow for quicker cleanups at certain locations which pose health and safety concerns. Those are namely doorways, sidewalks, areas near bridges, walking paths, bus shelters. These locations may be cleaned up without a waiting period or posted notice, and these locations will be given priority from the clean team. What that process would look like for these immediate cleanup areas is that a complaint's received, city staff would then go and verify that there's a campsite. If there's a person present, person would be provided the appropriate resource lists and given time to remove the property. What that time period looks like is going to depend upon a number of factors. Where is it at? What is the availability of the cleanup team, and what types of things are there? As Parks and PD can testify, no two campsites are the same. They all vary. Once the person has cleaned up the property, the clean team would then complete the cleanup. Non-soiled items and identification, anything that would be left, would be impounded and kept for 30 days. If the person is not present in these areas, again, we would verify that there is a campsite. The park cleanup team would be notified. They would then go and clean up the area. Non-soiled items and identification would be maintained. There will be a notice placed on these areas that would include information on homeless resources, the location of the MAC, and the location of where they could obtain any impounded items that were taken. This is the second area of camp cleanups that we are calling a lower priority, less of a health and safety risk, wooded areas, certain areas throughout the community. These areas would be similar to the process that's done now. They're going to be posted for 48 hours for the person to leave if they're present. The notice would also provide information regarding homeless services. If the person refuses to leave and they have been told previously that they are not allowed to camp there, the individual could be cited with a violation of the camping ordinance. The process for these areas, much the same, with the exception of that there will be a notification posted giving the individual 48 hours to clean up the area. Information will be provided on homeless resources, and any non-soiled items or identification would be impounded for 30 days. No person is present. This process is going to look much like it does now. It'll be posted, giving notice that it will be cleaned up within 48 hours. Information on resources would be provided. These cleanups would have a lower priority than those cleanups in other higher health safety locations. This is the type of information that's currently being provided to individuals regarding resources, shelter resources, phone services, other areas where they can go to get shelter, especially during the winter months. The ordinance comparisons, currently all locations have to be posted for 72 hours before cleanup. The maximum fine is currently $500. We're recommending that that fine be lowered to $200. For certain public locations with higher health and safety concerns, no notice is required. Again, other locations would require notice for 48 hours before cleanup. The ordinance also outlines a process or procedure for impounded items, the types of items that staff would locate and would maintain, identification items that are in usable or new condition, Those items would be saved for 30 days. Items that are soiled, mildewed, broken, do not need to be maintained. The current proposed process is that Public Works would be responsible for the storage and return of those items following that 30-day or during that 30-day period. The proposed ordinances also clean up areas of illegal camping on private property. Situations have occurred where squatters will go on property that is otherwise vacant. Camping on private property is prohibited unless you own it. You can temporarily camp on private property if you have the permission of the owner. Temporarily camping is 72 hours, or we refer to it as the mother-in-law. In-laws can camp there for 72 hours. You cannot camp in an accessory structure, meaning a garage or a shed, something that is normally not authorized or appropriate for habitation. Camping in RVs is also prohibited on private property. There are a number of exceptions. Commercial property that allows overnight parking, RVs that are in a licensed RV park, and then there is a temporary 30-day permit that can be granted from MABCD. The ordinance allows a wide range of agencies or internal departments to enforce the camping. City manager is authorized to designate other individuals or departments. Again, the penalty is lowered from $500 to $200. The court can order community service, and currently the community service rate is $10 per hour. And I did misspeak when I presented this at the workshop and said $8. It is $10 per hour. The ordinances regarding illegal camping in parks are amended. Violations for camping in parks would be filed or charged under Title V. The ordinances are also amended to make it clear that any overnight camping of RVs on park property require the approval of the park director. Aggressive conduct. In 2017, the city enacted ordinances regarding prohibiting aggressive conduct from individuals seeking to obtain an item from another person. Most of these actions are prohibited by other ordinances. Staff is recommending that the ordinance be repealed as it is duplicative. Pedestrian conduct. The ordinances regarding pedestrian safety are amended. First, to address case law limiting the scope of these ordinances. Individuals are prohibited from approaching a car in the roadway and attempting to hand off or exchange an item. Amendments also prohibit conduct which impedes the flow of traffic, standing, sitting, laying in the roadway. Provisions also are added that parents may be responsible for children violating the ordinances. Since this is a traffic infraction, minors over 14 could also be cited with violation of the ordinance. The amendments clarify the actions that are required, that they have to enter into the roadway or at an intersection to facilitate the transfer of something from the driver or the occupant. A new section is added to the ordinance which does deal with impeding the flow of traffic. This is to address some TikTok challenges that are out there, encouraging folks to lay down in the roadway and then give the officer a coupon. Penalties for this ordinance, it's currently a traffic infraction with a fine not exceeding $500. The current fine, which is set by the municipal court for the fine schedule, is $91.50. The amendments do not change the penalties and do not change that it remains a traffic infraction. From a timeline standpoint, if the ordinance is approved today, the second reading would occur on January the 7th. It would be published on January the 10th, and enforcement could start as early as January 13th. It's recommended that the council place the ordinances on first reading and authorize any necessary signatures. And I would stand for questions. Representatives from the police department and parks are also here, as is Sally.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Two specific questions right now. I had a person reach out to me at an event, and they told me they have current permission from a property owner to reside in a vehicle on that property, how would this impact them?
This would not allow, I need to think about this. So they're in a car, not a RV.
It's not an RV, but it's bigger than a car. I don't want to say.
I don't know whether Kaylin's here. I would say if it's not a normal vehicle that they could reside in, i.e. running water, that would not be allowed.
Okay. And then two, I was told by a service organization, and I don't know if you can answer this, that our emergency shelter has hit capacity twice since it opened.
That's going to be a Sally question.
I just wanted to confirm if that was true or not.
Actually, I'm going to defer to Don Shepler, who's here from Humankind, as there's been no data entered into HMIS for us to verify that.
Okay, thank you.
On? Good afternoon, Don Shepler, Humankind. Sorry, I'm not feeling the best. Since we opened early from our proposed date of December 2nd to November 29th. I do have the date or the numbers from December 5th through the December the 15th that show record numbers for us. Right now, the shelter can hold 266 sleeping bodies. There are 128 men in the gymnasium, and that's per fire code capacity. There are 72 beds in the women's shelter per fire code capacity, and there are up to 66 beds in the library per fire code capacity. Right now, we're seeing the same numbers that we saw in January of this last season, which concerns me greatly, just because we've hit numbers that we did not hit last year, and knowing that it was in a different location. However, we've never turned anyone away for a bed, nor have we run out of beds at this point. There have been one occasion where the men's shelter side did fill up the gymnasium. We did not have to extend over into the flex space, which is being utilized in the gymnasium area. We have filled up half of the women's shelter area, or just hair over half, a couple of times so far this season since we have opened. While we have not hit our maximum capacity of 266 bodies in the facility, it will not be long until we hit that.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the clarification, Don. We've heard a number of things on all sides. So the men's shelter, we've hit the capacity in the gym, but we have not had to go over into the flex space yet?
Correct.
Okay, and so it looks like the flex space will be mostly men if the women's side is halfway.
Correct. We anticipate utilizing the flex space as a men's additional sleep space. However, you have to also understand, if we have more than 72 women come in and we have more than 200 men come in, there are not going to be enough beds for the women and the men. We cannot co-gender sleeping spaces. And so once we hit those caps, no more than 72 women and no more than, I don't know, what 128 plus 66 right now is. But whatever that capacity is, we won't be able to go over those. We do have the capacity of allowing people to sit in the day room up to 169 bodies. At that point, we're going to have to look at staffing again, because we now will have over 500 individuals in the facility at any given time, or I'm sorry, over the nighttime period.
Okay, so the usage so far has been exceeding your expectations as far as how many people are coming through.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a few other questions for staff.
Okay, am I done?
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
At least right now.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
I still had a few more. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
We'll continue with Councilmember Hoheisel.
The long-winded one, so be ready for that, guys. Sharon, thank you for your work on this as well. 72 hours for it to be considered a temporary camp on private property. Is that also the current standard for public property as well?
We wouldn't allow any camping on
Okay,
public
so
property.
there's none for.
Right.
Appreciate that. Can we go back to slide 96? Okay, up here we talk about the impounded items. Do we have a process, or is there a need to put it into ordinance to keep personal data, birth certificates or IDs, or maybe keepsakes like pictures of family members or something for longer than the 30 days?
At this point, the ordinance would require impounding for 30 days. That can certainly be longer. Storage does become an issue at some point. Certainly any ID, birth certificates, any identification or documentation is going to be kept for at least 30 days. And at some point, that type of information is probably not going to be destroyed. It's going to be sent to property and evidence. Those specifics on the processes and procedures are not completed yet. I'm going to look at Reggie. Reggie's over there shaking his head. We're still in the process of working on those. This is a minimum of 30 days. When you start getting into pictures and keepsakes, I may want the picture of me with my mouth open looking squirrely with my brother. I mean, I don't know how you can tell staff what to keep and what not to keep. I think historically folks will say if it's really important to the person, they're going to have it on them. They're not going to leave it somewhere. But you're getting again into the subjective nature of what I think is important and what you think are important are could be very different things. So we want to be fair with these folks. We want to make sure that we save what we can. But in many cases, most cases, these things are wet, mildewed, can pose safety issues for us to store them long term. So it's going to be a balancing act for the folks that are out cleaning these things up. And I'll look to see if Reggie has anything to add. Come up.
We're in the process right now of finalizing the standard operating procedures of what that would look like. We have a draft version now that's being reviewed by our team. The other departments that have been involved in the process will have an opportunity to look at it as well. So once it's completed, it's something that will be shared with everyone so they know what those processes are moving forward once we start working on managing that process internally.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. I also do have concern, like, some of these people might be going to SAC or some treatment and not be able to get back and collect any items before the 30 days is up. So a little bit of concern there. Also, I know we get pretty subjective in there, but we got to parse through that and make sure that what we're keeping, what we're making sure that we keep is our, again, personal items. I think maybe if we can figure out a way to pick and choose what meets the appropriate standards there beyond just IDs and birth certificates and whatnot. So I will continue to keep up on that process as you guys develop it. Okay. Thank you, Reggie. Sharon, is there any reason we're going 48 hours instead of 72 hours on notices to address the cleanups? Is it currently 72 hours?
It is currently 72 hours. I think that was a happy medium and a perceived direction to staff to limit those to allow for quicker cleanups. Certainly, it can be longer than 48. 48 is not a magic number. Back to your question on 30 days, the 30 days to keep impounded items, it is in the ordinance. It's a minute, I mean, it doesn't say it, but we can certainly add a minimum of 30 days. And that's consistent with the city's ordinance on keeping found or unclaimed property that the police department. So those time periods are consistent.
Okay, thank you for that. What's the training going to be for any of the people who are going to be out there to remove campsites or to get the process started? I think we're going outside of the hot team in order to initiate some of these.
I believe that that's correct. Reggie's hired four people who will start first thing after the first of the year. They'll be giving the standard training, cleanup training, any sort of dealing with hazardous materials type training. I'm looking for Reggie to see what else that training is going to encompass. You should just stay up here, Reggie.
Trauma-informed training, is there anything that pertains to that?
So the training that we'll be doing with our team is just what the process is on how they collect the items and how they're stored, and making sure they take photos of everything that's being identified so that we can have that for those individuals when they're ready to recover it. And we will work real closely with the hot team and have the resource guide that's available that we can share with those individuals so that they can get access to services that are available. So part of that process, when we get them on board after the first of the year, they will go through training on what that looks like and be familiar with the standing operating procedures as well as the new ordinance that's in place so that we can align with that.
Okay, my preference is definitely to include some trauma-informed training with any people who might be initiating this or going through the cleanups as well.
Okay. We can definitely take that into consideration.
All right, thank you. Captain Moses, I saw you here, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate you coming up here. And when we are addressing encampments now, I see that we currently have jail time as part of the enforcement model. And you had indicated we had 5 cases where we've actually used the jail time. I think that was what was said in workshop. Oh, appreciate it.
There was 1 charge in 2020, 2 charges in 2022, and 2 charges in 2023. The one in 2020, the individual was found guilty. The 2 in 2022 are unresolved, which is fairly common for these types of offenses. 2023, 1 was convicted and 1 was dismissed.
Okay, so 5 cases. Is there a need for jail time to be a part of this equation in order to get in there and clean up problem campsites?
The only reason why it has my opinion as a prosecutor, is that you want some sort of potential of jail time so then you can put them on probation. And you can put them on probation to try to get them to enter into those services. You need drug and alcohol counseling, you need other assistance as a motivator. If we've tried the social service motivation and we're not getting there, is there some other type of motivator? And you can probably speak better to that than I can. If you want it to be a fine only, that's fine, but you're going to have a revolving door. I mean, I'm going to pick up offenses, and I'm never going to come to court because there's no incentive to come to court.
Hey,
and it is a balancing factor. I know you've talked about some other options for the court. A lot of these cases are going to go to our mental health court, where we have some of the best judges we've had, I think, since I've been here, that understand mental health certainly better than I do, that can help try to hook these people up with the appropriate services and try to get them into a much better place.
Okay, but the jail time is not needed in order to clean
You have
up
to have
camps.
jail time to put them on probation.
To get them on probation, but in order to clean up the camps, we don't.
No.
Okay, the one case that we did successfully prosecute, is there any follow-up as to what happened with that individual?
I do not have any. All I'm going to have is the court data, which is just data.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
I would just say, because someone is cited does not mean that they were arrested. In the city of Wichita, we utilize notices to appear all the time, which is essentially a citation that says you violated this misdemeanor. In lieu of taking you to jail, we're going to provide you with a court date, a date for you to show up at municipal court. There's very few mandatory arrests on misdemeanors. DUI would be one, domestic violence battery would be another. I would anticipate that in these situations, the direction from the chief of police would be that we would err on the side of a notice to appear for this individual, provide them with a resource sheet like what was provided in the presentation, and a court date. And again, that would be if someone refused to comply with an order to move along, or if someone was a repeat offender of the violation.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it, Captain. And then, is community service applicable for the fines for panhandling? We indicated $91 is the fine that we give. Is that going to be eligible for community service as well?
Community service is always an option for any type of offense. They have to come to court and ask for that as an option. And then it's up to the judge's discretion as to how many hours they want to order. If it's $91, you have 9 hours of community service. But that's always an option, and it's an option based on our Title I ordinances that outline the court costs and fees, and that community service for inability to pay, the court can always order that.
Would that need to be codified in the ordinance?
I wouldn't think that you would need to, since it's already in Title I. If you want to make that clear, that could certainly be added.
Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
That's it, Mike? That's all you got? Okay. Thanks, Mayor. I have a couple questions. They're kind of all over the board. How has it worked right now? I feel like we were kind of lax a little bit until the shelter got open.
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. Currently, as far as the Wichita Police Department is concerned, the majority of the enforcement is conducted by the homeless outreach team. In fact, almost all of the enforcement is conducted by the homeless outreach team. There's a few reasons for that. Number one, the complexity of the current ordinance and the complexity of the existing case law until we can clean up our ordinance and policies to match that. But as you all know, you hear from constituents about complaints about encampments. I know you all communicate with the homeless outreach team and the chief passing those complaints along when you receive them. We have 3 homeless outreach team officers currently, and 3 homeless outreach team officers means we have to prioritize how we enforce these encampments based on complaints. So generally right now it's complaint driven. The chief's direction, I spoke with him about this yesterday, would be that it continue to be complaint driven, that we are responding to complaints about encampments and basing our action based on those specific complaints about an encampment at a specific location. One of our goals through the change in this ordinance is to simplify the ordinance language so that it's easier for everyone to understand and can be applied by more officers than just the homeless outreach team. We understand that comes along with policy changes and training for all of our people. One of the big discussions we're having right now, the chief and other individuals in city government, is if we respond to a 911 call regarding a complaint of an encampment, we go out, we identify a camp. What's the next step if there's someone there? How do we make the effort to connect that person with services? And who are the services that we're connecting them to? Those are some of the questions that we're working through to ensure that we are having a trauma-informed approach, that when we do encounter someone who is out in the cold camping, sometimes not because they want to be, many times not because they want to be, how do we then connect them with services and ensure that there's follow-up? So all of those things are encompassed into how the ordinance is enforced. I think your question was more about how it's enforced now, and how it's enforced now is by a limited number of officers in the homeless outreach team.
I know the HOT team has not been to full staff for a while now. Do you think a potential solution could be to fully staff the HOT team? My issue is, I worry about just opening it up to everybody. The HOT team works so hard to build relationships and build rapport with some of the individuals that we're talking about. And they have all the training, you could possibly dream of, I'm sure. I just worry about opening that up to, I don't know, lots of different people, I guess, on the department or parks or MABCD, or I just am concerned about opening that up to everybody when Nate and his team are trained so well to do that, and they haven't been fully staffed for a while.
Yeah, no, I don't think having a fully staffed homeless outreach team of 4 or 5 people would be able to keep up with the amount of complaints that we receive related to encampments. I do think that we can leverage the experience of the homeless outreach team and share that experience with our officers. Our officers enforce city ordinance and state statute every day, all the time. Part of their job is to understand what the law is, what is or is not allowed, and what services are out there. And we can help provide that information through policy enhancement by saying, a step-by-step process of, if you respond to an illegal encampment and there is someone there, these are the steps we expect you to follow. But no, I don't think having a fully staffed homeless outreach team of 4 people would be able to keep up with the complaints that we receive, even just to keep up with the complaints that we receive that are passed along from city council. I don't think that a fully staffed homeless outreach team of 4 people could manage that for the entire city.
Okay. This question might be for Sharon. Would jail time offer the right to have an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Reggie, this is probably a head nod. Have people really reached out to you asking if they could have your permission for an RV? Sharon mentioned that you could reach out to the park director to have an RV on public land, right?
I know Troy had requests
really?
for some over the weekend.
I was just curious.
Can I park my RV? I mean, I don't think it's but there have been an occasional one-offs that I'm traveling through. You have a nice park.
Okay, awesome. And I would say my last just comment is I'm a little bit concerned about taking away the bed verification to call and make sure that there is or isn't a bed available before we kind of shift people around. So that's just a comment I wanted to make.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I am not sure if these will be for Captain Moses or for Sharon, so I'll just kind of spit it out there. But there's lots of chatter, right? There's lots of, worst case scenario discussions happening. I've personally never been involved with the justice system, which is a good thing, and I know a lot of people asking these questions probably haven't either. So I'm just going to ask some basic questions, okay? So let's say that this passes, and on January 13th, enforcement would start in a different way. And there's a gentleman camping, correct? And he's been there for a couple days, and so he gets issued a citation from police, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So say more.
Whether, and I think that's maybe a misunderstanding.
That's what I'm trying to ask the questions that I'm hearing.
And this may be better for Aaron, but I'll take my shot and you can correct me.
Can you also show slide number 88 and 89? That's where the process is.
I mean, whether or not they're actually given a complaint to go to court is different from, we need to clean this up.
Okay.
So the decision as to whether the person is charged is up to the discretion of the officer, just like whether we take them in or whether we give them a notice to appear. Those are all discretionary acts.
Okay.
So I think the officer can give them a notice, verbal notice, or we're going to give you a written notice that you can't camp here, you need to leave. And then at that point, there's going to be a conversation with the officer and the individual as to what the next step is.
Okay.
No, that's mostly correct. When we make an arrest by policy, you have to have supervisor approval to do that. So any citation for this offense would require supervisor approval in order to make that arrest, even if it's issuing a citation. Technically, that's still an arrest for violation of the ordinance. So 911 call comes in, there is a person camping under a bridge. We've identified that in the ordinance as an immediate removal location due to safety hazard, right? Yeah. Officer responds to that 911 call, identifies, yes, there is a camp under the bridge. Yes, there is a person with that camp. That's when the dialogue begins of, hey, it's January 13th, this ordinance just changed, you may not know that, this is now an immediate removal. You cannot camp here. You're gonna have to move along. Also, here's some resources. You know, we showed that sheet. That was the sheet from 2023 that we used for the winter of 2023. But we would certainly work with Sally, her team, and providers in the area to identify a list of providers so we could provide that information to that individual. Likely, especially on January 13th, citations and arrests would not be made. It would be education of this ordinance has changed.
Good to hear.
There is an emergency winter shelter located, run by Humankind Ministries, located on North Main. Is it Main? I think it's 1025 North Main. And you can go there if you need a place to stay. We benchmark ourselves against other places in the country and in North America, to be honest with you. Through Major City Chiefs Association, we have a partnership with the Edmonton Police Department in Canada. They've very successfully worked on a large level to increase the enforcement of their encampment laws. That comes along with a strong foundation in service delivery. And that's where we would lean on our partnerships and say, okay, we're here to deal with this complaint about a camp. And that is a violation of the law. That's us, 100% of the time. That's what we do. We go out and we enforce the law. The part that has to come along with that is connecting that person with services to say, if you don't want to be camping outside, here are some people who can help you in your situation. And what we're working on now is the discussion of who is that we connect the person to, and what does that process look like? We have a few different options of what that can look like, but January 13th, this changes. No, we're not just going to go out and do, I've heard sweeps, right?
Yeah.
That's not going to
exactly
happen.
right. That's what I'm hearing too.
I talked to the chief about that yesterday. He said, absolutely not. That's not the direction that our department's going to take. We are not going to go out and do proactive sweeps of camps. That's not going to happen.
Okay, I'm going to channel my council member Holheisel for a moment and ask you a whole bunch more questions, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So, you know, they're, and these are questions that people are asking me. So I just want to make sure that I'm making sure the public hears it. People know that I'm being responsive to the questions I'm being asked, and knowledge for myself. So you said they're giving a citation. Does that mean technically a fine?
No, not necessarily. We're giving them a court date. We would be giving them a court date saying, we believe that you have violated this city ordinance. You need to go to Wichita Municipal Court on this date at this time. Any fine with that would be associated with what happens at the court level.
At the court. So what happens if, you know, I'm homeless and maybe some underlying factors of mental health, substance abuse, don't have transportation, you know, all the things, and I don't go to court?
I will let Sharon answer that question.
If you've been given a court date and you fail to appear, the court will issue a warrant for your arrest. And you would be then subsequently at some point picked up on that warrant. Most of our warrants are OR, which means I can sign and agree to come to court again. So they may spend a day or two in jail on that warrant, and then they would be given a court date or seen by the judge the next morning on the video. I would guess that many or most of those people would then be kind of forwarded over to the mental health court track to try to help get that person into services or try to get them the help that they need to get out of this cycle.
Okay, so one of the things that I'm hearing consistently is, you know, January 13th, we're going to do these sweeps, and I'm super glad to have that reinforced that that's not going to happen. The other thing that I keep hearing is that we're going to overburden the jail system because now lots and lots of homeless people are going to be arrested and put in jail. And so if somebody isn't enforcing it, they're going to get a citation, then they have the opportunity to go to court. Then if they go to court, then they have a warrant. So there's much more of a process than you are in a camp, we're cleaning up your camp, and now we're taking you to jail. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to verify that because those are the things that I think there's a lot of, you know, discussion in the community is being homeless a crime worthy of going to jail? And there's finding the balance between compassion, which we want to have for individuals who are extremely vulnerable, but then also the public safety of the community. So that's kind of where I am. Just one last question to clarify, and then I'll stop being Councilmember Heisel for a moment. Who can issue the citation then? Because there's also been some confusion that, can Park and Rec give a citation and clean up a camp? Does it have to be a commissioned law enforcement officer? Who can actually give a citation?
The way it's written right now is that PD, Parks, anyone that's listed in that group could issue a citation or a complaint.
Because there was some discussion during the parking issue a while back that, some council members maybe had angst with people being able to offer citations that weren't commissioned law enforcement officers. And so people have said, well, I'm assuming there'll be a special training. I mean, just say more about how that would happen. I understand with PD, you do it every day, you're doing it every day already. For new folks who might be able to offer citations, what's that process?
The only real new group is going to be Parks.
Thank you. That's what I meant.
MABCD also issues citations. They're not a certified law enforcement officer.
Thank you.
But they're trained on how to fill out a complaint, what their rights are. We do training on search and seizure. So those types of training, and I don't know that a decision has been made necessarily for Parks to be a citation-driven process yet. We just wanted to make sure that Parks had the authority to clean those things up, which is why they're in the ordinance. The ordinance allows the manager to have other folks, which means, do we want a contractor to clean it up? I am well aware of the hesitancy of having contractors issue citations. That's not being advocated or included at this point, but it could at some point.
Okay.
But no, there's a process. From a prosecution standpoint, I don't want people to just start filling out complaints and sending them to municipal court.
And that's the,
It's not
concur.
good. It's not good for anybody.
It's not good for anybody. That's all the questions I have for now. I may have more, and I have comments later. So thank you both.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. For Captain Moses, good. Don't sit down too long. CIT training, or crisis intervention training, is part of the homeless team, outreach teams training, correct?
They may have attended CIT training. I don't know if it's required to be a member of the homeless outreach team, but many of our officers are trained in crisis intervention.
How many of your officers are training on crisis intervention?
It was somewhere around 200, I believe, but we've used other training methods like ICAT, Integrated Communication Assessments and Tactics, recently that the entire agency went through. So de-escalation training and communication training is a cornerstone of what our officers go through at every level. Additionally, we, I just thought of something as I was speaking. Science-based interviewing is something that we use on a department-wide scale as well, which has to do with cognitive interviewing and more gentle conversation techniques. So I know people hear CIT and think that's the end-all, be-all of crisis intervention communication, and it's not. There's other options out there, and we've utilized those other options for many different reasons. But most recently, our entire agency went through ICAT training, which is a de-escalation communication training.
Okay, thank you. Question for Reggie, if you don't mind. Reggie, thank you. And are any of your park department employees either CIT trained or crisis intervention, any kind of training that would make them capable of, in a nice way, intervening with the homeless population?
They currently aren't trained now, but that's part of what we're going to do as we are making sure the transition is working real closely with HOT so that we have a good understanding of how we work with them to make sure that we're taking that in consideration as we're doing the cleanup process.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is for Dawn. Run back down here again. Dawn, first of all, thanks for the work you do.
Absolutely.
Not easy, I know that.
No, it's not.
If my math serves me correctly, you've had about a census of about 160 is the maximum.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yes, around that. We're averaging, give or take a few on any given night, approximately 100 men and approximately 30, 35 women.
Okay. So you safely say you've got room for 100, 130.
Up to 266, but
You'll never
again,
hit the perfect
it's-
number because you'll never
yeah,
have the right
it's-
mix.
It's 72 women,
Yeah.
and then I should have added up before I came up here, but the overflow of 66 for the men's shelter, because we tend to see more men, so the addition of 128 and 66.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I also, you were asking Reggie, you're over parks, correct? So I'm on the CIT council. I'm one of the individuals that brought CIT to the community. CIT training is for law enforcement officers only. We have not expanded past a first responder. So we would probably have to have a conversation before parks can come through or find a different program for the Parks Department to go through something similar to crisis intervention team. I just wanted to clarify that.
Who runs the CIT?
So that's a group of us. I've been on it since it started in 2005, 6. I know that there are a couple of Wichita police officers that have been certified as trainers. We have the Sheriff's Department, we have NAMI, we have ComCare, and what is the mental health or the provide medical provider at the jail? I can't remember the name. It's one of the nurses at the jail, behavioral health nurses at the jail. We also have Ascension Via Christi, the Veterans Department. So there's a group of us that make up the council.
Okay, thank you. Good to know.
You're welcome.
Don, since you're up there, I'll ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
First and foremost, thank you for opening up the emergency winter shelter at the end of November.
Absolutely.
I asked specifically so that people have that number. What is the maximum capacity, again, bodies that are able to sleep inside the emergency winter shelter?
There are 72 beds for women, 128 beds in the gym for men, and then our overflow space, which most likely will be utilized for men, which is 66 bodies. That's how many people can sleep in the facility.
So a total of 266 people
Correct.
can sleep inside this shelter. Is this an increase in capacity from last year's emergency winter shelter?
Correct. Last year's emergency winter shelter was 230. We had capped that at 230 in the contract that the council had approved for Humankind to operate the shelter this year. However, when when myself, Troy Anderson, and the contractors were discussing with the fire department, it was found the number of bodies that could be in each sleeping area. And so we're maximizing that space, and it's up to the contractor if we exceed the 230 or not. And so we will exceed up to 266 bodies.
And you have room right now for any individual, men or women over the age of 18. Do you currently have beds available?
Correct. Right now we do.
May I also ask, last year, what was the highest number, the top number? Did you ever reach 230, which was the capacity?
We did not. I believe that our highest number was 191 or 195, and that was over the Martin Luther King weekend. However, right now, we're seeing the same numbers that we saw in January, one of the coldest months in the last emergency winter shelter season.
Thank you, Don. I'm going to have a follow-up question now to Captain Moses. If I remember correctly, this council received a correspondence regarding the weekend where it was the coldest in January, and Chief Sullivan asked officers to offer individuals facing homelessness a ride to the emergency winter shelter. Can you tell us approximately how many people were contacted versus how many actually took the offer?
Our officers made approximately 357 individual contacts, so some people could have been contacted multiple times. but our officers made approximately 357 contacts and 50 people, 50, accepted the offer for transportation to the emergency winter shelter.
So a large majority chose not to go into the emergency winter shelter when I believe the news media talked about this upcoming weekend. It was in January. It will be the coldest in Wichita. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Captain Moses. So we currently have beds available in the emergency winter shelter. We also, when asked by individuals if they would like a ride to an emergency winter shelter earlier this year, a large majority chose to say no. So I don't believe it's humane or compassionate to see any of our individuals in our community sleeping on sidewalks, sleeping underneath bridges. That is not compassion. And if our officers are willing to ask during the coldest weekend of the year and a large majority choose not to, that means something is wrong. That means the system's not working, which is why this council invested $6 to $8 million in renovating a building, including $5 million in operating a multi-agency center, and an additional $600,000 for an emergency winter shelter, yet there are still beds available for people who are facing homelessness. We have to balance both compassion and a way to encourage individuals to go to the emergency winter shelter. And this ordinance change is one of those mechanisms. As you've heard from multiple staff members, this is not a sweeps of trying to criminalize homelessness. This is to encourage individuals in our community that are on our streets, on sidewalks and underneath bridges, that literally have a bed right now, and it's a 24/7 shelter, so that means you do not have to leave. As of right now, Wichita has a 24/7 shelter where no one has to leave, doesn't have to go to a day shelter. It's all in one building. And it's because this body made decisions to make sure that there is a place available with a bed available for individuals. So I just wanted to correct the record because many people have asked whether there were beds available, and the answer is yes. And the other question was regarding sweeps, and that is not the intention of this ordinance. And this ordinance is already in place right now. There's already an illegal camping ordinance here in the city of Wichita. This will, again, the complexity of it will now be simplified, but also be able to have individuals know that they have resources, because you can see the process on the screen right now, that it is providing people resources, not ticketing them right away. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I do want to provide some clarity to what I've heard in regard to sweeps. The concern was not that approval of this would mean that city staff is just looking for unhoused people. It was that they would have the ability to do much more than they do now, and if citizen complaints increased, what would happen? Right now, there's a process with the Hyde team. It's not, again, it's not the, we approve this and we're gonna go arrest every homeless person, but it is that some in our community and some who've been here before are demanding that certain people not have the ability to stay where they are, and what happens at that point. And because that answer is unknown, there is concerns about that. Again, not that our city staff would just go out looking for anyone unhoused.
Mayor, I have a quick question for the manager as well. Manager Lane, is it true or not that this council unanimously has approved more funds to address our homelessness crisis than any other council in the city's history?
The only wild card would be what we had with ARPA funding through housing.
Okay, thank you, Manager.
Sally, if you can help with that.
Thank you. Councilmember,
Glasscock. When you take into consideration the funding received by U.S. Treasury for emergency rent assistance, that actually was a homeless prevention program in which the council allocated more than $30 million through that program. But that was a temporary fix. It temporarily paid people's rent to keep them from being evicted and on the streets. This is an investment into, facilities that can serve for many years to come.
Thank you, Sally.
Any further questions for staff? I believe that this ordinance also talks about pedestrian conduct, so I'm going to have a couple of questions regarding that as well. Are you able to go back to the slide that says real change, not spare change? Can you talk about the safety hazards of people walking onto the sidewalk? I believe maybe that's a law enforcement question, but can you address why this is an ordinance?
Yeah, it's not safe to walk in a roadway where you're not intended to be. We have seen multiple vehicle versus pedestrian fatality crashes this year. Not necessarily related to this activity, but we've seen that occur. And we want people to remain on the sidewalk and in crosswalks where they're intended to be. Vehicles cause significant damage to people. And even at slower speeds, you can be significantly injured and alter your life by being struck by a vehicle.
And if I remember correctly, earlier in the presentation, someone mentioned there's social media challenges that encourage, I guess, people to be on the streets. Are you guys seeing that? And is also that part of the reason why this needs to change?
I personally have not heard of that happening here. I know, obviously, disrupting traffic flow is something that people do sometimes to disrupt the norm in protests and in other activities. I haven't seen necessarily TikTok challenges here, but I believe Sharon spoke to that, so maybe she has other information.
That was brought to our office's attention from the City Attorney Association of Kansas listserv. Another city attorney had questions. They were seeing that type of conduct, and they didn't feel like that the current traffic code, the standard traffic code that most municipalities pass, had adequate protections for that. So that was actually some language that we added. If it's in McPherson or Newton, it's probably going to be here. So that was a recommendation so that we have additional tools should those type of conduct make their way into Sedgwick County.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. What impact does this have on First Amendment rights to petition, to protest? I'm also thinking of some of the workers on strike here recently as well.
The subsection B is to deal with some of those kind of issues, that there are some exceptions. And while I may have a right to protest, that doesn't necessarily mean that I can obstruct all traffic or interfere with traffic, and that's a fine line. I can't have a parade down Main Street today just because I want to. So the thought is that this is a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction on free speech, which is allowed by the case law dealing with what is a valid protest and what is valid exercise of free speech.
Okay, thank you.
Sharon, can you go to slide number 94? So this is the 2023, which will be updated before this ordinance would take effect, which then would include the multi-agency center / emergency shelter. Is that correct?
Yes, has it already? Yes, it's already been updated.
Thank you. Then can you go back to the slide regarding immediate cleanups? I think it's the one where the multi-agency center is also, there we go, that one.
That one?
sorry, one before. It just shows that sidewalks underneath bridges and in front of the there we go.
I know which one you're talking about. Hold on, it's way early. Nope, not that far, sorry. Yeah, this one, yes.
So can you, maybe police can, Captain Moses can address this. Are there any, with the current ordinance, can you clean up right in front of a sidewalk right now or right in front of the multi-agency center at this current moment with our current ordinance?
Yes, but it would have to be posted. I mean, you'd have to have the 72-hour posting of that location. So this just allows for quicker cleanups in certain high density, high safety health areas. So the answer is yes, PD could go and clean that up, but it would have to be posted. And I think we need to make a distinction between illegal dumping, which is also a problem. I'm not camping there, I just left my things there, camping, and then just being there with my items. And we're not talking about criminalizing standing there with my items. We're talking about camping, which the ordinance has language to specify what a rational, normal person would be as camping as opposed to just being there. We cannot criminalize sleeping. And that's not what we're wanting to do here. We're looking at camping as a whole and what is the individual doing at the point in time that the complaint is made to either the police department or the HOT team or parks or however that complaint starts.
Sharon, I know that the multi-agency center was added. I know that this was a concern by Vice Mayor Ballard. She went around and spoke with neighbors near the area of the former Park Elementary School. And one of the promises made in front of all of them was that there would not be camps in front of their homes. And so this allows, again, for that cleanup to happen quicker. But at the same time, it's when there's an interaction with a police officer and the individual, they will be encouraged to go to the multi-agency center. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, I think the whole goal is to encourage and direct people to those services, and currently the main service is the MAC. And we want people to utilize those services. We don't want to scare them away. We don't want to take their things, but there has to be a balance based on the community that is surrounding the MAC and the activities that are happening on the MAC. And you know, we want them to get the services. We don't want them to be sleeping outside.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Sharon, I'm going to apologize. I was reading through a piece of the ordinance when Councilmember Hoheisel brought up First Amendment rights, and I heard you mention protest. So because I didn't hear the context of that, did you mean to say that the piece that would limit, you know, the youth groups and people going out and impeding traffic, that would impact a protester's ability to protest?
It would not.
It would not, okay.
I mean, and you have to remember that my right to protest isn't absolute. And maybe you missed my analogy that I can go have a parade today in the middle of Main Street. I can't.
Right.
So it's a balancing act, and we think that the ordinance contains enough information to allow those protected activities, and look at what we're really dealing with, which is impeding the flow of traffic by a person's conduct, not my vehicle.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. I was reading. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thank you again. I see no further questions for staff now. Can you leave it on the process, please? Thank you very much. We will now open it up for public comment. Please state your name, your address, and you will have 5 minutes to address the council.
Hello again, council. It's nice to see you guys. I expected to do this in the morning, so I'll have to change a little bit. Donna Garcia, 621 Laramie Circle. So I had a nice, pretty speech for y'all, but I am really happy to report, working with my partners who are experiencing homelessness currently, we've been working on this proposal, which we have given to all of you our comprehensive suggestions based on the trauma-informed care approach that we've been hearing a lot about today. Talking to people who are living out on the streets right now, I have heard great things actually about their interactions with the police station. It's really improved since about 2021, and they're getting a lot of dignity, they're getting a lot of respect. But this doesn't necessarily negate the trauma that they are going through and currently experiencing. What this does, this ordinance as written, it involves a bit of anticipatory trauma, and Mayor Wu, speaking to your having officers offering rides but no one taking them. These are things that are common to homelessness because of the traumatic experiences that they've had in the past, both with officers and institutions of all kinds, just walking down the street, walking by businesses, and in shelters. So it would make sense that people aren't going to accept rides, even in the coldest of the winter night, from a police officer. And it's not necessarily the police officer's fault. It's a systemic issue, which is what we're talking about with the MAC. So we have a beautiful opportunity right now to create a system that receives people in the kind, compassionate ways that they deserve as human beings. And that's really what we're talking about. And you guys have done such an excellent job on all of the departments of really taking our suggestions and kind of growing them to where they fit in real world application. So just to get it out there, some things that we can start looking into instead of having officers or city people working on these removals, maybe we can start incorporating a bit of that peer-to-peer engagement that we've been talking about. We already have wonderful systems in place that are already doing this, so it's about building it in and baking it right into our things. If an officer comes up and they do such great approach like they do, that's a great start. We need it at every single level. So then they offer, hey, here's a backpack. It's for all your most important things. What's keeping you here? How can we get you to a bed that's safe and warm? What has happened? And then saying, hey, I can engage this peer network we have. Do you need someone to come and be with you and support you emotionally, someone who may know you, who provides these services and is really in communication with this population? So they can take it, they cannot. It can be up to the discretion of the officer if this person is appropriate or not. There's a lot of nuances, but I'm really glad to see that these are being thought in real ways. And I think going forward, if we're making policies, we need to be doing it in such a way that it's nothing about you without you. We really need to be engaging with our boards, our advisory boards, that are only homeless people experiencing it right now. They have such good connections. They have such good potential for healing. Healing only comes with hope, and we need to continue to give people the hope in order to reintegrate into society. It's about saying, I see your pain, I validate your pain, and I want to walk with you as you rebuild your own life. So going forward, I'm really excited to see where we can go with this, and I hope that we continue these conversations. And I want to remain a resource for each and every one of you. You guys have been great with working with us, and I was so happy to see that so many of our questions were being answered, not by us, but by you guys. So thank you so much for doing the work, and the city as well. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions that you guys might have for me.
Thank you very much, Donna. I do have one question for you. After hearing all of the questions from this body and the answers, how much more confident are you that we are trying a compassionate and an equitable piece to this very challenging topic?
So I'm confident that there are open ears in our local government. What I'm not confident in is that it will be reciprocated. I do have some reservation about expectations. As a nurse and learning to be a nurse practitioner, one of my big jobs is to manage expectations. So we're going to have a treatment plan. We're going to put it out there. But people have to come to you. They're individuals. They have a choice. Some of them don't have the capacity to do that. But we need to be, as the authority in this power dynamic, respectful of that, and maintain that voice, that choice, and that mutual engagement that are principles to trauma-informed care. So it's just about being consistent and showing them and letting them come to us.
Thank you, Donna. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to ask you a question,
Yes.
preface it, because I hate making this connection, but it's something that we're doing. So I heard you talk about not helping us without us, and thinking of having folks who have been formerly unhoused, maybe being some of the people doing some of the work. I think about what we're doing around violence interrupters. So we worked, got a contract, and hired people with lived experiences to go out and try to help with violence. What it sounds like I'm hearing from you is that might be also a good idea with our unhoused neighbors to find people who are willing, like the gentleman who came here before, and other people I know that you've talked, at least to me about, and try to get them to do some of the same work to build trust in the community with our unhoused neighbors, and to talk about the resources we have and try to see what hurdles we could try to remove for that. Is that, am I hearing you right on that?
Yes, and I'm glad that you kind of brought that up. That's part of our conceptualization. When you go out and you work with individuals who are ready, they have to be ready, that's key. When they're ready to start rebuilding their lives, we can do this engagement where we put them in the steering wheel and we create the environments that allow them to get the dignity and the hope and build it for yourself. The only way that you break trauma and you get out of the survival mode where your frontal brain is not even connected anymore, you can't even like read and write, really. It's offline. So in order to do that, we do it in safe areas where we just little wins time over time, and having individuals do helping with the cleanups through Park and Rec, having these processes where we're having maybe we consider your homelessness and your history, so maybe we have lower expectations and we're tailoring entry into certain areas for you. Because what's the point in doing any work if it's never going to pay off? If you're never going to finish a program and be able to, go to a college or go to a tech or, work in a restaurant if you have a felony. Like, these are conversations that we need to have, and these are how we bridge people from homelessness, living on the street, back into society, to transitional housing, and eventually on their own. It can be done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Donna, I'll ask a question actually to maybe city manager. Will there be opportunities for our unhoused neighbors to be able to help out with cleanups or eventually just helping out the community?
Council's approved a program that, at least on a short-term basis, will pay residents of the MAC to help with cleanup at the MAC and to perform other duties, help with laundry, and even possibly, if I remember right, intake responsibilities. So we're going to set that direction, and how it goes forward, I think will depend on how successful we are.
And if I may expand on that as well, it's meeting those people where they are. That's a perfect idea. That's exactly what needs to happen. And you need to do it in a way that you have some people who can do it and some people who can't, and we've got pathways for each, but building slowly and getting that survival brain quieted, and then working on emotional intelligence and all of the other things that come with it. So we have to do it, but again, managing expectations, we have to do it gently and consistently with the input of our homeless partners.
Thank you, Donna. Yes. We'll continue with public comment.
Hello, I'm Greg Alexander. I live at 12501 West Jewel Circle. I own Second Chance Services, which employs homeless people. We've been around for about 6 months. I've been working with the homeless for about 4 years. I think a lot of it, what I'm going to bring here is a little bit actually on the personal side of it. This is Alan. Alan has been homeless for 3 years. In the first 3 months I knew him, he was at 13th and McLean. He was served a green notice, so he went to Central. Then he was served again, so he went across the bridge, the walking bridge. He was there for another month. He was served again, and then he went, now he is in the homeless shelter, or the homeless area near Botanica, where there's like 30 or 40 people there. And then this is Robert. Robert lives about a block north of North High School, and so he's just there. It's just him and one other person. They're down next to the river. And you can see this is a very clean camp. I mean, it is super clean. And so somebody on the path decided that they didn't want the homeless people there, so they turned him in. So basically, he was turned in, and then the person 100 feet up from them was turned in, and then it just goes right up all the way up to 18th Street. So they basically played musical camp. So he went to the next one, and then they went to the next one, and then they went to the next one, and then they started a brand new camp. And this is just like a repeating pattern every single time that I work with homeless people. There's an encampment behind the ice arena, and that one, they were just served, and they have no idea where they're going. It's this process that happens over and over again all the time. We have to really look to other parts of the country to look at other ideas. I mean, there's ones like, this is Denver, Colorado. They did tiny homes for some people there. I mean, these are super simple. There is no running water. It's electricity and heat, and that's all it is. And then there was one, Eugene, Oregon, and these are kind of cool because they have builders, like from the community, they come in and build it, and they kind of make it unique. The people are involved. They get to decorate their own stuff. So, I mean, I love the whole idea of the MAC. I think it's an incredible facility, but we all know that when they go up to the MAC, they'll get into the system, but they won't get housed. I know people that have been in this on the list for 3 years, and they don't have a choice, and there's no way. And then on top of that, it's like, where are you on the list? Well, I have no idea. I don't have a cell phone. It's like, well, how are you supposed to contact these people? And we're constantly moving them over and over and over again, but we have no idea where they go, other than maybe you could walk 50 feet down the river and maybe you'd find them. But it's just overall, there has to be a better way to do it. And deciding on a couple other notes that have come up when I've been sitting here, why people don't go to the shelter. The biggest rumor that I talked to, I don't know if it's true or not, most of them don't want to lose their stuff. You leave your camp unattended, there's a darn good chance when you come back, it's going to be pillaged. All this stuff, anything worth the value will be gone. And there's no question about it. And as far as people with paperwork, they keep their paperwork on them all the time because they fear that as soon as they leave and they leave their paperwork there, it's gone. I mean, people come in. I've known people that had reading glasses stolen. I mean, it's like, what are they doing with these stuff? It's just over and over again, but they have no other option. It just happens all the time. It's like, here's another green notice. Let's go find another spot. I had one guy that he worked at Goodwill, and he was under the Seneca Bridge. He got served, so it's like two options. Okay, do I go to work at Goodwill, or do I move? That was his choice. He decided to go to work and not get fired. I mean, that's how of a choice that he had to do. And those are kind of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. We'll continue with public comment.
Yeah, my name is Adam Greenleaf, and I'm currently homeless. I actually been homeless for a while, and I don't agree with the ordinance that you guys are trying to pass. I think it's just gonna keep the revolving door open. It's gonna keep that cycle open. It's gonna keep the anger. It's gonna fuel it even more. And I'll tell you why. Because since I was incarcerated. I did almost 29 years altogether. You know what I'm saying? And being homeless has taught me a lot. It allowed me to see a lot of different stuff, all the things we're doing wrong. I don't agree with this ordinance because you're just gonna keep it going. It's just another way. It's like when I go to a hospital and the doctors ask me a question, I tell them no. They don't like my answers. So they ask the same question, but they'll put different words to it. You already had one ordinance that outlawed camping. It didn't work out. That's why we got a second one. It's like it's put together in the same way. It's just written differently. And so, like, to me, the solution that you really want is a community effort. But locking people up is only going to keep it going. Because, like the dude just said, we just move to one spot to another. And then we leave different states like, that is not the answer. Locking people up is not the answer. It's never worked out. It creates more animosity in us. And then you got to remember something. You got cats, their mind is gone. Try living out here for 2 or 3 years. I lived out here for 5 in different states. I like the idea of looking at other states for solutions. Tacoma Watch got 10 cities. Being out here stuck, seeing the things that we got to see, things you guys don't get to see. Dealing with the corruption that keeps us out them doors. 50 people only responded to the officers, over 300 people asking. There's a reason for that. Jail is one of the biggest reasons why we say no. The mistrust. There's a lack of accountability. We're held accountable, and when we speak out, we don't have a voice. It's easy to say, because other people's got more to lose than what we got. And try imagine watching your friend take his last breath. About the car hits, the accidents, I knew quite a few people that was homeless that got ran over and died. I buried a couple of them. You see, like, we're so busy using the same text. We're too scared to come up with something different because we're afraid of costs. What is more important, money or people? I think it's people that make the city great, not the buildings, not the programs. But when we lose a sense of communication because we're all frustrated and we're all combating against each other, two people with closed fists can never come together at a table and feed. We're too busy fighting each other. How can we pick up a fork? And if we only listen to one side of the aspect of the story, how do we get the other side? Where's the answer? You guys are creating answers for people that ain't able to meet the needs. Businesses complain about us. I get it. I'd be mad too if it's taking away food from my table. Businesses help. Our economy is so low and so weak, and we want to be dishonest about it. I understand the importance of business and the importance of education, and I'm a GED graduate. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to see a lot of things, and the biggest thing that we've messed up at is that we like to hide from each other, pass the blame, as well as force people into situations they don't want to be in yet. The way I got clean and sober was not through rehab, was none of that. I had to fail a bunch of times to realize that, hey, I don't want this no more. You know what I'm saying? When you put somebody, throwing them in jail because you think they're gonna want to get clean, you know how many times I've been in rehab? How many times I did? Matter of fact, I got clean and sober because not even without rehab. I made a personal choice. I put the work in. When we started forcing people, we're taking away their liberty. Ain't that what this country was built off of? Liberty? And now we want to penalize people that don't have no choice but to be out here. Lock them up. They get back out. They go to another spot, repeating cycle. How are we winning? This audience, it might be good for you guys, but it's really not. It's going to backfire because we're just only repeating the same thing. We're not coming up with no solutions. The solution is just community effort. Open these doors. Look elsewhere. But locking people up and finding them, we're not going to be able to pay that fine. We're just going to keep getting locked up. That's the problem that I see. There's got to be something different that where everybody could be happy. You know what I'm saying? You got to we got to come together as a community and work together as a community. Everybody's got to get their story out there, not just the homeless. Open the doors at the MAC. Let the community come in, voice their agreements, do something different besides locking people up. Thank you.
Vice. Thank you, Adam. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Yeah, I have a question. No, that's okay. Do you have any suggestions from your own lived experience that you think would be beneficial?
Yeah, accountability. I remember one time I sat with the chief of police in Perry, Oklahoma. He asked me, like, and I was in his jail actually as an inmate, and the accountability. You see, there's only 50 people that responded to these officers. There's a big mistrust, and that's what it is. You want to get people to come into these shelters. You want to get people to give you ideas. There's got to be a trust. When we're forced, like, let me ask you a question. If I force you to do something, but against your own will, even though it's not detrimental to us, how would you feel? Would you like to come back to me for my services? If I tell you got to dump your water out, and you bought this water, it's like when you're forced to do something, it's not by our own will, it's not by our own choice. We're doing it because we're trying to survive. So when you keep us in that same mentality, and then we got to deal with people that are corrupt, it's like we say we want to help. The resources, they've been hardened, just like we have been, just like almost everybody in this city has been.
So do you think to help rebuild trust, like there could be somebody such as yourself that has, like for like peer support or I'm just looking for something that is
This
maybe
is-
different that would work.
So this is what keeps us out of the doors of these shelters. It's when we can see those that's supposed to help us hurt us even more. The accountability. I stayed out of the church, I stayed out of these shelters for a long time. Because and I hate to say that, I really do, because I would like the people to trust our resources. You know what I'm saying? But the fact is we don't. There's things you guys don't get to see. And there's things that you guys don't get that you guys don't get to see that's not on your on your desk as reports, but you hear about it. I once told my son, he said, "Why don't you like cops?" I said, "It's not that I don't dislike them. I don't trust them. I don't know which is good or which is bad." And then I told the chief the same thing. When I see a good cop cover a bad cop's position of what he's done, who are you really trying to serve?
Thank you.
So when you hurt the community like that, this is what happens.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you, Adam, for being here today. I really appreciate your bravery, and it's appreciated that you came back. Sharon, can I ask you a quick question regarding this? Because I want to make sure I understand and I'm accurate, and I want to make sure the community understands. The speaker mentioned several times that with this ordinance revision, because we already have an ordinance, right? Pardon me, that we'll be locking people up. Please speak to that. Will more people be arrested because of this? Is it changing? It's changing the time frame of how long they can, from notification to clean up a camp. But I just want to get some more clarity on that.
Yeah. We've had this ordinance since 2013. In the last 3 years, there's only been 5 citations issued. You're not going to go to jail unless there's some sort of a citation and a conviction. So we have lots of steps here before anybody would ever go to jail. Currently, we have the HOT team, which is going to be the agency that would be issuing those citations. So kind of like what Aaron said, Captain Moses said, January 13th, we're not going to go out and we're going to arrest 500 homeless people. City pays for that jail time, for number one, so that's not in our interest to put these people in jail. Our goal is to get them into services. So we've always had illegal camping. We're changing the requirement that there be a bed available, and we're making some areas subject to immediate cleanup. Those are really the only 2 changes. So the only big change from an enforcement or citation standpoint is going to be, is there a bed, is there not a bed? And currently, I mean, and the information that's been presented is that in most cases, there is a bed. There are very few instances where there's not a bed. I know that beds for women are harder than beds for men, generally speaking. So the HOT team has, shared stories of beds for guys, there's no bed for girls. What do we do? Even though that's not going to be a policy requirement, and I can't speak for the chief, maybe Aaron can, I can't imagine that that's a goal, is to go out and put these people in jail whether there's a bed available or not.
So I oftentimes ask staff to explain things like they would if they were speaking to their neighbor at the mailbox at the end of the day, Right. So you said there's 2 main changes from the current ordinance to this. Could you just emphasize them one more time?
Yeah. It was a policy change from the police department that prior to this Grant Pass case, the law was you can't give somebody a citation for illegal camping if there is not a bed available.
Okay.
That got taken away with that decision, that's no longer a legal requirement. It can be a requirement, but it's just not something that a municipality has to do. Okay. That's one change. The other change is that for years it was 72 hours to clean up. Now there are a bifurcated system. Some areas are 48, other areas are immediate, but you're still going to get some notice. I mean, we don't have the staff to go and do immediate cleanups. I mean, we're going to prioritize these cleanups. So people are going to be allowed time to get their things together. I mean, it's not going to be, the park department doesn't have the staff to follow around the HOT team or follow around other enforcement agencies and clean these things up. That's not our goal.
I just don't want there to be, I don't know what will happen and whatever direction we'll go, but no matter what, I don't want the soundbite to become anything about the city of Wichita is planning to arrest more homeless people, because I don't think that's what anybody wants, and that's certainly not a kind and caring community that I believe we are. So thank you for the clarification.
That's certainly not the goal of internal staff, and I think the one thing I would like to say is this is just one piece. we have a whole lot of pieces going on here. This is not going to solve camping. This is not going to solve homelessness. It's a piece. And I think staff thinks it's a step towards the right direction. What that direction is at the end of the day, you all are the policymakers.
Thank you, Sharon. We'll continue with public comment.
Good morning. Piper Thomas, District 2, 11543, East Agate Lane, 67226. So I was here last week. I mentioned that I work with the Sunflower Community Support Network. We provide food, water, and sanitation to impoverished Wichita residents, including the homeless. I also mentioned that I started a petition against this proposed ordinance. Right now it has 250 signatures. And before I get too far, I'd like some clarification from some of the nice people over here, if you could. Is it possible that today the council could amend this ordinance to not include any fines whatsoever? Is that something they could do? Or would it have to go back to someone else? They can do it? All right, so I have yet to hear any person say why the fines are beneficial. $200, if you don't have enough money to like eat, drink, or sleep, I don't think that's really gonna help anybody, you know? Additionally, I appreciate all of the clarification that came earlier. I think there was obviously there's a lot of confusion going on about this because people are panicking, right? People, as was mentioned, people thought there were gonna be some kind of sweeps. But, you know, I myself recently found out that's kind of a slang term. I suppose what people actually mean, you know, what Brandon Johnson was nice enough to clarify earlier, is that people are talking about the cleanups. Given that they're, according to the way the math works out, right? So the point in time count found that 691 people were homeless in Wichita last January. The new point in time count is supposed to be conducted this upcoming January. And so with the way the math works out, there's still 152 people left unsheltered. And I haven't really heard any ways. I understand that that we're not at full capacity with the MAC yet, but I have yet to hear a solid reason, a data-driven reason, as to how we're going to make that happen. No one has provided any evidence whatsoever that these cleanups are going to positively impact the amount of people sleeping in the MAC. And I guarantee you there are enough cities in this country that we can find that information somewhere. You know, recently I sent every single council member some peer-reviewed research that I had found, talking about some of the issues around homelessness, how people react to different things, how cities implement different policies. You know, it had been looking like for some other policies we were looking to Honolulu, and so I found something from Honolulu and I sent it. And all of that evidence points to cleanups don't provide any significant benefit to actually reducing homelessness. So if I'm wrong, prove me wrong, please. But where's the data? We had a fantastic presentation last week about road maintenance. That is one of the best presentations I have ever seen at a city council meeting, by the way. I'm an engineer because I like that boring stuff. That was fantastic. Give me more numbers, please. And so I only have like 1:30 left, and so I want to recommend that what the city council does today, at the very least, if you are absolutely determined to pass this, eliminate the fines from the ordinance. They serve absolutely no one, and no one has given a reason as to why they should be there yet. Additionally, I believe moving forward, what we should do, if we really want to go about these cleanups, we should have the HOT team working closely, as several people have said, working closely with these encampments, and instead of shifting them from one place to another, right, and causing them to not trust the city council, which we're trying to build trust right now, right, in the whole community, instead of making it so that they can't trust us, instead work with them to get rid of bad actors, right, and to make sure that those situations are safe and clutter-free. And that way it's easier to manage instead of having to work with 50 encampments around the city, all of which don't trust us and won't work with us. And I guarantee you, utilizing that will get more people in the MAC. So we're not just wasting $8 million on an elementary school. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you. We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning, but I made a mental note that we've been here for that long. So my name is Olivia Hayes. I'm with the local chapter of the Libertarian Party. I'm also on WSU's Homeless Task Force. I've been working on this issue for a long time, which I'll share more about in a minute. But for me, the thing that's glaring to me right now with the way we're going about this in Wichita specifically is the inconsistency of saying that we support the homeless and then passing policy that directly contributes to it. A tent is a home. It might not be the home that I prefer or you prefer, but it's still someone's home. And no matter how you slice it, this policy, I'm not just talking about the change, I'm actually talking about the existing policy because I don't like either one. No matter how you slice it, this policy is taking someone's home and is creating more homeless in Wichita. You call them camps, you call them complaints, you've got all kinds of like really good, cover words for them, but at the end of the day, these are not camps, these are not complaints, these are humans with limited resources that you are punishing. I don't mean you personally, you know that. So all I'm asking for is for you to be consistent. Listen to your service providers that are in the room, and I know that there are better policies that we can support. Like I said, not just the change, this policy in either form, there's a more creative solution here, and I bet you it's sitting in the room. Furthermore, I want to caution us, I've said it before, but I want to say it again, I want to caution us against the MAC. So my background, I grew up in a town called New Braunfels, Texas, which sits right between San Antonio and Austin. Awesome town. I worked with a countywide homeless group in Austin. It was actually a bunch of real estate developers that were coming together to see what they can do to help the homeless issue in Austin. They actually did do tiny homes, so shout out to the guy that had that picture. They did it kind of like a halfway house. It was a temporary place that you could go while you figured out economically how you could get into a real home. Anyway, all that to say, when I was part of the Austin task force, we of course toured the facility that's inspired the MAC in San Antonio. This was maybe 7-8 years ago. What that had turned into, it was presented just like you guys are presenting, like it was going to be a great resource and a great help. And I think it was for a while. By the time I toured it, it was glorified office buildings, office spaces, that a lot of them were empty. A lot of the services that we tried to provide wraparound to get together in this building, many of them had different issues with accessibility was a big one. They had reasons why they left the facility. So by the time I toured it, it was halfway empty. Right? So I'm not saying that's for sure going to happen here. I just really want to caution us against it and being creative and making sure it doesn't. This is just a reason why we can't continue putting all of our eggs in the MAC basket. And it's another reason why we have to be more creative as far as not supporting the change to this policy, looking at the existing policy, and just seeing if we can do better and be more consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor Wu. My name is Matt Voss. I'm with Murphin, Inc. We're located at 250 North Water. We've been headquartered in downtown Wichita for over 80 years. Previous to North Water, we were at 150 North Main Street. It has remained, and we've remained committed to locating in the core of the city and advocating for its long-term success. Lately, that commitment is wavering as our employees have experienced unpleasant interactions with the unhoused on our property and within our building. We've had to install additional access control in order to secure our building and in order to make our employees feel safer. It's made it inconvenient for guests, clients, partners to visit our building. We have camping taking place in and around our building and at many of our investment properties downtown. Murphin has invested in several buildings in downtown and will continue to. Some of these investments are redevelopment projects, and of which we're experiencing break-ins almost daily. when we then have to pay a third party to board up and secure the building, only just to have to do it again the next day. We called into the police department, the video, and were told that there was nothing that they could do. We sometimes know that someone is in the building, and we've had instances where the police wouldn't go inside. This is not to throw anyone under the bus, but just sharing our experience. We've had to incur expenses to demo structures just to resolve the situation. And we have several investments downtown slated for redevelopment, but those projects have been put on hold due to the camping interactions, unwanted interactions from the unhoused and break-ins. We would like to see the city consider those paying the property taxes priority in protecting our investments downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We will continue with public comment.
Hello, my name's Eric Gaston. This is kind of crazy, you know. I've been homeless for like a year now, and I've kind of sat back and seen everything that's gone on, and the way things are approached is like completely backwards. You know, I see, you know, you don't have any trust with people wanting to go to the homeless shelter, because when you go to the homeless shelter, you're told it's one way. Last night was the first night I went to the homeless shelter to see what it was like. I went in there, I was able to walk in there with knives on me, and then, you know, basically put into a bed. I wake up the next morning, and all my stuff that was just even in my pockets are all around me on my bed. And there is no trust between the city and the homeless. And there's actually more trust between the homeless and the homeless than there is with anybody else wanting to come out and help anybody or do anything. It's easier in the city to get drugs than it is to get food, than it is to get a driver's license, than it is to get any kind of real support for what's needed to be done. It's easier for gang members to harass people than it is for you to get help with the city to do something to make this city a better place. I lived here my whole life and then left for like 10 years, and I got to be in a community where the people actually took care of each other. And I come back here, and it's almost like it's almost like 10 times worse than what it was 10 years ago when I left. Now all the homeless people, all they see is all these empty buildings everywhere, and why are we forced to be out on the street? Or when you do go and there's no resources at these homeless shelters for people to get a job, to get back into the community, to be able to keep your stuff. Well, here, you can stay here, but, you know, carry your backpack and your bags of clothes around with you all day long. Who's gonna look for a job or even hire someone? You know, I don't even feel comfortable. My hair's not done. I got no place to take a shower in the morning, whatever. I've been able to, how do you want to say it, survive by, you know, getting a membership at the gym or doing, you know, things that most individuals probably won't even try to do, but, you know, I might approach things in a different way. I think as other people were saying, you know, like fining people, what are you gonna get out of someone that has nothing? You're just making them feel less of a human than what they are. You go into these shelters, I mean, they're trash. Like I went there this morning, you know, the girls' restroom, you know, people, they couldn't even use the restroom this morning because the restrooms were clogged up, the toilets are destroyed. You know, I don't know if it's the people destroying it, I don't know if it's the mental. You know, I've tried to sit back and see exactly what's going on, and a lot of it just seems like a lot of manipulation. I don't know where it's coming from, but there is a lot of manipulation that people they don't have no trust for the city or anything like that. Like $8 million for a building that you shove everybody into one room. You know, last night was the first night I've been there, so I don't know the whole story with everything. But I think that if you have an entire school building, why is there no sense of privacy It's called humankind, but when you go to a humankind, you don't feel like a human. You feel like another caged animal. When you cage an animal, you're gonna get animal behavior. Other than that, that's you know, me personally, I'd like to ask for a job to like be able to talk with people that have a better understanding of exactly what's going on. Because I do see like you know, with the tiny home, like I don't know what to do because I'm just an individual. I don't even know who to talk with, to work with, to figure out a situation on solving the, like this city could be a wonderful city. I grew up here, I love it here, but with the stuff that's going on, I just want to leave, you know, go somewhere else, but something keeps telling me that I need to stay here. So with that, that's what I'm saying. I would like to ask for a job in any aspect of being able to help to where other individuals can have help too, to where it's not butting heads constantly.
Thank you, Eric. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. I do have a question for Sharon, if that's okay. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate the bravery of the speaker for being here. And whenever I'm hearing themes, I'm trying to pick up on them. And you know, I asked Alex questions about going to jail. The other thing that I've heard from two of the speakers is why are we giving fines? Which I think is a very legitimate question. And I've had people in the community again say, why are you fining people who don't have any money? They're not going to pay it. I'm assuming a lot of smart people sat around the table to try and look at this ordinance. I'm assuming there's a rationale. Can you help explain what that is?
The fines are actually being reduced on what we're providing from $500 to $200. And that's a fine up to $200. The court, in its discretion, I mean, again, and you have to be convicted to have to be ordered to pay the fine. And fines are a deterrent. Most criminal ordinances have fines to act as a deterrent. And again, the amount of the fine, it can be $50. You can have no fine. You need to, I think, balance what is the goal. The goal is to get them to homelessness. At some point, there are people who are not going to voluntarily go there. So then what other tools do we have? The judge is going to look at the ability to pay is always the first thing that a judge is going to look at. A judge is not going to order someone who's homeless to pay a $200 fine. They may order some community service and some incentive. I mean, a fine is a deterrent, or a fine can be an incentive. The amount, you know, it's up to the council as a policy. It can be reduced, it can be raised, but those are up to a certain amount, which gives the court discretion as to if a fine is ordered and what that fine is and what's appropriate, giving the facts and circumstances of that particular individual in front of them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for speaking, Eric, to us. Just a little bit of background about the MAC. We are working on a housing piece as well. We understand that there's a need for people to have their own space to be stabilized, to heal before they can really start working on the issues that are leading to homelessness. So that's in the plan. That's coming a little further down. We did this right now with the emergency shelter just to make sure there's a space for people to go to during the winter. In the upcoming months and years, we will be adding office space there for supportive services as well. So I just wanted to give you a little more background. What you see currently is not the final product as to the MAC. So we're going to continue with housing pieces and supportive services as well. So thank you.
Eric, again, thank you for speaking. I know that several providers are here in the room. Some had to leave. But if there's anyone in this room that works in workforce, I would really encourage you to connect with Mr. Eric, who said he wants a job and he's willing to work. And I know that I've heard from community members who want to offer job opportunities for individuals who just want that opportunity. And I'm actually texting people who've said they're willing to provide jobs. So if you're willing to stay around, and if there's a job, I will connect with you with an opportunity. We will continue with public comment.
First of all, I have a hard time speaking in public. So my name's Sarah. I'm homeless. I've been homeless this time for the last 3 years, off and on. I was in work release for 6 months of that time for child support on my grown son that I had raised, and I didn't have the attorney when he was younger. So when I came out, the temporary housing I had was while I was in work release, and I came out and went into sober living. But I have a lot to say and a little time to do it. First of all, as far as when it comes to this ordinance, I know that it's already in place. Sorry, I'm a little short. It's already in place, and it's really, I mean, there's nothing the whole time on it. I mean, all we can really do is whatever passes with this. What I'm asking is, like, for future, these people, when these are their homes, and the 72 hours to the 48 hours, I mean, it seems like it's not that much time, or it is a lot of time, but it doesn't, for when we're out here, most of us don't even have concept of time, you know, and there is, I have 2 sons that are out here. I lived in a house, and we had a lot of people that had been there coming in and out because when it was cold, and most of these houses that they say they're drug houses, they're, you know, and these are just, when they're not outside, where do they have to go? They don't have any other places to go. I mean, most of the people that are out there have lost their homes. They're not people that are just don't want to be part of society. These are people that had jobs, they had lives. Either something happened, they had traumas in their lives, or something happened that they ended up out in this situation in the first place. And at my house, we had a lot of people staying there, and my friend had a double homicide there 3 years ago. And the 2 of my friends, and on the news, they put it out that this was this drug house. But my friend had stayed there because her 2 boys could be there on the weekends. It was because there was that many people. These people had gotten jobs together. And when these people start coming into these, when they are pushed out of the houses because the neighbors think that there's other things going on in there, then they're pushed out into these camps. And then they're being pushed out again and again and again. And these people, the things that they have on the sidewalks, sometimes, like, that's the only place that they feel safe because they can't go. The amount of people that are out there, like, they have, how many women beds do they have? I went and tried to get as many people's testimonies this week just to bring up to put a face. I probably talked to at least 180 women this weekend, and that's only covering the area from probably Lincoln and Broadway to Hydraulic and Wassell. And that's one area. That's not even including the camps, like the major camp that they have down there. There's maybe maybe 300 people they have in that area dispersed. So even if we had wanted to go to those homeless shelters, the odds that we might get a bed making that way, because most of us don't have cars. 99% of us don't have any vehicles. And to get down to where most of these shelters are, which is not in that area of town. I mean, we have the Lord's Diner there, and half of us can't even make it down there, because especially when it's cold. We have enough people that, like, we are the only district in the city council that we don't have a representative. We have all the people, the representatives that they are there. Each district has what the neighbors say about what they think about the homeless camps, but we don't have the homeless represent themselves. You know, they, like, the jobs. I used to work at Grace Baptist Church when Pastor Michael, and then he passed away, and that's kind of when we'd lost everything. And when we first started, we had lost everything, and we had went into our addiction, and our children were in foster care, and we started off in a tent in the backyard of that church. And that church welcomed us, and we got jobs with that church. And that, I think that is a major, major thing on making things go better for the future, is not only not taking down these camps, but having these people, giving them jobs, because most of us don't have IDs. 95% of us don't have IDs, and if we don't have a mailing address, we can't get any ID. You know, it's necessary for us to have an ID, but there's no way we can get it. You know, we don't have jobs, we don't have phones. If you go down there and you ask anybody out there if they want to work, they will come to work with you. You know, they don't have IDs to cash checks, but if you pay them under the table, they don't want drugs, they don't want anything. Money in their pocket is what they want. If they were part of, like, I thought I have tons and tons of ideas because I have kids down there, and I don't want to be down there forever, and I don't want everybody else to be down there either, and I don't want to leave till they're gone. So, you know, like, have them help, you know, like, more jobs with them. I see I'm out of time. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Sarah. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. First, Bob, can we get a quick update on the ID program? I believe we bought the equipment for it. Specifically, I believe we're waiting on the Attorney General to give us a ruling, and then also, are these IDs still, does it look like they're going to be I-9 eligible?
We actually have, I think, gone past that issue of a Attorney General's opinion, and we're moving forward with the system to be able to produce the IDs. I believe we're focusing on the MAC as the initial distribution spot, and I do believe that they will be eligible, right? Yes, they will be.
And can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
What will be the requirements to get those? What would be the requirement on the IDs that you do have? Because a lot of the problems that we have is we don't have the paperwork. Like when I was in work release, I got my ID because I went to the mobile DMV at the Salvation Army because I was able to use my, basically they had the third-party verification because I was in the facility, and I also had an address for them to mail it to me. But being out there, like I checked into P.O. boxes, and with P.O. boxes, we're not allowed, you not only need an ID to get a P.O. box, but you also need a second form to get something for an ID. So and if you go like general delivery, you need an ID to pick up your mail in that. So like that's one of the biggest, we thought about putting a mailbox in the middle of the park. You know, we don't want to be there. It's freezing in the cold, but we don't have anywhere else to go right now.
Is this your first time speaking in front of council?
Hi, Lily Meadows, management fellow. I'm used to being at the desk and not right here, but I'm the project manager for the municipal ID program. So right now the plan is for it to be at the homeless shelter, the MAC, and right now we do want it to be I-9 compliant, and it will be, staff is working on an ordinance for it. And right now, if you have any ID available, then you can use that. As for your address, that is still being worked on and talked behind the scenes, but there is a solution in the works to have an ID available for everybody.
Would that include the address being the MAC?
I do not believe the MAC will be the address because it's supposed to be a more permanent ID, so we're not sure on the actual location right now.
Okay, please keep us updated on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Councilmember Hoheisel's wearing on me. So I'll add to the conversation. Just to Lily, and you don't have to come back up, but when we had a city-to-city trip to Colorado Springs 2 years ago, I think, they actually had created their own type of P.O. box system at their shelter. So that was something that could be an idea, or if it's not at the MAC, anywhere else, but it was something that really worked to allow them to use an address that businesses also understood was an address that was going to be used, so they weren't discriminated against. And they had a space for their mail to go or any other documents, and it works out pretty well for them.
Mr. Eric, I just had one update for you. I have an individual who's willing to give you a job if you can pass a drug test. So I will connect with you after the meeting. We will continue with public comment.
Good afternoon this time. Christopher Parashow. I wanted to provide a little bit of context on the discussion with regard to the fines
Please speak into the microphone.
A little bit of context with regard to the discussion regarding the fines, and also inquire about something in the language of the ordinance that stood out to me as being interesting or odd. If a homeless individual who has their own vehicle and is fortunate enough to be able to stay in it was to park out in this lot right here with the metered parking right next to City Hall, they could get a $200 fine based on this ordinance. If I park my car there and don't put a coin in the meter and come in here and talk to you people, I get a $35 fine. There's something wrong about that. Maybe the fine does need to be lowered, if not eliminated. Secondly, I'm referring to my notes here. In the ordinance, it says it's unlawful and a public nuisance for any person or persons to camp in or upon any public property or public right-of-way unless such a person or persons have been granted a temporary permit allowing such activity set forth in section 5.20.040. That section is then not listed in the amended ordinance. So I went digging. That section says that temporary camping permits can be issued by the city manager, and that the city manager shall set forth the criteria for the application review and so forth. But it's done under the events permits. When you go in to look under the events permits, there's nothing listed as far as camping. It lists parades, it lists concerts, it lists all kinds of other things, but there's nothing in there about camping. So it is mentioning a permit which essentially doesn't exist. That's like saying, here's a nice city street you can drive on if you have a car and a driver's license, but we're not going to give you a way to get a driver's license to drive on it. So I'd like a little bit more information about and some follow-up on the creation of permits, because if some of these homeless people would like to go down the road of trying to camp legally, technically they can't. It's also a 45-day application process. So they have to know almost 3 months in advance that they want to camp at this location, at this time, on this day. Some of them don't even know where they're going to be an hour from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Pretty nervous. I was not planning on speaking, but I just feel very called to. I have past experience with Sedgwick County Department of Corrections as a juvenile officer, and I've also done some time working with Kansas Department of Corrections as a parole officer. So I've definitely seen homelessness and how it affects people. I am currently a crisis responder with Prairie View and Newton, and I continue to see that being an issue there. Definitely strange seeing it in a smaller area compared to Wichita. But despite my past experience, I am the daughter of a homeless father. Extremely hard for me to talk about, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. But I do know, speaking from his experience and whatever relationship I have been able to have with him, it comes down to being a burden to people. That's really what came into my mind when we discussed, police officers offering rides and everything like that, which I greatly appreciate. I very much support our system, even have tried to be a part of it, and would happily go back to it. I loved those jobs, but it was just so difficult. As I think a big disconnect is resources. I feel like we're addressing homelessness, kind of putting the cart before the horse type of thing. I think we really need to work on resources and spreading the word. As a parole officer, I realize that resources were very hard for people to get to. I saw a wait list for housing, wait list for workforce, just a list of things. And a lot of times when they went into those things and they would come back, and it would be requirements too, as far as SAC, BIP, all sorts of stuff like that, that was required of them. They were fine with coming back to me and saying, I'm not doing it, I'll just take my consequences, because there was a lack of compassion, because they felt like they just had to be there, that they weren't actually getting the help that they needed. They were just getting sat in a chair and told, well, this is what you have to do per the court system. And I can only imagine how tough that is from their standpoint. They have no cars, no phones most of the time, and we talk about a revolving door. And the root of that revolving door, I think, is the system. And like I said, I very much support it. It just needs work, a lot of work. And it's been proven that there will be no change unless you remove that individual from the environment. I do a lot of looking into this just because it is very heavy on my heart when it comes to my father. That if you leave somebody in the same space, there's no room for them to grow, no room for them to change. It's just, I don't know, it just seems so impossible when there's not somewhere else to go to get away from that. I'll expand. My father is a drug addict. I have not been able to reach him, and that is extremely heartbreaking for me. He's missed graduations, birthdays, you name it. He hasn't been there, and it's because there is a lack of communication also about those resources. I think we need to be spreading the word, and instead of relying on them to reach out to get that help, I think we need to be extending our hands further, and I realize that we're making those steps to do that. And I think, Council, I think you guys are very much willing to reach out your hands and to start this change. I would just really urge that we try to do that to the best that we can, to the furthest extent. As far as some things that have been brought up today while I was sitting here, they get provided with a court date, you know, the whole community service thing, the fines and stuff like that. I'm not going to get too far into it because of a lot of other great people have spoke. But we have to think sometimes when they are served with that court date and they can't make it, sometimes jail is not a bad idea. You know, they get the bed, they get the food, and I've had grown men tell me that before when I was a parole officer. Go ahead and revoke my parole. Honestly, it'll give me, you know, I'll be able to shower, I'll get a change of clothes and stuff like that. So that's not always a terrible thing to them. So I think just imposing fines and giving them a court date is just, it just seems counterproductive, asking for community service in place of the fines. Why would you want to give back to your community when you feel like they've given up on you? Last thing I'd like to close with, sometimes around the holidays, I'll go around and I'll speak with these people and I'll hand them, you know, little things of food or little care packages. And this last year that I did it, we're preparing to do that again this year. The last year that I did this, I will never forget that we were going down the road away from the open door. And I witnessed a fist fight between two youth that I used to have in the juvenile detention center. And that was very difficult. And I think that speaks volumes to what we have going on these days. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. To the last speaker, I really appreciate you coming forward and talking about your personal experience. We need to hear more from people who are affected by this, and not only people who are out there on the streets, but also friends and family. This impacts families greatly. And so I appreciate you having the courage to come up and talk about it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for hearing me, and it's nice for that to be acknowledged because a lot of the time it just gets passed to the wayside. But you know, you specifically, you two talked about, you know, trauma-informed care, CIT. I've done all of that in my past experience. I continue to do it today. I'm a crisis responder, and so I get to see these things firsthand, and knowing on a deeper level what they're going through and not just going in surface level, responding to whatever these people have going on, I know deep down that's somebody's kid. You know, that's somebody's parent. That's whatever you name it, they've got connection somewhere, and they used to have a life. And it's hard to, like I said, just with feeling like you're a burden and feeling like they don't deserve that connection because they're bad for them. That's actually one of the last things that I've heard from my father, is that sometimes it's harder to stay than it is to just leave as far as being in my life. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing that. and
Yeah.
Your father will be in my prayers.
Thank you.
May I please get your name so that I have it correctly?
Yes, sorry, did I not state it? It's Marissa.
Marissa.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Marissa.
Yeah.
And we appreciate that you're part of the solution, and you also shared your firsthand experience. I know that our folks here in our community are always looking for those that want to be solution-driven, and we all want to work together towards a more compassionate community and provide those resources. And if you recall the process, when this ordinance, if it passes, it would allow for an officer or one of the individuals to provide those resources to the individual and know that there are resources out there, and which are those resources.
Yes, which I am a huge fan of, and I'm also, like I said, I work for the Newton side of Prairie View, not necessarily in Wichita, but I am pushing for putting case management or peer support workers and partnering them with law enforcement. I've been talking with Prairie View about creating some sort of jail liaison between, let's connect them with resources while they're in the jail before they leave. Yes, we talk about parole. Yes, we talk about probation, but why do we need to wait for them to come out and fail? Okay, then we can put you on probation, and then we can get you resources. Let's start before they even get to that point, you know? So thank you, Mar. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. A month ago, we had a workshop on this, and I gave you my personal connection at that time. I do want to say I am the president of the Delano Neighborhood Association. And that means if you're homed, if you're unhomed, if you're a renter, if you're a landlord, anyone who lays their head in our neighborhood is one of my neighbors. We try to serve all neighbors without bias. The color of their skin, their gender, any reason, we're going to try to treat them as fairly as possible. We want to balance our compassion with public safety, including the safety of those who are camping with our neighborhood. I do feel it is past time to refresh these ordinances. In 2016, actually just looked it up, I asked the city manager's office for an application form to obtain a temporary parking permit. And I waited. And I waited. 3 days later, I was told that no such form existed. We've got the law on the books. We have no way to get someone a temporary camping permit. And Isaac proved it. The proposed changes do not criminalize poverty, but they do allow us to give discipline for bad behavior. Earlier this month, we had somebody visiting my neighborhood submit a C-Click Fix issue who stated, quote, tent set up under the bridge, hazardous when dark or sun in eyes when riding on the bike path, unquote. They felt unsafe going underneath the Seneca Street Bridge because an 8-foot wide tent was on a 10 to 12 foot wide path. Ordinances are being both ignored by both offenders and enforcers. Poor hot reporting oversight as recent as this past Saturday is happening. Every time there's a homeless encampment that's put in through C-Click Fix, the homeless outreach team copies and pastes, thank you for submitting this request. We've seen it and are looking into it, unquote. Then they declare the issue closed. This process completely blocks any transparency and accountability. The underbridge tent did not remain for 72 hours. It was on that path for 4 days. Under this refreshment of the ordinance, it'll be gone immediately if we can get officers to lay their discretion aside and enforce the laws on our books. For those unhoused individuals who are afraid due to personal or property security concerns, those are very real concerns for them. And they may have other reasons for not wanting to live in a shelter. A neighborhood president in another neighboring neighborhood for me asked, could we find some areas where camping would be a little more appropriate? Large areas for outdoor camping. Maybe it's an unused area of a park, but there should be some other options if we can't, we know that the MAC's going to take some time. We know that the full 360 and getting all those services there together. This is just one drop in an ocean, but I think it's a small step in the right direction. Any questions?
Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Rabbi Andrew Pepperstone. I am the co-president of Justice Together, and we represent 38 faith communities in Sedgwick County. And we recognize and celebrate the use of federal funds to invest in the MAC. And we continue to call on this council to provide full ongoing funding for its operation, which we hear from everybody how it would be useful for our community and transformative. Expanding enforcement will require resources, and all of those resources we heard about today could go towards the MAC instead. Further, we hear humankind and their concern for their ability to meet the need for shelter throughout the coldest days of the winter. We also hear the emphasis on bed space is available, and hopefully no one will ever be denied a bed. But I am curious still, and it was mentioned by Vice Mayor Ballard, why should there be any removal of bed space verification by a police officer or city official? That has no compassionate rationale that I can conceive of. I await your response. You can amend it today to take it out or to put it back in. Bed verification should be part of the policy. It may never be an issue. Why take it out?
Sharon, is that an actual piece of the ordinance? And if so, how do you verify if there is a bed?
It is not a piece of the ordinance. Currently, the bed policy is in WPD policy, and I may need to ask Aaron. I think one of the intentions is that WPD would remove that from its policy. Part of it is the time to verify, I think, but I'll let Aaron respond to that. But the requirement that there be a bed present is not in the ordinance.
The current ordinance either.
Correct.
So the current ordinance doesn't have a bed policy, neither does the proposed ordinance. It's a policy within the police department, is that correct?
Yes, and that policy was based on case law that had interpreted other illegal camping ordinances throughout the nation, that was a requirement. The Grant Pass case removed that as a legal requirement.
I'd rather ask the question of Captain Moses.
It's a great question. And this gets into the realm of what is the police department's role and what is not. Verification of bed space certainly seems like a reasonable and realistic expectation that if we're going to cite someone for camping in the street and there is no other alternative, that seems problematic. But this is where we get into our benchmarking and our looking at what other jurisdictions do. And what other jurisdictions do is something that myself and the chief talk about a lot, is knowing our role and knowing what is not our role. Many times the police department are not the answer to the question, and a lot of the times we're not the answer to the question. When we're talking about enforcement of ordinance, we look at the ordinance, we certainly take council direction on our policies, and we make decisions based on the ordinance in our policy. But what's best practice, what we see across the country in North America, I spoke about the Edmonton Police Department, is a coordinated approach to handling these challenges, which is if there's a complaint of an illegal camp and we go out and verify there is an illegal camp and there is a person there, The next step has to be some conversation related to how do we do a warm handoff or a hot handoff of this individual experiencing homelessness to a service provider. Right now in the ordinance, we've written in that they'll be provided information, and that's great. But what we've seen across the country and other jurisdictions is what's better is saying, hey, you can't camp here under the bridge. Oh, by the way, here's a person. Here's a person that can give you services. Here's a person that can connect you with where you need to be or what can help you. And that is outside of this conversation. I mean, we're talking about the ordinance. It's certainly entangled. But from a policy perspective, I think it would be hard for us to say, if there is no shelter space available in the city anywhere, it would be hard for us to then tell somebody your only method of protection from the environment we're going to take. Now, that doesn't mean we can't tell someone you're under a bridge, you're under a piece of critical infrastructure, you're in a place that the ordinance says you can't be, and telling that person you're going to have to move from this location, and doing some education, and still providing the list of resources. But our officers routinely call different area shelters. Union Rescue Mission comes to mind. You know, I worked as a fourth shift overnight patrol officer in the middle of the winter and a patrol supervisor in the middle of the winter. And one of the things we do is we all have the phone numbers for the shelters, and we call them and we say, do you have bed space available? Not necessarily related to enforcing this ordinance, but when we run into somebody who says, I have nowhere to go. So that is something that's incorporated into the everyday response that we do. But I do think that it's a very good point that there has to be a level of reasonableness to the way we enforce the ordinance, and the chief is aware of that. And that's why we review our policy and we incorporate the language into policy that is both council directive and responsible and reasonable. Hopefully that answers the question.
I have one more question, just a quick follow-up to that. So obviously the intention is not to send people to jail. The intention really is to encourage them to go to available bed spaces, which there currently are available bed spaces. So if this ordinance passes, you're not going to do a citywide enforcement right away. It's really to connect people to those resources. So will you have a list of, for instance, the first one would be the multi-agency winter shelter, and then you would ask Union Rescue Mission, do you have beds? Is that the line of priority you would start calling?
I think that's a policy discussion, and I think we can talk about the way that policy is written after any change may or may not be made to the ordinance. But we would certainly look at what the ordinance says, and then we would sit down as a staff and we would incorporate the HOT team obviously in that conversation because of their knowledge, and we would also incorporate Reggie's staff and Director Stang's staff into that conversation about who should we be calling, because again, we as the police department are trying to be very good about recognizing when we are not the answer to the problem or the challenge that's being presented to us in that moment. Not that this is a problem, I don't want to characterize it that way, but what I'm saying is when an officer responds to an emergency call, part of what they do is assess, is this something that the police department should or should not be involved in, and at what level? So what we try to do from a policy perspective is provide that guidance to the officer and say, if presented with this, these are your options. That's a much larger conversation with the resource providers in our community and with Director Stang and the parks staff holistically about how this ordinance, if approved, would be enforced. Again, I don't believe that Chief Sullivan would take the stance that if there is no place for someone to go, that we would cite them for violating the ordinance. I imagine that practice would remain the way that it is.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. One question for you, Captain, and then one question for Sharon. If we have this, if the ordinance is as it currently reads, and we have a campsite that is a health hazard, are we able to maneuver through that to get the campsite cleaned up or moved if again, one of the really bad ones in the middle of a neighborhood?
Absolutely. I mean, that would be our primary goal. Our primary goal would be to go out, make contact, and tell this person, the unhoused person or people, this is the law in Wichita. You cannot camp here. This is an immediate removal. You also cannot camp in these other places, and here are the restrictions. But it leads to a much larger conversation of what does the handoff to services look like? And I would say, based on my limited experience in working with the unhoused population, but what we're hearing here and what I've heard other places is a pamphlet, while providing good information, may not be the best answer to that question. But that's also, I don't know that the police department's place to answer that question. We're happy to hear from other people, the experts in the field, to tell us, here's who you should call, and here's what we think a warm handoff or a hot handoff to services looks like. And we're certainly open and willing to incorporate those things into our processes, because we've seen that that's what works across the world.
I appreciate that. So to shorten it up, shelter space is no impediment to cleaning up actual health hazards, anything that is a danger to the community?
No.
Okay, I appreciate that. Sharon, I mean, it strikes the language out from this ordinance that, or the individual or individuals are deemed homeless and there are no appropriate shelters available for them. So is
that was never in the ordinance.
Okay, well, so why is it stricken from the unlawful camping ordinance that we have here? Page 4 in the second, the one that we show the process of cleaning it up. Yeah, 520020. The way from what I understand, the way the ordinance currently reads is, unless such persons or persons have been granted a temporary permit allowing such activity as set forth in the chapter.
You're onto a different question. 5.20.040 still exists. It just was not amended in this packet, so that's why it's not repeated in this packet.
Okay, so that's currently the ordinance.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
And it's still there. I mean, there is still a process to get a temporary permit. The ordinance says that temporary permit is limited to a special event, because that comes back to the much larger conversation of, do we want to authorize permits for people to camp on our public property? And since 2013, the policy has been that we don't allow people to camp on our public property. So 040 is still there.
But is that not pertaining to unlawful camping? So it doesn't have to be just for a special event, right? That could also be
no
the unlawful camping that we have currently?
No. Currently, 5.20.040 says that the city manager may issue a temporary permit to allow camping on public property or the storage of personal property on public property in connection with a special event.
Right, and then there's a comma.
There's a period. Special event is intended to include, and then it lists certain things. But I don't read the ordinance as currently allowing the city manager to designate Hyde Park or Watson Park to allow camping for a month, a year, a day, just if I want to go and pitch my tent. I don't read that ordinance as allowing that to occur.
So this is not included in the grants pass decision here? This isn't the language change from the grants pass changes?
Oh, okay, hold on. Take that out. Okay. Did I take that? Okay. I stand corrected. We are taking out the language on 020, the end, and there are no appropriate shelters available for them. That is correct. We are taking that up from the ordinance.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
I stand corrected.
All right, thank you.
No.
And to the speaker, I do plan on offering some amendments after we are done with public comments. So just wanted to give you a heads up there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. That is the ordinance that I was talking about. And also to Captain Moses, I think you commented to what I was talking or alluding to earlier about, you didn't say this isn't the police's role, but I think that's what you were like getting at. So when I was talking about earlier, kind of opening up the door for just anybody to be able to address this, that's kind of what I mean. Like, that's what the hot team like specializes in. And so I'm just really concerned again about just kind of opening that up for anybody to address. So anyway, I just want to make that comment and comment on Sharon's ordinance.
We'll continue with public comment.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Reverend Jacob Poindexter, and I'm the pastor at Wichita United Church of Christ, located at 5200 East 31st Street South. And I also live in District 6 at 2313 George Washington Boulevard. There are actually a couple of things that I think specifically about this ordinance and the way that it changes the current policy, but there's two of them in particular I want to pay attention to. The reality is, and I think we've talked about this in quite a few ways, is without sufficient community resources or shelters or supported housing resources for people who are camping, especially in undeveloped public property and parks, these changes will have very little improvement and potentially significant adverse impacts on people. We all know that clearing camps only pushes people to new camps and further away from potential services that they need. It sows distrust, as we've witnessed, between people and their government and their community, and it decreases the opportunity for future connection with services and pathways forward in the future. Simply giving someone a resource sheet, as the captain has mentioned, I appreciate this, with possible services and support is insufficient. Having someone to hand off, someone to provide services is necessary. But the second issue, which has come up a couple times, is a particular concern, is the increase in those authorized to enforce ordinance beyond the HOT team, the homeless outreach team, to include city staff, which the list is quite exhaustive, actually, who may or may not be trained in harm reduction or ensured to have sufficient familiarity and training with the specific issues our unhoused neighbors face. I think the captain actually said himself that his familiarity makes him sort of question what his role is in certain situations. And I don't think the changes to the ordinance take that into account sufficiently. Especially troubling is the line included in the city manager's discretion to designate other unspecified individuals, staff or otherwise, apparently, or employees of the city. Any changes to the ordinance and enforcement of current law must be preceded by appropriate training and resources ready at the point of need, at the point when someone has an interaction. That's your responsibility, that's our responsibility, before offering the changes that you're presenting. At least try funding the HOT teams first. Maybe they're not working sufficiently, maybe they're not staffed, maybe they're not paid enough to do the work. There's a fair amount of money that goes towards developments and tax incentives for developments that could potentially be redirected, but that's a different subject. We could at least try funding the MAC completely and having a plan for services handoffs. We have the responsibility to do the good that is ours to do. These changes seem to me, and in other cities that I've lived in have gone through different scenarios like this, like another avoidance of our responsibility in the hopes that people disappear, that maybe if we move them from this camp, they won't appear someplace else. Neither the current or proposed ordinances will address the human needs we witness. It cannot make people go to a shelter, which seems like the only actual goal considered, nor should it compel someone to go to a shelter if they can't go, if they maybe have pets, if maybe they're transgender. There are lots of reasons why a shelter is not a good place for people. If fines or forms of arrest, in whatever wording you want to use, whether it's actually arresting or giving someone a citation, cannot make someone use provided resources that we might think they need. And if they don't work, then the only result is increased criminalization. That's the only thing that's actually changing. Because you can't compel people to take the resources that may not be appropriate for them or that may not be good for them that day. Please vote no on these changes. And in addition, reconsider the current. I think there are better ideas out there. Until we have a full plan to address the needs of those already criminalized for simply existing in our community without a private place to sleep, we should not increase the burden of criminalization on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. We will continue with public comment.
Oh, wow. Good afternoon. Tim Duggar, 924 West Douglas in Delano. I want to thank you all of you, for working very hard on this problem. It is a problem where I know you're from disparate sides of the political spectrum. I mean, we got Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians. I think we've made a lot of progress. I want to choose my words carefully. The first thing I would say is this. We've heard a lot about the 300 to 600 homeless people in Wichita. I want to talk as one of the 300 to 600,000 taxpayers in Wichita. We're already spending $8 million on this problem. I think that shows we're a kind and compassionate people. But I appreciate in what you have done that you're starting to push back that I have the right to walk out of my front door and not see somebody urinating, defecating, fornicating, shooting drugs, causing havoc, trying to destroy my property, that we have the right to say that's not allowed. We have the right to use a sidewalk as a sidewalk. We have the right to feel safe in our neighborhoods. We are doing a lot right now to help people. But the other thing, I don't know who all's left here, you have to want to help yourself. If you're not willing to ask yourself, okay, I'm in a bad situation, I'm homeless. Am I willing to stop doing the things that got me here in the first place? That's where I think, talking about fines and these things, that's where these things, you can be compelled to do some of these things to get help. In high school, my class was out of control. The principal came in and said, as of now, everybody, there are no extracurricular activities. He got our attention. He compelled us to listen to him and to change what we were doing because I was into sports. But he just shut us down. That's called being compelled. Sometimes you must be compelled to take care of yourself. Again, we're spending a lot of money on people who are refusing to take care of themselves for whatever reason. Situations happen, mental illness, drug, alcohol abuse. I know it's all in there, but at some point you have to stop and say, okay, I want help and I'm willing to take it. But in the meantime, until you reach that point, I, as a taxpayer, have a right to use the sidewalks, the parks, the walkways, the bicycle paths without fear. In Delano, there are people who have to come to work and get somebody to move out of their business entranceway because somebody set up camp there overnight. That shouldn't be. We have got to balance this, and I think this plan is a great step forward in balancing the rights of the homeless with the rights of those of us who don't think the taxpayer owes us for food, clothing, and shelter, that we try to do this ourselves. So I'm going to ask that you all vote yes on this. And yes, there's some good input from everybody here, including, hey, maybe on city-owned property, set up a campground somewhere. That's fine. That may not be a bad idea. But when businesses are trying to do business, we can't have people doing all this right in front of their business because that runs people away. So again, thank you for all you've done. I know this is a step forward. It's not the end all. This is a huge problem. If it could have been fixed, we would have already fixed it by now. but it's a step in the right direction. It is allowing people dignity. It's allowing people to get the help that they need. Sometimes they need to be compelled to get the help that they need, and that's okay too. But thanks again for what you've done.
Thank you, Tim. We will continue with public comment.
Deanne Smith, United Methodist Open Door. We are very aware of the issues. We've been at this for a long time. We've had conversations a long time. You've already heard it all. I think the thing that we all agree on, that there is a problem. What the ultimate solution is, we have some agreement, but I don't think that this ordinance, you've already got one. I think there are a lot of resources in how that can be and has been enforced. I have to clear our doorways to get in to do services we provide for the homeless. We have 7 right now windows that have been broken out. That's not what we used to do, right? The behavioral health issues. So we all agree there's a problem. I don't know that impelling somebody in this way is going to be that solution, because then you have to have the resources in order, when you finally get them to say yes, whether on their own volition or compelling them to do so, you have to have the resources. I ask that there is obviously confusion about what this proposed ordinance would do and how it would be carried out, that you postpone your vote to get more input from those that have experienced being unhoused, those who try to provide services each and every day, from those business owners and folks who care. I understand that the staff has done a lot of work, but the staff is the staff, and there's a lot of other feedback that could be given, and I think to the point where it'd be very helpful. Having 4 officers for a huge city is not adequate. Those that will enforce anything that you're putting before, but opening it up to anybody and everybody is also a safety hazard. So all those kinds of things have been brought up. I just ask that you take a moment. The MAC, it won't even be fully open until the end of 2025, we hope, depending on construction and all those kinds of things. The full impact of that will not be totally known. There are so many things. Can we not take a breath and gather the information, gather the input, gather the expertise, the knowledge to do this in the way that's going to be the best it could be?
Thank you, Deanne. I will have a clarification question maybe for Sharon. Can you just clarify, once again, the enforcement piece of it, of this ordinance, will still lie on law enforcement, correct?
Yes. The ordinance does allow other parties to enforce the ordinance. As written, it doesn't specify who charges versus who cleans up. That sounds like that may be a concern, and we can certainly wordsmith that language that citations would be issued by law enforcement, but these other law enforcement and Wichita Airport and Fire, because they are law enforcement, and then other cleanups types activities that are allowed under this ordinance, the posting of the notice, cleaning up the location, could be handled by those other departments. So that's a policy decision.
So that could be a change from the bench
Yes.
as an amendment
Yes.
to just say citations simply, very clearly, citations only by law enforcement and cleanups and notice by other entities as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that clarification. We will continue with public comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ben Davis, 420 North Rutland Street, Wichita, Kansas. appreciate the opportunity to speak before you guys this afternoon for a few minutes. We've heard a lot of great comments. I'm here to speak as a concerned parent. I want to acknowledge a couple different things. First of all, just the difficult task that all of you have. In a representative democracy, you sit here and having to weigh competing interests of a lot of different parties and people and factions, and trying to do so, representing each of those parties with, integrity and dignity. And so this is a very difficult job. I don't envy you at all. And these are difficult decisions. But I appreciate the fact that you're sitting here and that you're willing to take the time to hear from all the various viewpoints of the community. But I do implore you and ask you to strongly consider supporting this ordinance. I 100% think that this ordinance is not a criminalization of being homeless. And I think the gentleman who spoke a few moments ago, that is so irresponsible, given everything that the ordinance says and does, all the clarifying comments that we've heard from staff, from others. I think that kind of language is so irresponsible. It does not do that. I think I'm more proud of this city than ever in the lengths that we have taken to be a kind and generous community to the most vulnerable among us, recognizing that this is a very, very difficult issue. It's a very complex problem. I don't think there's any one solution. I think there's a series of trade-offs, and some of those trade-offs are better than others, but I don't think we'll ever solve anything. I don't think there's any policy that will ever do that. But I see that this law, this ordinance, is making some tweaks to an already existing ordinance. We have an established history of how these things have been enforced. There's not seemed to be any real issues with that, but this provides some clarity and tightening up. I appreciate the fact that it's doing that as a taxpayer, as a citizen, and more than anything, as a parent. I did not grow up in a very wealthy family. I was the first person in my family to go to college. We were low middle class at best. So when my wife and I had an opportunity through just grinding, really grinding, to be able to afford a home in a decently nice neighborhood to provide a better life for our two sons, we were over the moon about it. And this summer, my 9-year-old, who likes to go down by our house, there's a creek, and play and build forts with his friends, comes back to our house terrified because there's a homeless encampment there. Trash, stuff everywhere. Fortunately, I was able to get a hold of Councilwoman Becky Tuttle, who was very responsive to my call. She got me connected with Officer Nate. Our hot team, our police force is just second to none. I'm so proud of Wichita City Police Department. Officer Nate got a hold of me immediately and began to take the steps to do a 72-hour notice and clearing up the camp and all that. But it took days. It took almost 2 weeks to clear all of that up. There's been an increase of panhandling in and around our neighborhood, which has led to more homelessness coming out, building camps. We've had to call. These are not malicious citizens. This is not some kind of rat out policy that you saw like it's Soviet style. These are concerned citizens, neighbors that are seeing their own neighborhoods being completely destroyed and trashed, seeing their kids not be able to go outside and play, which is absolutely their right in their own neighborhood to be able to do, because they're seeing homeless encampments come, trash being flung all over the place, drug needles being laid out in the grass. My son's school, because there's panhandling nearby, had a gentleman that apparently had been panhandling at one of the local intersections, came by to a group of 4th grade girls who were having a math lesson outside on a beautiful day and asked for their phone and said that he was going to kill them if they did not hand the phone over. Of course, they were terrified and went to go get a teacher. Now, I'm not trying to paint a broad brush of all the homeless. I've met plenty of homeless people who are kind, wonderful, and generous people who just happen to fall on hard times and they need a hand up. In no way am I trying to do that. But there clearly is a faction that is growing dangerous or just out of control or just doesn't care about public property. And as a father, as a citizen, as a taxpayer, I'd say let's enact this ordinance and possibly even go further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. We will continue with public comment.
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor Wu. My name is Bill Vickery. I live at 1542 South Spring Hollow Circle. I've lived in Wichita my whole life. I am a retired attorney. I worked downtown for 45 years. I currently go to First United Methodist Church, which on the side, you know, where we all go in is Topeka Street, and the Methodist shelter that we have. So I'm well aware of what the homeless situation is. I joined the DART group as soon as it started, almost 2 years ago, the Justice Together group. We worked diligently to find solutions, reasonable solutions, to protect the community and our compassion towards homeless people. Mayor Wu was gracious enough to come to our Nehemiah meeting, where 1,400 people got together in May and offered solutions to the city and county leaders. One of those solutions was an ID program. That's still not in place, but at least we're working on it. That was one of the biggest things that caused people to be homeless, not having an ID. We put together a mental health program where there are now teams that go out in mental health crisis to save the police from having to do that. We also put together a program for homelessness that involved the MAC. And we got pledges from state, county, and city officials to fully fund the MAC facility. That has not happened. So we don't know whether the MAC is going to help solve these problems until it's fully funded and in place or not. We haven't given it a chance. This year, our issue is affordable housing. We're going to find some solutions that would help give these people their private space. At least the ability to potentially have somewhere that they can go and be housed other than a shelter. And we will come up with solutions and we will present them to you. Now, I know Sharon, I practiced in municipal court for many years. This is a criminal ordinance, isn't it? Please say that loud.
Yes.
What is going to come out of this, if you pass this ordinance, the headline, Wichita City Council criminalizes homelessness. People, there's nobody in this room compared to everybody out there. They haven't heard everything that's gone on in this room. What they're going to hear is that the Wichita City Council made homelessness a crime. That's what they're going to hear. That's the gist of it. That's the gist of what you're doing. Period. You are making it a crime. If the police are going to enforce the ordinances as they're written, it's a crime. And you know what? I'm a taxpayer too. I've paid taxes here my whole life. I get that. But I understand how writing all of these notices to appear that have to be processed through municipal court, and then the people aren't going to show up, then the court has to issue a warrant, enter it into the system, and then when a police officer runs into one of these people, there's a warrant. Their obligation is to pick them up, take them down, and process them through the county jail, and then they'll be given, probably released, OR, and then given another date that they won't show up for, and then another warrant gets issued. Is all that free? Do you police officers work for free? Does the municipal court work for free? The burden, the financial burden is going to be more than what it is to fully finance the MAC and to put together a program to try to solve the problem, not push it under the rug. So that's really all I've got to say. If any of you want to ask any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, and thanks for coming to speak. Appreciate that. I do want to, maybe you haven't heard, there seems to be a narrative in Justice Together that we have not fully funded the MAC, when in case we have.
$650,000, I think,
No, $8 million to build it.
to build it.
$5 million for the next 2 years.
Okay.
So we have fully funded the MAC for the next 2 years. Now, where Just Together needs to worry about, and we need to worry about, is after 2 years. It goes to zero. We have budget crises coming our way.
I understand.
So we're going to need help from churches to help support this MAC. So I hope that Justice Together and all the churches in the city will keep that in mind and really help support the MAC. We've given a running start. We've got 2 years going.
Yep, we do appreciate that.
Yeah, we're invested in it.
And,
we are.
And I guess what I'm saying is if it's not going to be continually funded, then we really have kind of wasted the money to get it set up and going if people aren't going to make a commitment to make sure that it keeps going.
Right.
You know, you've wasted $8 million on the building if it isn't going to be funded in the future.
So we've given it a running start. We can't fully fund it forever.
I understand.
We can't do it.
I understand.
You know,
And-
we need help from, we're going to give some, I'm sure, in the future. We need some help from the county, help from the state, help from churches, help from foundations. It has to be a community effort, not just the city.
We understand, and that's our whole goal, is to put together state, federal, local funding for projects to make them happen so that we have solutions. Criminalizing homelessness is not a solution.
Well, I appreciate you being engaged and hope you stay engaged and appreciate everything you've
Well,
done.
we're working, and hopefully we can come up with something for affordable housing that will help eliminate
That's going to be the bottleneck
some
right
of these
there.
issues.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you, Bill. And just for the record, we already have an ordinance right now where it is illegal to have camping in front of sidewalks and streets and underneath bridges. This is just codifying it so that the reduction of a fine is also in that ordinance. So it already is illegal to have a camp on a sidewalk right now. Is that correct, Sharon?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We will continue with public comment.
Hi, I'm Alicia. I'm from District 1. Thank you all for being here and hearing us out today. And I'm grateful that we're even having this discussion. A little bit about me. I'm Wichita born and raised. I, in my youth, grew up in Miracles, if anyone is familiar with that. I also grew up in a homeless shelter myself as a youth in Chicago, Pacific Garden Mission. So I do have personal experience there. A big part of my family getting into systems like that was our family support. I worked at Humankind last year. And, you know, I am so proud of Wichita. I'm proud to be a Wichita native and be from this town and live in this town. And I'm really proud that we've invested so much into Humankind and the other organizations. But working at Humankind, it is, you know, you go there to sleep and you get a little meal. There's not much more to it. Maybe you can get some kind of clothes, maybe you can get some kind of sanitary items, but you know, you're stuck in a room all day, no activities. You know, there are still problems with those systems. I will say that it says an estimated of 20% of young adults who are in care of the foster care system become homeless the moment they're emancipated at the age of 18. And nationwide, 50% of homeless population spent time in the foster care system, and that's from the National Foster Youth Institute. So that just kind of reinforces the idea that people need to have a support system. You know, it's really hard out there. I think it's hard enough to live day to day, let alone go out and get these resources. Another thing I saw is that there were upwards of 600 homeless people in Wichita, Kansas in 2023, according to KSN. And, you know, there was only less than 300 beds at Humankind, right? And only 78 beds for women. There's a lot of sacrifices made with the choice of going into a shelter. You have to let go of personal items. You have to share an environment with a bunch of other people that you don't know. There's still things that go on within shelters that may feel unsafe for people to even go into a shelter and be around other people that they may know from the streets already. And another thing, there's not a place for mother and children. A lot of families and people today are 1 or 2 paychecks to facing homelessness. I have a lot of support system myself. I'm able to share resources with other people, but not a lot of people have that luxury. And then another thing is a lot of the people that came into Humankind suffered from mental, physical disabilities and illnesses. So how do you expect these people to be able to go and get those resources for themselves? I believe it's a huge dishonor to humanity itself and the Wichita community to criminalize homelessness. It is criminalizing homelessness, and also unhoused people do pay taxes. They do contribute to the local economy. They do have jobs. They're not a lot. Yes, some of them may be drug addicts, but that may just be a stepping stone in their story for recovery. And it's a sad truth that a lot of people do hate homeless people. They hate poor people, and it's very evident when they come up here and care more about property than they do human lives. I love Humankind. I love that you guys have invested so much into it, and I'm really proud of that. And I've seen, you're offering work available for people. I think PRN work, not being able to stick to a certain schedule while you're dealing with homelessness until you get stable. But yeah, I'm against the fines, against the encampments, and homelessness is a crime against humanity. I think we should address the causes of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. We will continue with public comment.
Hello, my name is Cecilia, and I am a member of Delrose United Methodist Church, and I also work with a local nonprofit that offers shelter to families within the Wichita area. And I've also worked with people experiencing homelessness and gone to conferences and worked with leaders around housing issues and homelessness for over a decade now. So I've seen across the country other cities pursue their resources and their time addressing the homelessness problem in a lot of different ways. And I think that it's really inhumane to criminalize, to use your resources to criminalize homelessness. And I want to share some comments that some of my coworkers shared with me today. We've got a full staff working with families, and we have a limited capacity for how many people we can serve at a time. So my coworkers said that they think that this is not a long-term solution for addressing the issue of homelessness. They believe that this continues the cyclical problem of people continuing to, get fined, go into the system, and then go back and be homeless again. And I don't know if any of you have ever worked with people experiencing severe mental health issues. I've worked with people with schizophrenia, and I will say it's not easy to work with people experiencing those issues. And so an understaffed 200+ bed shelter is not the place for people experiencing that level of psychosis, and neither is a family shelter. So the models that I've seen that have actually been effective in other places have been people who've decided to use their resources to focus on affordable housing and a tiered approach to permanent supportive housing and transitional housing. There are people that you probably saw in this room today that you see on the street that will never have a job. They will never be able to work. They're physically disabled, they're mentally disabled, and they need the support to be housed, and they're putting them in a congregated living shelter is not going to solve that. People are also, my coworkers are also concerned that, you know, a lot of the folks that they've worked with have distrust with armed officers, and mental health professionals should really be the ones responding to those issues. So that doesn't seem like the appropriate professional to be approaching someone experiencing homelessness. And yeah, I think we kind of disconnect from the problem because we're not really facing it ourselves, but I would ask each of you to go stay at the Humankind Shelter. What if you did that tomorrow night? It sounds like there's beds available. What if you went and stayed there and just see what that experience is like? And I'm only trying to humanize the issue. A congregated living shelter is not a safe place. It's kind of like a refugee camp. And I think our city has so many more resources, so many more intelligent people that could put their minds together to address the real core issue, which is affordable housing and having permanent supportive housing. I've been in conversations even this week with people who are trying to put their heads together to figure out how can we expand affordable housing in this community. And I appreciate that you offer this space for people to share testimony and experiences. You guys got some really long meetings. But I wonder if we had spent this chunk of time today just thinking about the people we know, the resources we have, what could we do to address the core problem, which is that people don't have a place to live, and they're not going to be able to get a job if they're staying in shelter. So yeah, I would really encourage you to think about if you woke up tomorrow and when you close the door, you're not able to come back. You can carry what you have, and you have no family, and you have no one that you can stay with. What would you do? Where would you live? Where would you stay? And I've actually played this out in my head too. I've helped people try to find places that they could maybe stay for a night. If they don't feel safe staying in a shelter, if they're not allowed to stay in the shelter because they've been banned from the shelter because of their mental health issues and their behaviors. So yeah, I would just encourage you to think, if you had to deal with this issue yourself tomorrow, how would you feel about this ordinance? And I would urge you, each of you, to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. We'll continue with public comment.
Hi, I'm Christina Monero. I am the pastor at Lorraine Avenue Mennonite Church. We are also part of Justice Together, and I wanted to come and speak today just to add my voice to the no's against this ordinance. And from what I have heard, and I've learned a lot today, and kudos to you guys, you really do have long meetings. I have a church council meeting tonight, and if it goes 2 hours, I'm going to be mad. So I know this goes on for a long time, so I really appreciate all that you do and all that everyone in this room has done to help try to get this system working. And I believe you when you say you don't really want to just be, you certainly don't want to be rounding people up and putting them in prison. That I hear you about loud and clear, and I believe that you want to take a compassionate approach. I'm worried that without certain steps that this is just going to end up further criminalizing homelessness. We've heard that the illegal camping already exists, and that's something that I personally have a problem with, but obviously it's not what we're discussing today. But this it makes it even harder to be homeless in our city, and I think that's a really frustrating and not a very smart move for just ultimately taking a compassionate approach. Without the MAC funded beyond the next 2 years, and I get what you're saying, like how can we know what's going to happen in the next 2 years? But without that, what are we going to do? With the hot team being, I think somebody said 4 people, that's very small for the city this size. What are our long-term solutions, and I don't think these are it. They think this, especially in hands of people who perhaps are less committed to a compassionate response, could get really dangerous for folks. And maybe just to close, I might just remind us that last year, and I don't know the numbers for this year, but the 42 people died on the streets. And that's unacceptable, I think. I have a verse from Jeremiah 2, verse 34, and I hate doing this because it's out of context, but I'll only read you the one verse. It's just, on your clothes is found the lifeblood of the innocent poor, though you did not catch them breaking in. What have these folks done? I feel personally responsible to I feel some responsibility for anyone who dies if I could help keep that from happening. So I urge you to remember that and put that in our heads so that we don't have the lifeblood of the innocent poor upon us. Thanks.
Thank you very much for speaking. I will just add a quick comment because it is not humane to allow neighbors in our community, and I believe anyone in the city is a neighbor. It is not humane for any of our neighbors to live on the street and out in the cold when there are 160 beds to 130 beds available right now. We will continue with public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Myers. I wasn't planning on speaking, so I'll try and cut off my time for my other issue that I'm actually here for. But I've been here all day, and I wanted to just boil down what I thought were some salient points. I think it's appropriate that the headline is that homelessness is being criminalized if you continue striking out the language that says if bed space is available. I think that's important language. I represent survivors of domestic violence, as most of you know, who are considered homeless, and we see a lot of victims who show up at our doors who have been victimized in the emergency winter shelter. I second the woman who said, I think it's almost impossible, coming from where a lot of us have come from, to imagine a world in which we're homeless. But please, please, I prevail upon you, and I hope that your constituents do as well, to go spend some time at that winter shelter. Please, it's terrifying. We won't even put an advocate there. I also wanted to raise the point that Captain Moses raised, which is not, we are criminalizing homelessness by using the police to do what needs to be done by case managers, okay? So bed space available, criminalizing homelessness with beds, by using the police in this role, and then finally, to the point about fines. So the way fines work, I mean, most of us have taken economics, they're a deterrent if you have a choice. Like, that's the right? Like, the idea is that a fine is a deterrent because you don't want to pay, you don't do the activity because you don't want to pay the fine. If you don't have the money to pay the fine, it's not a deterrent, right? It's just pointless. So it doesn't do what you're trying to do. And so I have a couple more points, but I won't take up so much of your time. The only other thing that I wanted to say to Councilmember Johnston's point is, because I'm a little bit of two minds on this issue, is I do think that this is woefully under privately funded. As someone who's raised a lot of money and leveraged money from the city, I really think you hit it on the head a couple times today that especially, when there are businesses out there, neighbors out there, that they don't want to see this, they don't want to be around this, I don't want to, they're compassionate, they care. I think it's stunning to me how woefully under private funded this is, and that's not your role here, but I wanted that on the record. So again, those are my points. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. We'll continue with public comment.
I was a little out of breath because I hurried here because I didn't think the meeting would be going this long, and I was able to make it. Faith Martin, 608 South Drury. I've been listening online most of the day, and there's just kind of 3 points that other speakers had brought up that I'm hoping that you will listen to. One of them was, I think his name was Piper, and he talked about where's the data to support the decision that you're making today. And then that would take me into the question that we always ask when policy or laws are being created, what problem are you trying to solve with this ordinance? Because if it's to solve homelessness, that's not accurate. That's not being solved with this ordinance. If it's helping people, that's not the problem this is solving. So I would like to know what problem you think this is solving, because from what I've heard today, it sounds like it's creating more problems. And then, I'm sorry, I'm out of breath, I really did hurry. And then the third piece would be, if this is such a good idea, why have so many speakers talked about forcing and compelling people to do this? Good ideas do not require force. It should be, I don't know. I would encourage you to not only not vote on this today, but to table it until we have more data, like a more accurate point in time count that's coming in January, so you can hear from the people that are actually going to be impacted by this, till we have an answer for, A, why are we doing this? Where's the data to support it? But also, who's going to be working with this community if it's not the police? And if it's not to criminalize people, then why are we passing an ordinance that the end result is criminalizing people? Because if you go through that process, like it's stated, there will be bench warrants. There will be, whether or not it was 5 before, this is a different ordinance and it could be higher. So I apologize for the jumbled thoughts, but I wanted to get down here before public comment. You know, where's the data to support the decision you're making today? Why are we trying to compel or force anyone to do anything? If our services are so good, then we shouldn't have to force people to utilize them. And then just where's the data to support the action today? Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. We'll continue with public comment.
My name is Reverend Travis Smith McKee. I live at 1509 North Sheridan in Ballard's district. I wanted, first, as a person of faith, as a Wichita resident, as somebody who works in Riverside, as somebody who sees people, has listened to the concerned citizens here, who has done research with Justice Together, but has heard those who have experienced homelessness. I don't appreciate the broad brush that has been painted with, because I've heard the stories of the people who have been trying to get housing. My wife and I have good jobs. We are making ends meet. And in 2021, when we first tried to buy a house, we put in offers on 5 different houses and got outbid. Our only option was to pay over $1,300 a month for a place for our family to live. My sister is a single woman, one income, and is afraid to move right now because she has lived in her same apartment for 7 years. If she moves, her rates will go up. Tell me where you can find affordable housing. That is the first and foremost issue right here, is that we do not have enough affordable housing in this community. And so I come back to an issue that is in this ordinance. It is on page 4 of 13 in this document right here. It has been brought up by multiple speakers that the language that is being struck says it is that they cannot camp unless such a person or persons have been granted a temporary permit, and the language that is struck, or the individual or individuals are deemed homeless and there are no appropriate shelters available for them. I understand today that today's numbers allow for some beds to be there, and I would hope that we would have more case managers, we would have people who are well-trained in order to get people to come out and use those shelter beds, to use the resources that we have. I'm thankful that we are going to see the multi-agency center coming into fruition, and I'm thankful that we are taking that approach. But until that time, the proposal that you have says it takes out the language if there are no appropriate shelters available for them. I ask, where do they go? My family and I, in order to live somewhere, because of the lack of housing, we had to pay over $1,300 a month just in rent. We now have a house. We're now able to build equity. We're now able to get things started. But what do you do if you're not able to get a house? What do you do if you're not able to have a residence in order to have a job, in order to take care of yourself and get better? This ordinance strikes the language of no appropriate shelters available, and I'm wondering what the solution is for that. I ask again, like Rabbi Pepperstone, my friend and colleague, are you going to strike that? Are you going to continue to strike that language? Do you remember that it's there on page 4 of the document that you have online? I ask you, will you commit to leaving the language in about availability for shelters?
Is there anyone else to speak for public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor and Council, Richard Harris, 3031 West Pawnee, Suite 200. I have a lot of experience with the homeless. I was once homeless myself when I was a teenager, and I can tell you what the experience is like sleeping with the snow falling on your head. I know how tough it is for people on the street, and I know how people can get there without having been on drugs, without having been on alcohol, without having mental illness, and without having a criminal history. You can still be homeless in Wichita under the best of circumstances in your own personal conduct. In the years since, the decades since, I have dealt with dozens, hundreds of poor, homeless, and near homeless people throughout the city, providing them with all kinds of assistance as I'm able. But I'm just one of the many people that are needed to do this job. One of the concerns I have here is some misinformation. First of all, to some extent, it's been implied that because the Supreme Court of the United States has said that you do not have to have beds before you can arrest people, doesn't mean that it's an acceptable moral behavior. It does not mean that you're supposed to do it. According to a conservative interpretation of the Constitution, we don't have to have a police department, we don't have to have a fire department, we don't have to have public libraries or public schools, we don't have to have streets or stoplights. But it'd be pretty danged irresponsible if we didn't have them. The idea that we would live our lives according to what the minimum is that the law requires is a very shallow view of human existence. It's obvious that the city is not yet serious about the MAC or the council, mostly spending its money gathered from other sources. We had somebody here say 300,000 taxpayers should have a voice in this. Well, you've told us that millions are going to be spent by the city, but it's not city money. The millions being spent are federal money, money from the rest of the people of the United States, not just Wichita. The 300,000 people here are willing to put up 600,000 in annual costs for the MAC. 600,000 out of 300,000 people, that's $2 a head here. Is that as generous as Wichita gets? How much did you spend on a couple of outhouses for the park? Now, let's be very clear that you don't have to attack the homeless to get them to want to go into shelter. You just have to have shelter that they would want to go into. The MAC is obviously an unfit shelter. You're cramming too many people together too close. And lots of homeless people that I've tried to get to shelter have told me they can't go for a variety of reasons. One of the most common reasons is they've been banned from a shelter. The mentally ill frequently get banned from shelters and are left out on the streets. Will we take away their housing with no warning whatsoever and be able to leave them out there to freeze to death? That's definitely allowed in the proposed ordinance changes. They don't go there because they don't want to deal with other addicts or criminals. They don't go there because they're women who are afraid of encountering abusers. They don't go there because they've got pets and they don't want to be separated from their pets. They don't want to be separated as couples. So you don't even have family shelters adequate to the family needs. So you can't talk about the MAC shelters if it's a magic solution. And you certainly can't be talking about the MAC services that don't exist. You're not going to have those ready till sometime next year. Way into next year. So let's not talk about this like this is a solution. This isn't a carrot and stick question. This set of ordinance proposals is all stick. The idea that you would reduce a fine to $200 for people who can't afford $5 to eat is disgusting. That is not a generous act. Let's be very clear. If you want to do something about the homeless problem in Wichita, get into your pockets. Make a real housing solution available. Stop coddling all the developers that want to build luxury housing and start demanding they build affordable housing and start providing it with city money. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you to the speaker. I just want to make sure that we get some accurate information. So, Bob, manager, if I can, we spent $5 million of our American Rescue Plan Act dollars, which was money from the federal government that came to us, about $73 million, right? So $5 million, and that's for the capital improvements that are needed for the emergency winter shelter and for the MAC, correct?
The 500, I'm sorry, the 5 million is for operations.
For operations, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, yes. So what all is the city invested besides just from American Rescue Plan Act?
It's the $600,000 for the emergency winter shelter operations this year, plus, don't quote me, but I'm thinking it was a number north of that last year for emergency shelter, plus the up to $8 million for capital, plus the council's approved concepts for constructing an affordable housing project adjacent to the MAC as well as in the same neighborhood, should we be able to obtain tax credits. But we're also looking at another approach that would build at least the first phase of that, which would be non-congregate shelter and affordable housing units.
Thank you very much.
And then the other thing I do want to point out is this isn't really play money. The ARPA money was revenue replacement money to help offset the cost of the pandemic on the city. And many cities and other jurisdictions close to us use that money to backfill operations. This council put the money into the MAC, which I think shows a difference in priorities.
May I also have a follow-up question to Sally, because this is not all-encompassing. I know that this council and for multiple years has been very supportive of affordable housing, so that's also part of that conversation. Can you talk about how much in federal dollars and that are allocated towards affordable housing as well right here in our community?
Well, that's a broad question. So our annual budget is around $35 million. That is since the reduction after losing CARES money and ARPA money that has come through. So it comes from multiple federal sources to address housing insecurity and affordable housing through the Housing Choice Voucher Program, CDBG, Home, ESG, every source we can get into to help this issue. We also are attempting, as the manager relayed, we are definitely working towards building more affordable housing, not just on the MAC site, but also in other sites nearby. Okay.
Very much, Sally. And can I also ask you one more question? Yep. Because I think it's important to recognize that the MAC is just one of the pieces to this entire challenge. If I am looking at the correct information, and this is from United Way, there are other homeless shelters and transitional housing opportunities for individuals facing homelessness. And according to this, it says Crossroads Shelter for transitional aged youth 18 to 24, Emporia House for veterans, Harbor House for domestic violence, Open Door Homeless Resource Center, which is a day shelter, Passageways for Veterans, St. Anthony's Family Shelter Catholic Charities, The Inn, powered by Humankind, Union Rescue Mission for Men Only, and the Wichita Family Crisis Center for Domestic Violence. Is this a comprehensive list that is simply missing the multi-agency center?
It's definitely, hits most of the players. We have a couple of other players with Family Promise providing shelter for families, as well as Miracles. Mental Health Association provides units for people, with severe and persistent mental illness. There are a lot of players in this arena. The idea behind the MAC, it is just one piece to the puzzle, but it is that piece that we envision being able to bring multiple resources, a one-stop shop, so that people can receive assistance. What we have right now is the emergency winter shelter. It is not the MAC. So when I hear people say, the MAC now, I'm like, the MAC doesn't exist right now. The MAC is much more comprehensive than just emergency winter shelter. Thank you.
Sally, Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Sally, I know this is probably just a guess, but how many beds overall with the programs that you just mentioned do you think there are actually available? And how many would you guess maybe is there any availability anywhere?
That does vary depending on agencies' ability to scale up, scale down, the size of families that are occupying spaces. But we run into a lot, especially prior to the shelter opening this year. For the winter, there was really no place to go for women unless they were a victim of domestic violence. So the fact that we're working to keep the shelter open 24/7, even beyond the winter, is going to alleviate the system a lot. When we interact with the HOT team almost daily, and they are reaching out trying to find a bed. Generally, it was a bed for women. That was the biggest challenge, and we really believe that this is definitely going to help. But I do have concerns in capacity in the number of people that we are going to see this year, just based on what's happening in our economy. Rents have increased so much. We're seeing more people needing and asking for services than we ever have. And so I think we can't just sit back and say the MAC is the answer. We have to continue to try and find resources, partnerships, and collaborations to continue to provide more and more resources.
I was just asking, in correlation with the gentleman's comment about the access to affordable housing is what we hear all the time. So, Wichita Family Crisis, Harbor, Catholic Charities, all of these different organizations have beds, but they're just not available. And so that is the constant problem that we're constantly hearing. So I appreciate his comment about, we need more access to affordable housing. It's just not the sexy project that, a lot of people want to get into, but that's definitely, what the community needs. So I know we've talked about landlord incentives and different incentives for developers, and it's just still something that people don't want to build, or it's not where all the money is at, but the demand and the need. When you said we have 10,000 people on the waiting list for Section 8, I mean, there's just 10,000. We might not get caught up in my lifetime. I mean, that's just a lot of houses to try to come up with. On top of people that might be moving here, for whatever other type of housing that we might need. So
yeah, 10,000 families.
Terrifying.
Not people, 10,000 families, households. Yeah. So the number is much greater than 10,000.
Very overwhelming.
Yes, very much. And, we're going to have the same problem at all the different types of shelters. If we don't have affordable housing units to get people to move into, we're just going to see a backlog.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sally. We'll continue with public comment. I see no public comment. But I did get it. So we will close public comment at this time. Just want to say thank you to the 24 individuals who spoke before the council regarding this topic. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have some comments just at the start. Earlier this year, I proposed allocating funds originally intended for the $6 million pickleball complex to support the shelter, and after state matching funds fell through. And I just want to thank this council for supporting that and making this a priority over the past year. We want to ensure our laws are enforced while also encouraging individuals seek the shelter services available and allowing people to live on the streets when we provide a safe space and life-changing resources is neither compassionate nor equitable for our community. By allowing people to live on the streets or encouraging violence, increasing sexual assaults, overdoses, unmet healthcare needs, and death, all of which decrease in the open shelter space that we're providing. It is cruel to allow people to live on the streets. It's not compassionate or equitable. This ordinance is, and I'm glad that this council and city staff have done the work to make sure they get the people the help that they need. In a city that values responsibility and kindness, we have an opportunity to lead with integrity, ensuring no one in Wichita is left out in the cold. And as a member of a congregation that supports and is a member of Justice Together, I've heard their concerns, but as discussed today, nearly all of their concerns were proven not to be weighed with truth. Because of that, and guided by my faith, compassion, and love for my neighbors, I also will just move, starting now as an opening part of the discussion, that I move that the City Council place the ordinances on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures.
So I hear a motion by Councilmember Glasscock. I will second that motion. So this is again, as the ordinance reads. So we have a motion and a second. I see multiple people on the board, but I want to provide a substitute motion before we begin. So I have a substitute motion that would take into consideration a lot of the comments that were brought forth by this community, including concerns about a shelter or a bed available for an individual. So I want to make sure that that does not get crossed out. So that's substitute to that motion, making sure that there is a shelter bed available. The second thing I heard was the concern regarding citations. So I want to make sure that citations are only issued by law enforcement, not by any other entity. And making sure that cleanups and notices can be under the discretion of the groups that were listed. I believe that those were Public Works, Park, MABCD, but I want to put one more caveat to that, and that is allowing for training so that these individuals that do the cleanups and the notices have proper training in consultation with the Wichita Police Department's HOT team. So the substitute is to make changes again to citations and who can do the cleanups, and also making sure that there is a shelter bed available to individuals that may be encountered by this ordinance.
Mayor, with a question to that, is that regarding at the multi-agency center, the emergency shelter, or is that open shelter space in general?
May I ask one of the individuals who would be carrying out this ordinance if it would be more prudent to have that just at the multi-agency center or shelter beds available in the community?
I think we would defer to council intent on that. I think what you've heard from Director Stang is there are more beds available across the system other than just the multi-agency center or the emergency winter shelter. I think that our officers' ability to confirm shelter space at the emergency winter shelter or the multi-agency center would be a little bit easier. But I do think there would be concern if there was shelter space available somewhere else and we didn't utilize that. So we would defer to council intent on that. Obviously, whatever council approves in the ordinance is what we would follow. Those are kind of the two edges of that I see.
So I will clarify my amendment, and that would be to have a shelter bed available in the community. In the community. So
second.
I have now a substitute motion and a substitute motion second. Now we can have discussion regarding, I believe the first one is the substitute motion. Is that correct? Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so just trying to follow along where we are here. We have a we have a substitute motion, and is that parliamentary secure if you have a second, and then you go to the substitute motion?
Yes, the substitute motion is what is up for discussion and action at this time.
All right, well, I appreciate you wanting to do that. That was definitely one of the amendments I had, so I'm supportive of the shelter space. Also, I'd like to offer an amendment to your substitute motion that we go to page 10 of the proposed ordinance. And we strip out the language by a fine not to exceed $200 or imprisonment for not more than 30 days or both such fine and imprisonment, and put in there shall be punished by a fine not to exceed $20.
So the amendment is, so the question is to me, right? Since I did the substitute motion, if I would accept an amendment of the fine of just $20.
I think that's just a friendly amendment you could accept or not.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel. After hearing the comments regarding why there is even a fine, so the current ordinance is actually $500, and this proposed ordinance is a reduction to $200. And there's additional language now that is the last resort. It really is up to the judge what that fine would be, and it would be capped at the $200. It could be $20, what the judge would hand down. But I believe having a maximum allows for flexibility for the judge to, again, encourage that individual with, I believe we mentioned multiple other courts, the mental health court, the drug court. So while this is a nice friendly amendment of $200, and I want to also make mention that you can pay it off through community service as well at $10 per hour. So you would have 20 hours if you were fined the maximum. As a compromise, I would be willing to say that that fine could go down to $100 with the ability to, again, do community service in our community. So that would be up to 10 hours of community service at $10 an hour. So while I will not take your friendly amendment, I offer a compromise of reducing that fine even further, but it would be, again, reasonable.
If I can, Jennifer, can we amend an amendment that way? I didn't present it as a friendly amendment. And just also for clarification, that means we strip out jail time. If it's been one case over 5 years that we successfully prosecuted it, and we want to make sure to send out the signal that we're trying to build trust with the community and not criminalize homelessness, I think this one would be acceptable, especially considering there are alternate ways of dealing with potential trouble cases like this. So just a little bit of clarification.
I think your amendment probably requires a second.
Okay.
I don't know if I heard.
Thank you.
Is there a second to your friendly amendment?
Second.
So we have a friendly amendment of reducing it to $20 with no
jail time.
No jail time, seconded by Councilmember Johnson. So in this situation,
Yes, the vote is now before you is on the amendment.
still goes back
My
to
amendment
your
to your
amendment.
amendment.
Got
Councilmember
it.
Hoheisel.
So we will vote on your amendment to reduce the fine to $20 and no jail time. Madam Clerk, please
Nay.
open the roll. Oh, sorry.
Nay.
I apologize.
No.
We will have,
That's okay. Yeah.
we will vote on just the friendly amendment. Or do you want to speak to it beforehand?
I would like to, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you. It's going to get messy, and I'm sure legal's going to have to help us a lot here. I just wanted to throw this out. I figured there would be a motion to pass as presented, right? And so I've done a lot of thinking. This is a very hard vote for me, trying to find the balance. I want to be compassionate to those who are homeless. I understand their extraordinary circumstances. I was talking with a gentleman last night, and he talked about how much stress it must be to be homeless, right? This is our most vulnerable. I also understand that people in the community have safety issues, and we've heard from folks today, but we've heard from people for the last couple weeks. And so what I was going to recommend, and I'm not necessarily saying this needs to be an amendment or a friendly amendment or an amendment to an amendment, but just something that we marinate on, and maybe it can be incorporated, but it also may help kind of solve kind of some of this gushiness that we're going through, is that if it passed today, that the caveat would be that we request the homelessness task force to recommend training for city Wichita staff and contractors and enforcement guidelines such to ensure an effective transition from encampments to shelter to housing. And I was going to do that and make sure the ordinance got passed today with no delay, but then have it go to the homelessness task force to review it and let them make the recommendations to ensure the efficacy of the ordinance changes. And the rationale would be for adding this is because the homelessness task force consists of the homelessness providers, the social and public health providers, for-profits, non-for-profits, and those who have experienced being unhoused. So based on some of the comments that we've heard today, I'm not sure. I'm kind of thinking aloud a little bit. I'm sorry, but it seems like everybody is. But instead of us even making sausage from the bench and having a friendly amendment and more, I wonder if the work could be done by the homeless task force. So just a thought. If nobody's interested in having that discussion anymore, I'm fine, and we can proceed with the vote. But I did want to throw that out there. Thank you.
So this is not pertaining to the current friendly amendment. Do you want to propose another friendly amendment?
Excuse me, I think we need.
Okay, so we're going to speak to this motion, and Vice Mayor Ballard wants to speak to this friendly amendment right now.
No comment, just a question for clarification. I do have a longer comment depending on this amendment, but the friendly amendment is only an amendment and not passing the ordinance with that, correct?
We could do it two ways. I mean, it could be, the motion before us was to, the initial motion was Council Mayor's substitute motion with the several revisions and the amendment to it. In my opinion, if you vote on it, it would adopt the ordinance with those items. We could do it separately. We've done it different ways. We could just vote if this is what the council wants to do, just on the amendment at this time and not adopt the ordinance. That would give the discussion more productivity.
So I guess I would seek clarification from Councilmember Hoheisel. Is this amendment or passing the ordinance with the amendment?
Just an amendment.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little concerned about passing the ordinance and then sending it to the homeless task force. I feel like that's kind of putting the cart before the horse. I like the idea of it going, which they actually meet tomorrow, which I know is a little too soon, but it's certainly not something that I want to drag out forever, but I think it's important to send it to the homeless task force or something similar to that before we vote on it. Otherwise, I feel like it's a little backwards for me.
Quick question to City Manager. So I think a lot of the questions are regarding procedure of moving forward. I know that this is still not going, if it passes, it still would not be in effect until next year. So are there still opportunities for the homelessness task force to also provide feedback, I guess, to parks, public works, police regarding how to implement?
Yes, I think so, especially if the desire is to move people from encampment to shelter to housing. that whole strategy, they could help us in terms of making sure that what we do for enforcement of the ordinance moves us in a way that I think all of us want in terms of effectiveness.
So we can still have them have that feedback even if it passes, correct?
Yes, and they may come back and say there are provisions that make it hard for us to implement, and that'd be feedback they would provide the council.
Again, so the answer is yes, they will be sought for feedback even if this passes today. The Homelessness Task Force, which Vice Mayor Ballard is on, and so is Councilmember Johnston, who are both on that Homelessness Task Force, and they meet again tomorrow. They would be able to still provide feedback even if this passes today, correct?
Right, I just want to make sure that's the council's intent. I don't want to,
What if they say?
We
you
can make
know,
amendments,
that-
right?
Then why don't we just delay it?
I think that, again, this is not going to take effect now. There are no resources. The whole team is not gathered. The individuals have not been hired. Therefore, it cannot happen even if we wanted it right now, correct?
right, I don't believe it's effective until January 13th, is that right?
That's correct. It has to go through second reading unless the council would make a motion for emergency adoption, which is not on the agenda. But that is, today's first reading. The next council meeting will be in January. That will be second reading, and then there'll be publication.
And during the second reading, it is on the consent agenda. So if a council member pulled that item for any further clarification, that can happen, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So it can still pass today with amendments if there are any changes from the Homelessness Task Force during the January 7th meeting, which would be the second reading. Councilmember Tuttle.
I just want to clarify with legal, if that's okay, because I don't know if there's going to be more comments, but so we had a motion from Councilmember Glasscock and got a second from Mayor Wu, and then we have a substitute motion, and the substitute motion that also got a second was to strike to add back the language that there has to be shelter beds available in the community. Trying to remember everything.
Citations are only issued by law enforcement.
Yes.
Cleanups and notices can be done by other departments, and training for these departments is in consultation with the HOT team.
Okay. And then Councilmember Holheisel's is to add the two more things of making the fine go from, it is now $500, proposed $200 to $20, and then taking away jail. Is that correct? They're all bundled together is what I'm understanding.
I think it's council member, I think it's your intent just to vote on the amendment down to the $20 fine only at this time.
So the mayor's substitute will not be included in that, correct? Or it is?
No, at this time, we're just voting on Councilmember Hoheisel's motion.
I just want to make completely sure that I understand exactly what I'm doing. And then I do want to make a comment. The jail part is very hard for me. I feel in my heart, and Reverend Christina made the comment, I don't know if she's still here, but that she felt like none of us want to put people in jail, right? But Sharon and Captain Moses made a comment that sometimes for the most desperate, who need the most help, and interventions such as a court intervention, a legal intervention, that then would let them go to drug court or mental health court, might be the life-saving intervention that someone needs. So I just don't want to take away every option until I know, and that's why I'm interested in the Homelessness Task Force. But for some of the most, just vulnerable and needy in our community, they may need that little extra intervention. So that's where I'm thinking about that one right now.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe a point of clarification. The speaker who was speaking on that was talking more about probation violations. Using that to be able to get people into jail. I know I've spoken with some of our HOT team officers who they'll do something similar to that on really bad days or have in the past. But I don't, again, one instance to where we've actually prosecuted somebody successfully for jail time over the last 5 years. I think that, I think this is something that that makes sense as far as extending public trust with the community, making sure that we let people know we're not trying to criminalize homelessness. If you have jail time attached to that, that's going to be the message. And as far as practicality goes, it's not doing anything really to help us out. So, yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. And then also, I have asked staff to look at establishing a homeless court. We're going through the process now. I believe the beginning of the year, we're going to have a sit-down discussion to see about the plausibility of something like that as well. So I just want to let people know that's in the works as well, trying to find an effective way to get people into shelter, because I'm not sure that any of this will actually drive people to seek help. So a specialized court like that might actually be a little more effective as to trying to get people into the services we hope they go to.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing about making it $20 and no jail, you take away a tool from the court system. We don't know what in reality, one person in 5 years, it's probably not going to happen. So why create a problem where there's not a problem, I would say. And let the court have that tool. And I like your idea of a homeless court. That's a great idea. But I just don't want to take away the tools available to the court system.
We have an amendment motion and an amendment second. And I see no further discussion, so we will vote on the amendment to reduce the fine to $20 and no jail time.
Nay.
Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Just for clarity, Councilmember Glasscock, were you yay or nay?
Nay, no.
Motion fails 4-3. We're back on the substitute motion. Again, as a reminder, it is revisions to the current proposed ordinance change that would include, again, citations by law enforcement, so not a specific group, but law enforcement, and then changes to the cleanups and notices by the other entities listed in our sheets, and also making sure that there is a shelter bed available in the community. So those would be the two major changes to that proposed ordinance. Now we have discussion. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the amendments and listening to some of the concerns today. I will be voting against this item, both the substitute and, if that doesn't pass, the original. I have to be able to sleep at night. And while some people don't agree that this is criminalizing homelessness, I feel that it provides too many penalties to people for not being able to be housed, given all the work that I've done around evictions and seeing people be one paycheck away and become unhoused. Some of the stories we've heard about former shelters and treatment, I just don't think this is the right thing to do. It's not something I can support, and the MAC is not complete yet to really have all the opportunities for as much help as we want to provide. The emergency shelter is wonderful, and I'm not saying that it's not, but we also haven't built trust within our in-house community to get folks to even come in there. And we heard today from some of those unhoused people. We've heard over the last several weeks from some unhoused people who talked about their concerns, and I don't see that those have been met. So I can't, with my faith in the God that I serve and the Jesus that I know, support this without more trust in the community that we want to help, without more people who have that lived experience being a part of this. I do think even some of the questions I asked earlier about someone having a vehicle with permission from a property owner, their time is then limited. There's just too many things in this that continue to trouble me. And even with hearing today that there may be some bed space, but also hearing that some folks don't even trust, not even the HOT team, which is amazing and nationally recognized, if they're not trusting of that, the shelter or other staff to come into that space, then all we're doing is making the problem worse, in my opinion. So I will not be supporting it. I do appreciate the amendments and trying to find a way to find some compromise, but I can't, in good conscience, support this today.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this. One of the main reasons, there's stuff in here that I do like. I do like us redoing our ordinance to actually address private property. Some camps that go on private property, because a lot of these are in the middle of neighborhoods, and that is a safety issue. So I do appreciate that. I wish that was a separate ordinance to vote on. The main reason I'm not supporting this today is, quite frankly, we've made a commitment over the last year to be more transparent, to actually speak with the public. And the reason for that, and I've supported that all the way, is because there might be suggestions there. There might be things that we don't see from up here on the bench. We have this homelessness task force that we have not sent this to get their recommendations on. Again, they might find things to make it stronger. Also, we have a lot of processes we haven't even worked out yet. We do not know the standard operating procedure for personnel items, what that looks like. It feels like that we're kind of getting out ahead of our skis here. Time for data from the MAC, like what's going on? Is this working? Time to look at suggestions from the homelessness or the homeless court if we choose to go down that way. And then also the main thing that I think we haven't really explored here, which is, does this work? Will this drive people to the MAC? If we don't have, I mean, we can have guesses all we want from here. I appreciate some people, this is what my PE teacher did, this is what my parent did. Unfortunately, up here, we have to deal with practicality as opposed to just generalizations like that. So if there's a person that it's not going to help, if forcing them to go into something like this by cracking down is not going to get them to the shelter, what are the alternatives? So that needs to be part of the discussion as well. So I just wanted to offer comments. Again, there's a lot in here that I do like, but unless we actually go through and take the time, and then also this would give us a month or two to actually see again how the MAC is working. Are we running up against beds? Which I know we took it out of this as well, but so I do appreciate that, and that is a good thing. But it just seems like we're just getting out a little too ahead of ourselves here. So thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a very, very difficult decision for me. I campaigned and knocked on 2,432 doors, and the number one issue is homelessness. And the main thing was, why are we not enforcing our laws we already have? That's what people wanted to know. Why are we not enforcing the laws we have? On the other side of that, I am a provider. I lead Guadalupe Clinic, 2 free healthcare clinics, and we do serve the homeless. A lot of the formerly incarcerated people come to our clinic for some reason, and got to know several of them. Nice people, they're working hard, they're trying, and they're making it. They're making it. So it's a very, very difficult decision for me. Also a member of the task force, which I've learned a lot over the last 2 years on task force. I'm also on the provider committee of the task force. Had absolutely a great meeting this month, which actually was November meeting, but had a great meeting this month, and I think it's really good. Tomorrow's agenda for task force is already set. Probably can't do anything about that, especially if we get done here at whatever time we're going to get done. January are committee meetings. They're not the whole task force. So the next meeting would be the 3rd week in February. Task force could meet. And I too, like Councilman Johnson, I have to sleep at night. It really bothers me that 42 people died last year. And it bothers me that the police asked hundreds of people to go get shelter on 2 of the coldest nights of the year. And only 50 took him up on it. That bothers me. I don't want to see another 42 people die this year. I don't. I think some people need a nudge to get into the MAC, into the shelter now. I'm not going to say MAC, into the shelter now. I think they need that nudge, and that's why I'm going to be supporting this. Like I say, it's a difficult decision, but I don't want to see people dying, and I want people to get the help that they need, even if they don't know they need it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just want to thank staff, all the staff who worked on this, all the staff who work on this issue, the homeless outreach team, Park and Rec, legal. I also want to thank everyone who's been here today. Appreciate your time, all the people who've reached out to us. I also want to thank the homelessness providers. I know Humankind was here, Open Doors here, Union Rescue Mission, I'm sure I'm forgetting some, and United Way, I spoke with them last week, and one of their biggest concerns, and I think the only concern, was that we made sure that we cleaned up the part about if there's shelter beds or not. And so it looks like that's going to be taken care of. That was the number one issue that I heard that resonated with me. I certainly want the Nahos to be treated with care and compassion. They absolutely deserve it. They're Wichitans, and they're some of our most vulnerable. I just want to emphasize again, this isn't a new ordinance. This isn't something that we're developing today. This is something that we already have, and we're amending it. And in some ways, we're making it even more, we're taking away some of the boundaries. We're, making it less punitive, if you will, for lack of a better word. So we're not creating a new ordinance to criminalize homelessness. We're amending an ordinance that hasn't been looked at, I think, since 2013, that needs to be with the times that we have now. Homelessness in 2013 versus now is a completely different scenario in this community. I absolutely, and I want to go on record, I absolutely do not want to put people in jail. And if that was the goal of this, I would not be supportive. But in my past profession in mental health and substance abuse counseling, I do think that homelessness is a crisis that's worth intervention, and that there are sometimes people need help. All this does truly, in essence, and I asked Sharon to give me the most basic definition that I could, talk to people about, is it shortens up the time frame to clean up camps. And that means hopefully we can get more people to resources quicker. I know right now we just have the shelter, we don't have the MAC, but I've heard from providers who said even in the shelter, they will provide resources and support. So for me, as Councilmember Johnston said, this is a very difficult vote. The goal for me is to find the balance, to keep our most vulnerable safe, but also to keep our community safe. And the goal is not to be punitive, but the goal is to push people to shelter and services. So I'm going to support this today because I want people to get to the services we are investing in. We're spending real dollars, real taxpayer dollars for the shelter and for the multi-agency center, and we need people to use it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. This is kind of an easy vote for me. I think there needs to be more work done on it, to be honest. There's, like Councilmember Hoheisel and Johnson said, there's things that I like about it. But the fact that we haven't sent this to like the Homeless Task Force or something like that, to be in a room full of providers to get some type of feedback, there's no way I feel comfortable passing this now and then going and asking for feedback afterwards, and then it'd get really messy trying to amend stuff. So it's a little backwards for me. I've worked really hard doing river cleanups. I know how important this is to my district, but and to the community for that matter. But I also have a really hard time until the MAC is fully set up and operational. I have a really hard time putting more barriers in people's way and trying to push people to the shelter that some are already terrified to go to is just not something that I can get behind. So do I think this is important? Absolutely. There's just too many questions that I still have for it, so for that, I will not be supporting it.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one point of clarification. This is a vote for just item 1 of the 4 ordinances, right? We're addressing them separately? Or we'll be voting on them
I
separately?
made a motion for all of them, and I think the mayor's substitute motion just amended that motion.
All of them? Okay. Yeah, I just remember, I thought that when we talked about it at workshop, we had agreed that all the ordinances will be broken up into 4 separate ordinances. I just thought during workshop that we had asked, and everybody agreed that it would be broken up into 4 separate ordinances.
Right now, just the recommended language was for the ordinances together. It's up to the will of council.
But it wasn't will of council to have them separate.
I don't know that.
All right.
I think the
My
motion,
motion to have them all.
I couldn't hear what Councilmember Glasscock said.
My motion was for them to be together.
I will just add a couple comments before we vote. I want to say thank you to Amanda one more time. I know that one of the key pieces of this is having a shelter for women. And Amanda does a great job with helping women who've been survivors of domestic violence. And I know that there's not enough shelter space for women. And so when, at the end of this past month in November, when there was availability now for women to have shelter that don't have to be survivors of domestic violence, that really was one of the key things that I wanted to share with the community, because many women don't know that that has been a hurdle and a barrier. And I also appreciate Amanda for encouraging this community to see that private dollars need to come into play in helping with this multi-agency center. So the city of Wichita utilizing, yes, federal dollars that could have gone into the general fund to help offset the $22 million budget deficit we have. Instead, this council's will was to invest in that upward stream problem. As what one of the speakers this morning said, it's about philanthropy, not about charity. And this has been discussed in our community for years upon years, and even this council has talked about this since the beginning of this year. So it is not a rash or a fast conclusion that we come to this vote, but it is a signal to this community in asking those private citizens, businesses in our community to help us make sure that this multi-agency center is successful. I also ask our faith-based community to also help us make sure that this is successful. The multi-agency center is exactly that, multi. It requires collaboration, partnership, all of us working together. And so this is, again, just one piece to the puzzle. The MAC is a piece. This piece about law enforcement is another piece. But it's with a reduction in fining the individuals who are facing homelessness. And it also allows for individuals to really connect to those resources. I said these comments yesterday, but I think they're worthy to one more time mention. But we cannot do the same things that we've been doing over and over again and expecting different results. Homelessness is growing in our community, and continuing to address it in the same manner is the opposite of compassion. It is not humane to allow homeless neighbors to live on the streets, out in the cold, and potentially dying. It's also not safe, sanitary, or equitable for the rest of the community, especially at a time when we have beds available in a safe, clean, and a potentially life-saving environment. A lot of time, energy, and dollars have gone into the multi-agency navigation center, including a significant public investment, $8 million in the renovation of this building, $5 million in the operations of this facility for 2 years, and $600,000 for just this winter's emergency shelter. Voting against the camping ordinance would not be compassionate or equitable, and it would undermine the success of the multi-agency's ability to really help our individuals facing homelessness in Wichita. We're not going to overcrowd shelters, so obviously enforcement will need to match the capacity to enforce. And I think that that addresses the shelter bed capacity and shelter bed availability in the community. So again, I will be supporting this amendment because it will get us one more step closer towards helping individuals in our community launch into out of homelessness and into fulfilling lives here in Wichita. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to highlight for myself that my vote against this is compassionate. There's nothing in this ordinance or group of ordinances that is going to make anyone go into the emergency shelter or the MAC. What it will do is increase potential criminal penalties on those individuals. While I also don't want to see anyone die on the street or not want to go into the MAC, nothing in this, again, will make them want to until we can do the work to build trust with them, to provide opportunities. And many of the individuals we are talking about need to have their hand held through some of this, to understand what is offered to them resource-wise, to understand how to get into housing at some point, to understand the layout of everything. We've even heard from folks who talked about the mindset of someone who might be unhoused. That does not mean some mental health challenge all the time. It could just mean the stress and shock of being unhoused. You don't always think straight in situations like that. So just for the record, my vote is compassionate. I want to see what's best, but I know that we have a lot more work to do going forward. And I hope and pray that we can do that work together. But of all the speakers that we heard from today and all of the providers who work with these populations, I don't think I've heard of one provider that was supportive of this as is and wanted to see some more work being done. So for me, again, my compassionate vote is no.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quick, I know you usually keep track. Do you know how many people spoke today?
24.
And do you know how many of them were in favor of the encampment?
I also had a lot of emails from individuals
I did
as well
too,
as
but I'm
phone
just talking
calls.
about, do you know how many of the speakers were in favor?
I did not keep track of favor versus not favor.
I think 3 of them were in favor of the 24.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
There's one more vote missing. Motion passes 4-3. Madam Clerk, please call the next item. Actually, we'll take a quick 10-minute break again. break with us. I appreciate staff staying, as well as some of our speakers. We will resume our city council meeting, but I have a motion. I have a motion to move, I move that agenda item number 7 on the 2024 budget adjustment be moved to the next item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see, Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't, actually, yeah, do we have all staff here that's ready for that presentation? Court staff isn't here? Okay, yeah, we might need the rest of staff to show up before we can move it.
The next item won't take very long. You wanted to take it up.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, but we don't have enough, we don't have the staff member to present the item, so we'll have to wait until the next one.
Would you accept the friendly amendment to
Yes.
move it to option or to item 4?
I will accept that. Motion.
Okay, second.
And a second. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Amendments to section 1142040 regarding failure to comply with a traffic citation.
Good evening, Sharon Dickgraff, City Law Department. I'm here to present some amendments today to the city's ordinances regarding failure to comply with traffic citations. During the last legislative session, the Kansas Legislature passed Senate Bill 500, which amended a number of ordinances, including amendments for state statutes dealing with individuals who failed to comply with traffic citations. These amendments are necessary to bring the ordinances into compliance with state law. The analysis make a number of amendments regarding what constitutes failure to comply with a traffic citation. The amendments allow the courts to determine what is substantial compliance with the citation. Previously, the state statute and city ordinances required that all fines and court costs be paid prior to a traffic citation being completed. It limits the reinstatement fees to a single $100 fee with the Department of Revenue. Previously, it was $100 per charge. So if I had 3 traffic infractions on one complaint, I paid $300. That will now be reduced to $100. It also allows a person who is assessed fines and court costs to ask the courts to waive those fines and court costs. It requires the court to make forms available for those folks who want those fines reduced. It also excludes certain violations not pertaining to operation of a motor vehicle from those violations. If you have a failure to comply, you end up getting your license suspended. These changes will exclude certain violations, pedestrian violations, littering violations, other types of violations which are not really dependent on a motor vehicle. There is a section of ordinances and state statutes that allowed for that prior suspension. This allows a person that if I am suspended for a bike light ticket, for example, to ask the court to remove that suspension. It also prohibits the court from considering any convictions older than 5 years to determine suspension or restriction of licenses. And it's recommended that you place the ordinances on first reading.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one really quick question. Definitely supportive of this. Will this also be shared if passed in the WARP program as another one of those opportunities?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Sharon, were there any other concerns? I know some state legislators had reached out and county commissioners as well with some concerns. Are there any other concerns that we might need to take a look at?
This was the House bill that Representative Howell talked about wanting to make sure that we had passed. The state statute doesn't go into effect until January 1st, so this is timely. We do have the WARP program. We do have the Senate Bill 262, the one that was passed a couple years ago. All of those provisions regarding getting your license reinstated, working with the WARP program, getting fines and court costs remitted or removed. All of those are in effect in municipal court and I think are running fairly well.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Sharon. I see no more questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment.
Hi, Faith Martin, Vice Chair of the Racial Profiling Advisory Board here in Wichita. Our board has lobbied heavily at the state level to get SB 127 and SB 500 passed. We are very much in support of the city putting these things into place. Big shout out to Nathan Emery and his team and the WARP office for helping citizens get into a restricted status and be able to make payments, do the hardship applications. This is a huge win for Wichita, since Sedgwick County and Wichita were some of the highest suspended and not restricted, but when you get your driver's license taken away forever. Thank you. We were some of the highest numbers here in Sedgwick County. And so we lobbied really hard, and a big thank you to Senator Oletha Falscadeau and Councilman Brandon Johnson for always being so supportive of these bills. And now that it's passed, we appreciate the city's support in passing this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Any further public comment? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Johnson was pivotal in this. Councilmember Johnson?
Thanks, Mayor. Actually, I give all credit to our staff. I just push yay and nay sometimes. I would move that the City Council place the ordinance on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. With that, we will move to agenda item number 7. Madam Clerk, can you call that item?
2024 budget adjustment.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. Nathan Emery, Court Administrator for the record. This is a budget adjustment. In the background, stems from work with the CCR. In 2017, a study identified the establishment of a family justice center as a priority through a domestic violence study. A family justice center provides a one-stop location where victims can access critical services, including law enforcement, legal assistance, advocacy support, all under one roof. The method that many have used is to utilize Alliance for Hope's Family Justice Center Alliance, and that uses best practices to provide immediate and holistic long-term support of victims of domestic and sexual violence. CCR members have visited the FJC models in San Diego, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and each partnered with the Alliance for Hope, a leader in family justice center development. So Alliance for Hope offers a study tour and strategic planning process to help facilitate the development of FJCs in a community, essentially consulting services. And this strategy, or Alliance for Hope, asserts that FJCs have the lowest homicide rate of any intervention strategies. So this, for our community, builds on proven collaboration with the Child Advocacy Center model, and this initiative aims to expand the resources to all victims to mitigate obstacles to safety, support, and healing. So what this is this isn't a item to actually put any of these things in place. It's simply a carve out. We've identified funds that could be used out of the municipal court budget to cash fund a project next year. So it would fund a consulting contract with Alliance for Hope and project management, potentially, should you approve whatever gets brought next year. So it is a budget adjustment reallocating $113,000 from the municipal court contractuals to establish a cash-funded project, and the project would be implemented in 2025. Financial considerations: the municipal court budget includes the funding for this contract in 2024. However, due to delays in finalizing procurement, it's not possible to encumber the funds prior to year end. To preserve this funding, this 2024 funding for this contract, the staff recommends that the transfer of $113,000 from savings within the 2024 municipal court budget to a project account be approved. There are no legal considerations, and the recommended action is to approve the budget adjustment and the establishment of a project account. And I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Dr. Emery? I want to just congratulate you also on your doctorate last week. Councilmember Johnson.
I am so disappointed I wasn't the first person to say that. I was going to say thank you, Dr. Emery, but the mayor beat me to it. But congratulations again.
Thank you.
And I'm supportive of this.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. He is giving out free dissertations to anybody who wants to read it. I actually have it at home. I plan on doing some holiday reading of it. So again, congratulations, and thank you for all you do, not only for our city, but for our country.
Thank you.
So we're moving this to next year's budget. We're not able to get it out in time, essentially, this year.
That's correct. The opportunity presented itself, and then we started looking for funds. The time really wasn't there to put together the package for you all to approve, so we'll be looking to do that next year.
Okay, and just double checking, I know you guys are sure on this. No ARPA funding was used for this, right?
No,
okay.
None.
All right, just, again, triple checking. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I also was going to say congratulations, and I'm sorry you beat me to it, but much deserved. And then Councilmember Johnson was trying to figure out how we could make this meeting go to midnight. Could you read us your dissertation?
You know, I don't think it would quite get there. It's
Congratulations. Thank you for all you do, and especially on this item, and I will be supportive.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for Dr. Emery. We will now open it up for public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carrie McGregor, and I have served as the Program Director at Catholic Charities Harbor House for nearly a decade. For those who are unfamiliar, Harbor House is one of the 2 domestic violence crisis programs within the Wichita community. However, today I stand before you as one of the members of our Wichita, Sedgwick County Coordinated and Community Response Team, a multidisciplinary team of dedicated professionals that include law enforcement, advocacy, prosecution, probation, and medical agencies who in 2013 established a formal, comprehensive, collaborative, and survivor victim-centered response to address the needs of the most vulnerable within the Wichita community. Many of those members are with us here today. In the next few minutes, I hope to paint a picture of the growing epidemic that is domestic and sexual violence, what we as systems and service providers have done so far, and what we need from the city to continue our efforts. Providing victim services is a public safety issue. Domestic and sexual violence is a community problem that does require a community solution. 6,292 is the number of calls that Harbor House alone took this past year from survivors, community partners, friends, and loved ones, all seeking safety and support from these violent crimes. Due to the rising numbers and increased homicide rates directly related to domestic violence, many members of our CCR volunteered our time to complete a community and safety assessment that was published in 2018. Over the course of a year and a half, we worked to identify how our community and criminal justice system respond to risk and safety for victims of domestic and sexual violence within 1 week of disclosure. It was designed to reveal how laws, policies, forms, standard operating procedures, and other influences may create obstacles or gaps in effectively responding to domestic and sexual violence. The assessment's focus was solely on discovering and articulating problems so that we could better identify solutions in hopes of improving not only victim safety, but offender accountability. Since the completion of the study, our CCR has worked collaboratively to address and attempt to close those gaps, which we identified. Those included inadequate staffing, shelter space and facilities, training processes, streamlining of service provision across agencies, and effective screening tools and efficient responses. While many efforts have been made, we are not done, and we desperately need the support from the city to continue our efforts in creating a safer community for all of us. And while I greatly appreciate the support that the city has shown for the homeless community, I strongly believe that victims of these violent crimes need your support and commitment too. We hear the phrase often, out of sight and out of mind. You won't visually see victims of domestic or sexual violence sleeping on the street corner, but I can assure you that they are suffering in silence and fear within their very own home. We are requesting your support to reserve and allocate this money from this year's budget to be utilized in 2025 so that we can finally begin the strategic planning process for the creation of our very first Family Justice Center in the state of Kansas. Many of us have traveled across the United States, touring and researching existing FJCs. We've attended trainings, conferences, and collaborating towards obtaining funding to get this process started. We have created a very strong relationship with the Alliance for Hope, who is a social change organization that provides services and programs for survivors of violence. An FJC would provide a centralized and multidisciplinary approach, bringing together various services, including legal, law enforcement, advocacy, and medical, all under one roof, allowing victims to access comprehensive support without having to navigate through multiple agencies, which ultimately will lead to increased safety and empowerment for victims and survivors, while also reducing the homicide rates and increasing community support, which boosts service efficiency. Based on the United States Department of Justice, San Diego's FJC reports a reduction of nearly 95% in the decreased homicide rate in the last 13 years. New York is reporting a decline of 51%, Oklahoma by 40%. This is a model that has been proven to work. This is not an idea that developed overnight. Our CCR has spent years and countless hours doing research, building relationships, and identifying best practices to get this process started, and we very strongly believe that this is the necessary next step. Working in victim services, we often are asked the questions, why don't they just leave? Why don't they report? And why aren't they cooperating? Well, if we want victims and survivors to come forward and access services, it's paramount that we create a safety net that catches them when they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question, Carrie. Yes. Sorry. No problem. I realize county has a hand in the Child Advocacy Center. What are, and this might also be for Nathan or whoever else, what are some of the roles that other governments outside of the city will play in this, county and state?
Well, that's what we are hoping to establish through this strategic planning process, is where are these funding streams coming from, who are the other stakeholders, and the CAC has been a very active partner and is also currently serving on this CCR to help us kind of navigate and kind of help answer some of those questions.
Okay, so this is just city money that's going into this
Yes.
stuff? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Casey Yingling from City Legal. I am your representative from the City Law Prosecutor's Office on the CCR. And I had the opportunity to go visit a family justice center in Oklahoma City this year. And what was so intriguing to me about it is how we align with what we're doing with the CAC and the Exploited Missing Children's Unit with what this family justice center is. So Wichita is very unique that we already have something very similar to this in our community that's been very successful since the 90s. What that deals with is only child victims. What this study would do is look at our community and see what our next readiness steps are for us to start embracing adult victims of these same crimes. So we're actually in a very unique position because of our collaboration with CAC and the Sheriff's Department and DCF and Wichita Police Department all being under one roof, which is, as you know, very rare for governments to work together like that.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll be looking at county contributions possibly,
Yes.
state, and then also what grants and federal funds are out there as well.
Absolutely. And what the Family Justice Center offers that the Alliance for Hope, overall national group, getting them involved really helps because they are there to be a partner to help you find the kind of federal grants that fund this. There's 69 affiliated family justice centers across the country, and they are all utilizing the same, I guess, mentorship to find what best practices are and then how to fund yourselves using, yes, government partners, but also capital campaigns, federal grants, how to leverage all of our resources together to make efficient and effective resources for our victims.
Thank you.
Hi, Amanda Myers with the Wichita Family Crisis Center again. Before I jump into what I wanted to say, I just wanted to comment on the funding issue. Most of you know we were in a very small shelter around 2020, and by the generosity of the county or the city, we received $1.2 million in sort of like COVID ARPA funds. We leveraged that to $8 million. So I am a fan of leveraging money, as I mentioned before. That I think is what I think is really important to do with this kind of seed money, and that is what we talk about on the CCR, is going to the county, going to the state, but also like private investment is what it's worked really well with the CAC, and I think is really important to get our community involved in this issue. It also increases community awareness. So I wanted to speak to that right away and say that we have a track record with regards to this. And then just as an example, Carrie gave you a little background and kind of what an FJC is. Just as an example, I mean, not only does it decrease homicides, and we are one of the only big cities that doesn't have one, but we will be the first city in Kansas to have one, which I think is incredible and impressive, and obviously underscores what Wichita can do. But we had a client, I was looking at this yesterday, we had a client in our shelter, and I won't get into too many details because we have to maintain confidentiality, but she had 2 little kids. And so she, now she's been in our shelter for up to 6 weeks because everything that she needed to do to get to the next step of moving on it takes days, right? It takes weeks. So, she has to make a doctor's appointment. She has to make an appointment with the forensic nurse. She has to make an appointment to visit with the prosecutor. She has to work on childcare. She has to make an appointment with Goodwill, for example, because she's looking at employment. All of those are housed in one space in an FJC, and the kind of work that takes us 6 weeks to do with a client can get done in a matter of days. What that does is open up more bed space, which is will be etched on my tombstone. How can I get more bed space for domestic violence victims? So that kind of is, I'll stand for any questions, but that was what I just wanted to exemplify in real life the power of an FJC and just kind of emphasize that, funding is a big issue for me, and raising funds outside of just going back to the same source is kind of, again, one of my missions in life. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Amanda and Carrie, thank you guys so much for coming to advocate. We talk about mental health and homelessness all day, every day. It's something that touches all of our work. But oftentimes, domestic violence is a part of that conversation too. So I'm really happy to support the funding that you guys need to move to the next step, not just for Wichita and Sedgwick County, but for the state too. So thank you both.
I have just one follow-up question. I wanted to know, has there been support at the state level? And if so, where is that state support?
So we've had conversations with Senator Ware and Senator Olathe Faust-Godot, and these are conversations that we're having through our statewide coalition, just as a community service provider. But again, the CCR is made up of law enforcement, that we have members from the DA's office, Sheriff's Office, WPD, both, Ascension and whatever they are, I don't know, Wesley, St. Francis, whatever they are now. Pearl, probation. So I don't want to speak for them. So I don't know if anyone else wants to speak to the state level. No, that's what I got for you. So these are conversations that we have on the state level with regards to our statewide coalition, and then each partner has on their own. Does that help? Okay.
Thank you, Amanda. We'll continue with public comment. I see none. Oh, we see one individual.
So I'm Lieutenant Dozier with Wichita Police Department. I am the watch commander over our domestic violence and sex crimes here for the Wichita Police Department. And they have really touched on a lot of the things. A couple things that I will talk about is the fact that we've seen this work with our Exploited Missing Children's Unit with the CAC. So it's a model that's already out there, and we see that it works. She has talked about kind of like freeing up the bed space portion. I'm going to talk about offender accountability. This is a way for us, if we have that all in one building, that's an opportunity for us to keep that survivor engaged in the system, get them in regards to wanting to pursue charges. Not all of them is that the case. Sometimes they need those other services more than they need for prosecution, but a lot of times we see after a few days, then we stop getting the cooperation from some of these survivors. And so this is a great way for us to keep that engagement with those survivors and getting them that help, and also fulfilling some of that gap that she was talking about, which was that offender accountability. And I stand for any questions if you have it. And our department is on board and is supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Dozier. Do we have any additional speakers who would like to comment? I see none. I'm going to bring it back to the bench and close public comment. Again, I'm grateful that you all stayed till right now it's almost 5:30. I appreciate the advocacy for survivors of domestic violence and how this plays into the bigger conversation we've had all day regarding homelessness and shelter bed space. And I know that you guys are both organizations part of that solution. And again, we want to say thank you. We want to make sure that there's always a bed available for someone that needs that help. And I know that you do that work here in our community. So I will move to approve the budget adjustment and the establishment of a project account.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
2025 insurance program.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, or good evening, sorry. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. Today I wanted to present to you our 2005 insurance program. So I'm going to give you a really high-level overview on how we procure our insurance, and I'll highlight some of the larger coverages that we have. I'll point out the agenda report lists all our coverages in more detail, and that information is also available in our annual audit, which is available online. So I won't go over everything today. We in finance are responsible for our annual renewal process. We do that to mitigate risk to the city. City Code 2.64 authorizes the purchasing manager to negotiate the purchase of that, subject to your ratification. So that's why I'm here today. So the process for procuring our insurance each year is actually a very lengthy process. We typically start in about the summertime. We visit with our departments. We identify risks. We coordinate coverage needs with them. Then we begin the process of preparing packages for our underwriters through our brokers. That involves a fairly exhaustive list of details. We prepare questionnaires. Cyber insurance, for example, is probably by far the most challenging. We prepare about a 20-page questionnaire identifying risks so that we can be appropriately underwritten. Then we finish that around Labor Day. We provide all that to our broker. Our broker is used to interface with the insurance carriers because they have expertise in that area. They market our insurance needs. They come back to us about Thanksgiving with quotes. And then we, up until the very last minute, evaluate those quotes and try to get better quotes in some cases. So with that, I would tell you there's one item in the agenda report that is mostly irrelevant and out of date, and that's the cyber discussion in the agenda report. And that's because we literally got a better quote over the weekend, which I'll highlight here in just a couple minutes. And I've used the pronoun we. I really should say she. Heather St. Pierre, there she is. Our risk manager is actually the one that does everything I just described. So that's the process to procure our coverage each year. The good news this year, most of our coverages remained relatively flat with our rates, our insurance rates. Not all, but most of them were, in some cases 1 or 2% increases. Let me highlight the bigger ones. We do insure our excess liability coverage for work comp, our excess work comp insurance. That's for work comp claims that are very extensive. We want to protect ourselves in the event that we have any of those. That coverage was renewed at a flat renewal rate. We also have our cyber coverage. I'll talk about that briefly. Again, you can ignore what's on the slide here. We actually can place cyber insurance for pretty much exactly the same cost that we spent last year. That's a lot better than what we thought we were initially going to have. And even better than that, the coverage that we thought we could initially procure included some co-insurance requirements we weren't really excited about, but we found a carrier that will not implement co-insurance requirements on this. And in fact, they will reduce our retention to $100,000. So we came out very good this year on cyber insurance. And again, I think that's probably due to the diligence of our broker and our ability to continue shopping around until we found an attractive carrier. Talk about federal excess liability real quick. Of course, the Kansas Tort Claims Act protects us in Kansas, but we don't have that same protection out of state or in federal lawsuits. We purchase coverage for that. Same $2 million retention, $10 million coverage. We use a strategy to layer our coverages. That helps the insurance carriers provide us a lower price because they can spread risk among themselves. So we'll have two carriers in the GL space. Our premium will be about $685,000. That's a little bit higher than what we spent last year. I think we were at about $660 last year, if my memory is correct. Last one I'll talk about is property insurance. We have a property portfolio that exceeds about $1.1 billion in insurable value. We have a $350 million loss limit on that. And again, we spread that coverage through several carriers. We layer it. Again, that's most financially advantageous to the city and also to our carriers. So our rate increased 1%, which is pretty good on the property side. Again, we will spend over $3 million on this coverage because we have a lot of assets to insure, but our actual rate increased about 1%. With that, that's the highlights of our program. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go into any further detail on anything that you have any questions about, but we'd ask you to ratify the program as staff have procured it and to authorize us to make any final modifications. Sometimes we literally change stuff until December 31st, not often, and usually minor things, but it is a dynamic market, and sometimes we have to do things like that. So that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mark. I did submit questions to you or to the manager regarding this topic, and you already addressed the cyber insurance since our sheet actually showed an increase. It now is flat. But I did have a follow-up question so that we can close out this year. That question is in regards to the cyber incident that happened in May. I just wanted to know if that affected rates and how much was the estimated cost of the incident in May.
Yeah, like I said, we disclose everything to the market, so I have no doubt that some of the carriers were probably concerned about our potential risk profile based on the event that occurred. But obviously, we were able to find a carrier that was willing to accept that risk at a flat premium, which is really good. I'm sorry, Mayor, I might have forgot the rest of your question. The cost. Yes, ma'am. We submitted a claim with our carrier last year with a claim of $1.1 million. Now, that wasn't all expenditures. We also submitted a lost revenue claim, but we feel that the event may have cost us somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.1 million. The carrier is currently evaluating that through their adjuster process, so we haven't had word yet on what our recovery will be, but $1.1 million is the recovery that we are seeking. So.
You again, Mark. And this consideration again is for all insurance to protect all assets that the city of Wichita has, and it's roughly $3 million. Is that correct?
That's just the property piece is $3 million. There's a few others that are sizable, but it's probably closer to $4 million or so if you aggregate everything.
So $4 million to cover all of these insurance policies.
Yes, ma'am, to mitigate risk to the city.
Thank you for mitigating the risk to the city. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to receive, file, and ratify the 2025 insurance program and authorize staff to make any necessary final modifications of coverage details to secure coverage.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Fire Chief Tammy Snow here this evening to ask for your approval of the Assistant to Firefighter Grant Program. And if we were fortunate enough to receive that, not only your approval, but our acceptance of it. The Assistance to Firefighter Grant, it's a direct finance grant for two eligible fire departments. The goal is to allow us to enhance the safety of firefighters and also civilians through that grant. The priorities this year, and they change each year, but the priorities this year they listed as training, facility, equipment, wellness, finance, and personal protective equipment. This year they plan on, and when I say they, I'm talking about FEMA, they plan on releasing $291 million will be available in the funding. They plan to have approximately 2,000 awards to be granted in 2025. It's a 2-year period of performance, and due to the population of the city of Wichita, which is right around 400,000, our match would be a 10% local match. What our challenges are is that we currently have some frontline radios that are nearing the end of their service life. And a lot of it's due primarily because the radios that we had in reserve when we received a SAFER grant, we took them out of reserve and utilized those for the SAFER grant personnel. So it reduced our emergency stock. So the total funds that we'd be asking for is the replacement of 70 radios, and it'd be $1,056,137. Our match to that would be 10% of $105,614. Therefore, asking the federal government for funds of $950,523. It would replace our portable radios, our administrative radios, and also our emergency radios that are at the end of their service life. It would also replenish our emergency stock, and if we were fortunate enough to be awarded the grant, it would reduce a financial commitment that we currently have in the 2025 CIP for $2.55 million. What I'm asking for today is to authorize to apply for the grant. The deadline for the grant is Friday at the end of business, December the 20th. And then if, like I said, if we were fortunate enough to receive the grant, to also accept it at that time. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, are these radios that we're applying for here, are they able to reach in the middle of the buildings that have been grandfathered in with the radio relay signals?
What we have is we purchased a couple years ago when we right after we got our PhilCom unit, we also purchased radio boosters. We have a supply of those that are carried on each one of our command vehicles. We also have a supply of those that are carried into our PhilCom unit. So at any incident, we can set those up, and it will allow us to have radio communications.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation and for all your work. If you stated this, I'm sorry, it's been a long day. This is to apply to the grant. We haven't applied, correct?
No, we have not. The deadline is this coming Friday.
Okay, that's what I thought, and I heard this coming Friday, but I just wanted to confirm. If we don't receive this funding, then what will we do to purchase the radios and the equipment?
We have $2.55 million allocated right now. Our radios, what we did was we phased them because they're very expensive. Yeah. And so we have $2.55 million set aside in CIP for 2025 that we'll allocate. Part of that $2.55 million is to purchase these administrative radios that I'm asking for today, and also mobile radios that are going out of life. The reason why we can't ask for the entire $2.55 million, which would have been ideal, they only give us 5 weeks from the time they release the grant till the time that we can apply for the grant. So I have 5 weeks to try to secure funding cost for those radios. The only ones I could secure definite funding costs was for the portable radios, the 70. And so because of the short time constraints, I'm only applying for a little over $1 million.
A little over $1 million, right?
Yeah.
No, great job, and thank you for all you do. Much appreciated. And good luck.
Thanks.
I see no further questions for staff. We will open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public. We will bring it back to the bench. This again is for equipment, and it has a higher priority according to FEMA. And the likelihood that Wichita can get one of these grants has not been high, but this now matches with the priorities with what FEMA is asking for, which is, again, equipment that's life-saving. So again, I'm very supportive of this, as this also helps offset some of that CIP dollars. So I will move to approve the application and acceptance for the fiscal year 2024 AFG program equipment overview and approve any necessary budget adjustments.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Park and Recreation uniform vendor selection.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. All right, Reggie Davidson with Parks and Rec here for you today to talk about the Parks and Rec uniform vendor selection. A little bit of background: in April of 2023, Department of Parks and Rec joined the existing uniform contract with the Department of Public Works and Utilities. On October the 31st, the contract with Public Works and Utilities expired. And prior to October, park staff looked at options to look at a separate contract to be able to provide the services for our department that gave us a little bit more flexibility. A request for proposal was solicited, and on August the 30th, proposals were due. And on September the 24th, a selection committee proposed for 2 vendors and conducted interviews for those. Following the interviews, Centess was selected as the preferred vendor for the overall body of their work, the presentation, the cost, as well as the references that they provided. So talk a little bit about why uniforms are valuable. Field workers fall under the American National Standard Institute requirement for Class 3 high visibility apparel due to working near roadways and barriers between employees and the road. This Class 3 offers the highest visibility level and makes it most safe for uniforms for our staff that's working out in the field. We also had challenges with when we previously equipment that we had certain equipment that we used for the wood chippers and things of that nature that weren't fit properly and caused other safety issues for us. Also, the concern with hygiene, with using some of those items and also being soiled and not being used on a regular basis by our staff because they were being shared by other team members, as well as being able to have those reflective PPE equipment that works well and not have to use it through our commodities budget. So why uniforms are valuable for us? So park and work field workers and transit employees all have uniforms now. As part of our morale with our department, it also gives our team members for spending time and energy and resource to improve our working environment. And it also creates an environment to be able to better utilize our branding for us in the community. And part of what we wanted to do as well is make it easy to identify for our citizens to know that you're city employees and what they have. And I think that's going to be vital as we look into transition. We're doing more work with the homeless encampments and things of that nature, that they'll be easily identified when they're working in those type of projects as well. So a little bit more about it. As you all may be aware that the Commission of Accreditation of Parks and Rec Agency, CAPRA, has a standard for, and we're one of the 200 agencies that are accredited across the country. And it provides a high level of service for us, and part of that is making sure that we have equipment that works well for and appropriate for the function that we provide. It also gives us equipment for employees to perform their functions that are vital for benefit for the community. And the maintenance person also have the cleanliness and attractiveness for the parks and being able to represent the city well and further show our branding in the community also. And the other piece of it is the risk management and making sure that we fall in line with those accreditation process, as well as adhering to some of our safety concerns with staff being identified with the appropriate equipment and uniforms. So the financial consideration that goes along with this, a contract has been prepared for Centis on an on-call basis for uniform purchases for up to $199,178, and the funding is included in the current adopted budget. In 2024, we expended $140,833 uniforms, and this was including apparels and expenditures for, did not include the apparels expenditures for our pools and summer camps and rec centers that was handled differently through the budgets for those particular line items. The actual expenditure depends on our staffing levels, which may fluctuate during the year, and also the type of items that we actually order, and then taking in consideration some slight increases that may take place due to inflation. Staff anticipate expending about $140,000 again in 2025. And through our effort, we're going through this contract process and being able to go to a wholesale vendor. We're anticipating that we're saving about $30,000 in cost savings with going with the vendor to provide this service instead of going to the market. The Law Department has reviewed and approved the contract as to form, and it is recommended that the City Council approve the vendor selection, approve the contract, and authorize the necessary signatures. And we'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Reggie? Our screens are still showing the vote. If any council member would like to ask a question, just go ahead since our boards are not working. I see none. Reggie, thank you very much. I see no questions for you.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge our team that was here. That's also helped and support. They did a lot of work behind the scene to make sure that we got the best pricing available to have those uniforms for our team.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to make mention that the City of Wichita's Park and Rec is one of the accredited organizations. So I'm sure that that holds a very high standard. And I appreciate the staff for doing that and making sure that we are an exemplary department. So thank you very much. I see no further questions, and I will open it up for public comment. And I see none, so I'll bring it back to the bench. And I will, I don't have the screen, but I'll go ahead and motion. I move to approve the vendor selection, approve the contract, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. We'll do a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
RAD Wichita Senior Project Amendments.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Sally Stang with the Housing and Community Services Department for the record. The item that I have for you today is the RAD Senior Project Amendments. This is an extraordinarily complex project, and so I'm going to go back and do a little bit of background on this because there are several members of the council who haven't seen anything on this that's been going. So the rental assistance demonstration is a pilot program from the Department of Housing and Urban Development that allows housing authorities to convert its public housing properties from public housing to project-based Section 8 contracts. And the primary benefit of that is it allows those projects to acquire or leverage other resources to complete renovations on properties, because the public housing program has been underfunded for more than 40 years, leaving lots of capital needs. So under public housing, HUD provides operating subsidy. Households pay 30% of their monthly adjusted income for rent. That annual funding is based on congressional appropriations. I've seen it as low as 60% of needs year after year, never any higher than 90% of what is needed. And it is often not finalized until 9 months into the program year. So that's very, very challenging. HUD stopped funding public housing projects in 1992, shifting to a Section 8 contract, typically with private owners.
And project-based Section 8 properties can be used, those properties can be used for the collateral for the needed improvements. So our particular project, February 2017, the Wichita Housing Authority Board approved the RAD application. None of you were on the council at that time, and I was not here, so this goes back quite a ways. October of 17, we had approved that application. We hired a RAD consultant, put out an RFP, and selected KBK Enterprises as our co-developer partner. In December 18, we submitted tax credit applications for 4% low-income housing tax credits. At that time, we had Bank of America had indicated they were going to purchase those tax credits, the tax-exempt bond volume cap, and we also applied for the $1 million in housing trust funds from KHRC. Took till February 2019 for the tax credits to be awarded. April of 19, the bond volume cap was awarded, and in June of 19, the housing trust funds of $500,000 were awarded. But in June of 19, Bank of America withdrew their letter of intent. So from June of 2019 to October of 2019, the RAD team approached multiple investors, and then HUD made a change on September 4th, 2019. HUD issued a new incentive that allowed the rents to be raised, which allowed us to attract a new investor partner. And in October of 2019, we actually got Affordable Housing Partners, Berkshire Hathaway, as the equity investor to allow the project to move forward. We also then received a conditional commitment from Oryx Lumet in order to receive a HUD 221D4 loan to fill the gap. And in March of 2020, environmental review, capital needs assessment work began, but then it was halted due to COVID-19. In July of 2020, the CNA work continued, and then from July of 2020 to October of 21, we were very busy finalizing environmental assessments, capital needs assessments. We secured a general contractor, completed all of HUD financing, relocation of affirmative fair housing marketing plans, procured property management, completed all of the FHA and RAD reviews, and prepared almost 20,000 pages in legal documents to get to closing in October 2021. The total project was nearly $36 million. I've listed out here the capital stack, and it encompassed all 4 senior projects, which is 90 units at McLean Manor, 86 at Greenway Manor, 32 at Rosa Gregg, and 18 at Bernice Hutcherson. The use of the 4% low-income housing tax credits, this is where it gets complicated, required the creation of 2 new legal entities. So Wichita RAD Senior LP is the limited partnership and leaseholding entity comprised of the investor partner and the general partner. The second entity is Wichita RAD AMP1 LLC, which is the general partnership, which is comprised of KBB Enterprises and the city of Wichita at this time. So we, as partnership, are the ones who operate the project. So there's just a diagram of that ownership structure. Again, always very complicated. Once the project reaches stabilization, though, our developer partner, KBK Enterprises, will withdraw from the general partnership, and we will need to find a nonprofit to replace them, because you can't have a partnership of one entity. And stabilization occurs when all phases of construction are complete, all the units are occupied, and the IRS 8609 tax credit allocation and certifications are issued. That generally happens 3 to 4 months after the construction is complete. KHRC and the Affordable Housing Partners required that the property be managed by an entity with at least 5 years of low-income housing tax credit management experience, and the city did not meet that requirement, and so through a competitive RFP, Mennonite Housing was selected to be the property manager for all properties. Closing occurred in October of 21. Construction on Rosa Gregg duplexes was completed in phases, because they're duplexes, building by building. Completion of those buildings happened between June of 22 and March of 23. Bernice Hutcherson triplexes, again, completed building by building, April of 23 through October of 23. McLean Manor apartments construction was completed in August of 2023, which is when Greenway Manor apartments construction began in August of 23. In October of '23, a disagreement between the general contractor and Wichita Rad Senior on the need for several million in additional funding on the project. So our GC came forward saying we need millions more to complete this. We attempted to mitigate for several months, but in May of 2024, the partnership terminated the contract with our general contractor and filed lawsuit. Since then, they have filed a counterclaim, of course. In August of '24, we've met with MABCD to determine if the WHA's employee with a Class B contractor's license could be listed on the permits to allow construction to continue. In September of '24, HUD met at the site to discuss the completion plan, and in October of '24, the contracts were rebid, and we attempted to secure a new general contractor. In November of '24, we were unsuccessful in securing a new general contractor, as all of those that we approached, all those local GCs, were unwilling to be listed on the permits due to the active litigation. Keeler Construction, though, a Class A general contractor, has contracted to manage the construction and complete the carpentry work, but is unwilling to be listed on the permits. We have entered into new contracts with the remaining trades. We are actually able to enter into contracts with all of the same trades except the plumbing contractor. They were the only ones we weren't able to come to terms. But, as you can imagine, prices have increased significantly since the fixed price contract was entered into, bid and awarded in 2021. So additional funding is necessary to complete the renovations, not quite to the level that was demanded by the original general contractor. The Kansas Housing Resources Corporation has approved an increase in the Housing Trust Fund funding from $500,000 to $1 million, and the City of Wichita Housing Authority, as a member of the entity that serves as the general partner of Wichita Rad Senior LP, is required to approve the additional funding. The project also has just over $500,000 in unspent HUD public housing capital funds that were budgeted for relocation expenses. When we closed on the project, we were informed that we were going to have to relocate persons to private market units during construction. We got a ruling later that said, no, we could relocate them within our own properties, which greatly diminished the amount we had to spend in relocation. And because of that, that's why we still have about $500,000 sitting there. We are recommending a budget adjustment of $485,581.68 from that relocation budget to cover the increased cost in renovations, leaving just under $16,000 to transfer 6 residents back to Greenway Manor from McLean. They're the only ones who've asked to be transferred back after construction is complete. There is no impact to the general fund. The HUD regulations require that that public housing capital funds be spent only on this particular project, or we have to give them back to HUD. The Law Department has reviewed the capital fund grant agreement and authorizing resolution for the KHRC trust funds and has approved them as to form. The project renovation must be completed no later than October 2025, or we risk default on the bonds, the tax credits, and the HUD 221D4 loan. So it is recommended that the Wichita Housing Authority Board approve the resolution, authorize the execution of the capital fund funding agreement, and authorize a city employee with the Wichita Housing Authority to serve as the general contractor on the construction permits for the renovation of Greenway Manor apartments. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Sally. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sally, for the presentation. Every time I see it, you got a hard job there. 2 questions. One is there any compensation to the employee who will be serving as general contractor?
It is not really outside of his scope he's already a general maintenance supervisor within the department. And the reason we have that license is because he serves in that role for all our other construction projects that happen out of the Housing Authority.
So no additional compensation?
Correct.
Okay. The second is, I know it's a lawsuit, so you can't say too much. Is the increase in funding needed for this because of delays? Is that going to be part of the lawsuit?
It is needed because prices have increased, both on the labor and the materials, since those original contracts were bid in 2021. So that's why the funding is needed.
Well, I mean, is it going to be wrapped into any lawsuit, the loss in revenue there, or the difference, I guess?
There's definitely, how should I word that, Jennifer?
And again, if you don't feel comfortable answering, that's fine as well.
I'm sorry? Yes, we will be seeking damages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Whoa, that is a lot. I don't even know how you keep all of that straight. But I am so happy and so excited to hear, because I hear about Greenway Manor all the time, about what's going on, why is there a fence around it, blah, 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 you know. So, and I know how happy and excited some of the residents will be that choose to go back to Greenway Manor. So I don't know why this got so complicated. I mean, I do, but it shouldn't have gotten so complicated. It's such a really wonderful thing for our community, and I'm so happy that we finally found someone to be the general contractor, which is ourselves, right? So it's okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your hard work on it.
Thanks. Sally, since those tenants currently are at other locations, does that mean that once this is completed, they will move back into Greenway Manor and then the other spaces will open up for others?
So only 6 residents are asking to come back from McLean Manor, which we kind of suspected many would get settled in at the other building that had recently been rehabbed, that they might not want to be, disrupted again. So at this point, the number is 6. It could actually decrease between now and when the building's finished. I'm praying it's in August, not October, but don't like to come that close to the deadline, so.
So that means 6 individuals will come back to this Greenway Manor, which then opens up how many?
78 units for elderly disabled, yes.
And I know that this has been the entire conversation, or a dominant conversation today, about affordable housing, and these 78 units for some of our older residents with mobility issues will then be able to have 78 units that will come online August of 2025? Hopefully, August of 2025.
Correct.
So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
My math.
I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public. We will bring it back to the bench. I move to approve the resolution, authorize execution of the capital fund funding agreement, and authorize a city employee with the Wichita Housing Authority to serve as general contractor on the construction permits for the renovation of Greenway Manor apartments.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Council member appointments and comments.
Council members with appointments, we'll begin with Council Member Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to appoint Dr. Jason Albertson, he's a veterinarian, to Animal Services Advisory Board. And I would like to appoint Lamont Anderson to Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Advisory Board.
I will motion to approve, I will move to approve the recommended individuals for appointment.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0. Council member comments. Council member comments? No one? Okay, I'm just gonna say thank you. This is the last meeting of the year. So again, thank you to the staff for preparing all of these documents and staying till the very end. And council members, thanks for making sausage, as Becky likes to call it. I appreciate that we've come to multiple compromises from this bench in the 2024 season. So With that, I will move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0. We're adjourned at 6:07 p.m.